1. We go live.
All right. Video is up. I'm going to preemptively apologize to everybody if I cough a little bit.
And
My throat has been very scratchy today. I was turned a little bit earlier because my dear father bought a desk on, I believe, the Craigslist or something. And when we went out to go pick it up, which wasn't a problem, but the people who previously owned the desk, somebody was clearly a smoker. And
actually,
listen, I'm not going to be judgy about anybody's lifestyles, but my poor lungs have never done well with anything tobacco related. So ever since then, I've been very scratchy today.
you're in the middle way. That's right.
Middle way. Yeah, I was actually. Well, I have two things to say about Uncharted, I think, related to this conversation, since you are streaming it. So, I was curious if you would be playing it today, because you talked about last Monday that you had actually played ahead, because, like you said, you hadn't played this game in, like, years. I didn't remember the beats. So, I was wondering about that. And obviously, you are here, and you are attempting to get back to the place roughly where you last left off when we did What's Up Before.
Yeah. I think I'm a little bit
The second thing was...
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe like a little bit. This is about where I started, too, so I think this is fine. The other funny thing is that I think this will say a decent chunk about the middle third of the game, where I had this thought about, oh, yeah, well, Lucky stream Uncharted 3. I think that was like Thursday or Friday morning, and I had to rack my brain for like 10 or 15 minutes to remember where I was and what I was doing in Uncharted.
Really?
Yes, because I don't know why, but just the boat stuff was just, oh, yeah, I'm on a boat with the pirate. Yeah, it's because it's really, like, now that I think about it, at least as it is introduced, it's really very meaningless.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of reason to be there. Like, we talked about it a little bit on stream that night because, you know, there was a very slow build-up with my internet being crappy, so I think we had some extra energy to spend at the end there. Like, it's character illustrative, but the boats and the pirate segments is really long. I'm not even out of that part yet. And it's not really directly related to any of the plot stuff that we are going on, like solving mysteries and shit. It's like the guy claims he has Sully, he doesn't, and then he gets butthurt at you for fucking up his dudes when he fucking lied like a lying asshole. Don't do that, kids. Don't. If you're gonna be a villain, don't lie for no gain and then get upset when the heroes have taken you seriously and are fucking your shit up. Don't do that. That's dumb. But yeah, I was just thinking to myself, I'm like, oh yeah, I did all that boat stuff because most of the boat action is really just like meaningless action filler. Like, some of it's cool, some of it's not cool. We debated a very long not cool segment for quite a while because I had to do it many times on stream.
It sucks.
But yeah, it doesn't really feel like it's advancing the plot, and I don't know if it actually advances the character arcs that much, but I haven't finished the segment, so we'll see how it kind of gets out of there, right?
Yeah.
So we'll see how it pays out. But I was kind of surprised that I didn't really remember it very well, but then I thought, I'm like, no, that kind of tracks. That in my brain, I'm thinking of the plot beats, like, you know, looking for Irem City of Pillars, meeting Elena again. Oh, I gave Talbot all the stuff, and then I just passed out and had to deal with pirates for like an hour.
Yeah, well, so on the first bit, like, the reason why I decided to actually go ahead and play through it is because, like you said, I didn't remember the fucking beats.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't, and like I said, I wanted to make sure, like, wherever you got, I would be available to at least, you know, point you in the right direction and stuff, so you wouldn't get necessarily frustrated in trying to figure something out, or I could warn you of, yeah, no, this part's about to be, a little stupid, you know, so, you know, just forewarned. And, you know, I can, like, point out things like, oh, yeah, no, there's rocket launchers there, there's some dudes here. Like, I wanted to be able to do that, you know, I wanted to be the Navi to your Link. But, in regards to what you, the second thing you said, like, you are, ooh, excuse me. You are correct that the boat and, well, I guess I should say the ship graveyard and the boat, are both filler, but I think it's kind of need it, because the more, like, as someone who has beat it, there's not a lot, actually not a lot after that. Like, you're gonna get back for a reason. You're gonna have to get on a plane. Shit happens. You're in the fucking desert. You're gonna wander the desert. You find some ruins. You find a convoy. And then you're in the city, the lost city. It's like there's not a lot, and there's not a lot actually, like, kind of not a lot really. I want to say happens. You're just like, oh my god, we've been separated for Sully. I have to go after Sully, because basically, what's gonna happen is Sully's gonna get got. He's gonna get got, and they're gonna, like, take him away. But because you've been off, playing with pirates for, like, the past, like, night, like, they got, like, a 3-day lead on you. So you have to, like, do things and try and, like, close that distance before they find the city, because Sully's the only one who knows where it is.
Yeah.
So you are definitely correct in the fact that, the boat section, this water section is filler, but it's filler in the way that basically so that the villains could get a sizable lead on Drake.
Yes, it's a dramatic structure moment.
Yeah.
Which is a thing I was going to bring up, like, because I think I originally was explaining quite so much, because you started this by going, oh, really? You don't remember? I'm like, yeah, no, because it doesn't, at the moment, it doesn't feel like, when you're in it, it doesn't feel like it has impact.
No.
But while you were talking just now, I was thinking about that. I was like, now that's, like, I don't want to say that's necessarily a negative against Uncharted 3, because action-adventure movies do that all the time. You need space beats. Some of it's to, like, keep the audience hooked in and fulfill their the desire for action, which can be, like, really meaningless filler. But also, it can be a moment to actually, like, buy time in the plot, because, time keeps on ticking, and your audience will wonder, okay, well, they got the idea where they're going. Why did Drake not just, magically teleport there? Where's the screen wipe? But, when you get booped on the snoot and kicked into the pirate thing, it does that. And then I guess the excuse is just like, well, you're playing Uncharted, so if the pirate guy just asks you and you're like, fuck if I know, and you smash all their guys, you break out and you walk out and get in a taxi, that's not very exciting, right? That drives the story forward the same amount as all that bullshit we had to do with the ship graveyard, but the player has less agency.
Yeah.
So I can kind of see why I'm sure, like, why a video game developer would be like, hey, why don't we pad this out with gameplay sections?
Yeah.
So,
because, again, I think it's all, it's part, like I said, they need to pad it out, and, they want to show off stuff. They want to show, this is, like, the only segment where you actually get, like, I want to say, like, a chance to actually use, like, use water in combat, which is probably a good thing. I will definitely say, that segment is bullshit.
Yeah.
But they wanted to show it off.
Yeah, they wanted to try and design a different sort of set piece where there's a whole area where only you can travel, because none of those guys will get in the water. And if you yeet them into the water, they die
immediately. So, and, like, also on the same thing, like with the boat mechanics, they start playing around with, like, how, like, the ship's rocking back and forth, and cover will move, and, all that kind of stuff. So they're just,
that honestly, that almost feels like that was just that was almost like a refinement of the
I know what I'm doing wrong. I'm dumb.
Train segment bits, right? Like, the train had a lot of that, but we talked about this when I did Uncharted 2. The train is quite literally boxed in a lot of places. You don't actually have a lot of freedom. So it can, when you're dealing with the swinging round and around, you're a little bit like, okay, all right, this is interesting, but man, it's really cramped in here. This giant militarized cruise ship thing or whatever is not that.
Yeah. So
missed that second chain.
Yeah, no. Even, like I said, I just played this game, like, less than a week ago, and I'm already forgetting things. But, like, so yeah, no, again, like, it is definitely padding, but they want to be like, hey, check out this cool shit we got, and, like, we literally need filler. We literally need filler. So that's why, like, again, that's why I'm just like, yeah, no, it makes sense. It's a little bit of a pain. And, again, I do think they could probably have done something to maybe tighten in the story a little bit more, because again, as interesting as Arabic Pirate Man is, he's just literally there to grab Drake at this one time, and then just he's, like I said, he's gonna be done. He's done.
Yeah, like obviously I know he was supposed to be working with Talbot, and then so Talbot's like, hey, dispose of him, and then he's like, I'm not going to dispose of you. You're going to tell me how to go to the thing, and I'm like, I don't have the stuff, dude. I can't.
It's like, liar.
Yeah, that should have been like. That could have been more dynamic, and this was, what, 2011 when that game was made?
Yeah.
Like imagine if he took, it would be a shitty picture, but imagine if he, like, snuck some pictures on his camera phone, or something. Like, he had, like, shitty copies of the stuff you gave Talbot and was like, oh, I've got copies, and then Drake would be like, your copies are shit, I can't do anything with these. And he's like, how dare you? If you don't do it, your friend Sully will die. And then, like, that would be a little bit more dynamic. That is a thing that I do feel like Uncharted has not really tried to stretch its legs on, is like tech. Like, even though it's a game series that's happening in like the late 2010s, I don't feel like they ever really tried to like integrate a lot of that stuff in it. You're still like, oh, we're gonna climb ropes, and we're gonna do everything by hand and old maps, and nobody ever goes like, hey, what if we just fucking Googled it? Which, admittedly, is a problem a lot of writers have, because it is an unfortunate assumption, I think, of a lot of tech-savvy people who make modern creative projects, TV, movies, video games, even writing your novel on your computer nowadays, that they assume just because they're moderately tech-savvy to, create a giant work start to finish, that everybody is that tech-savvy, and thus you can solve all your problems instantly. That's not how internet tools work, guys. We all know this. You ever had to write a college paper? It's a pain in the ass. You do all the research. Sometimes you still got to go grab a book because they want to. You can use your college library for free, but if you want to use an internet library, you need to pay Google like 5 cents.
All right,
so yeah, it's always interesting to see those kind of things. Like our beloved Dresden Files has a similar issue where to get out of it, basically, like, Jim Butcher came up with the whole thing of, like, wizard stuff, magic stuff fucks with technology. So, even though he knows about smartphones and the internet and stuff, Harry Dresden can't ever use that to solve his problems because, well, he can't. The man's literally driving, like, an immediate post-war VW Bug for many, many books because it's the only car he can keep running, barely. But before we go too deep on that, I would like to remind everybody this episode is brought to you by our patrons like Adam DeHarp, Anga Comics, Zima, 10, Black G, Carlos Quad, Dragon Ferris, Jeremy Vasquez, Jonathan Sandoval, Legendary Boss Hunter, Liam Kessler, Regent Raptor, Rogue Robin, Charver, Shiny P, some guy named Bob Soda, Son of VTuber, and 723. If you like what we do, want to see more, consider supporting us on Patreon. Get access to episodes early and lots of other goodies, and it would really help us out. Please consider helping us out.
Thank you.
Though I challenged some people about it. I was like, yeah, I don't know how super thanks work, and a couple of people like last week did bite the bullet. Shot us like a couple of bucks, and I'm like, okay, well, money where your mouth is. Are we gonna find a third one of those guys? I'm just thinking now. We've done a lot of coffin raiding in this game.
Nah, like as I said, like after the ship, things kind of go quick. Like there's a segment there's a padded out segment of well, I don't want to necessarily ruin it for it, but there's a padded out segment, and then it's like, oh god, combat, and then oh god, horses, and then oh god, convoy.
Because as we know, Nathan Drake is secretly a Joestar, and he can't travel anywhere without crashing.
So once we get off the ship, it's like things go pretty quickly. Like I'm pretty like this is what I was like. I think I mentioned this at the end of the last stream. I was like, I'm not sure if this will take one more stream or two more streams. It just depends on how. I think it just depends on how you get through the how quickly you get through the sinking ship, because there's some moments in there the ship is sinking.
Yeah.
There's-
We'll see how it checks out and see what our scale is like, and we'll work on it.
Mm-hmm.
And if it needs to, it's that poor son of a bitch.
Mm.
And if it don't need to, it don't need to.
Yeah.
You know, we've gone over extra time.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff come out. Well, let's see. So we've got a couple of different things to talk about. What should we go to next? There is one thing that would technically be appropriate to go to because it is directly related to a conversation we had in this gameplay segment on Monday.
Yeah, sure.
So we can, in fact, go there. Sure. It's in the title of the video and also kind of the thumbnail. Because this is where we talked about, oh gosh, I'm forgetting name details. I remember it was Graham McTavish?
Yes.
Yeah. Charlie's voice actor, Cutter's voice actor in Uncharted 3, is also the big Drac in Netflix Castlevania series, which was a point of interest, and I said I would be watching Castlevania. Hey, guess what? Last week I watched Castlevania. It wasn't hard. You just do need to sit down for a little bit and check it out. Apparently Grant Morrison said it was originally pitched as like 3 movies, so the first season is just the first movie in 4 episodes. But yeah, so I watched all 4 seasons of the Castlevania. So, Lucky, how would you like to handle this conversation? Because we talked about this last week. Like, obviously, you have also seen Castlevania, so we can have some back and forth discussion about stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want me to like give my high level thoughts first, and then we might, go back and forth? Or
Yeah, go for your high level.
Okay, so I shockingly I really liked it. If you know anything about me, you could probably guess that. It's a wonderfully animated show. That's underselling it, actually. It has some of the best goddamn fight choreo I've seen in a long time.
Oh, yeah.
Holy shit.
I've seen it several times on random Sakuga.
Yeah, which is another thing. It's also, while it is still clearly like Western in its aesthetics, it's also vaguely anime-esque, which I can't think of a better aesthetic for a originally Japanese game series about Western Gothic, historical fantasy, basically. I mean, okay, season 3 is definitely the weakest. 4's okay. I'll get my thoughts out there now. Yeah, I thought 3 was the weakest when I watched it, and I was pleasantly surprised to find out that people actually agree with me, because I don't often have opinions that are necessarily one-to-one with what general public opinion is. I'll talk about that more when I get there, but yeah, the animation's fucking amazing. It's very anime-esque, and when they get to those later seasons, they absolutely use some of those like Sakuga, like high detail, really flowy, sketchy lines techniques. For everything, like obviously a lot of people will call out the climax of season 2, the Battle of Dracula's Castle, which is very cool.
You must be the Belmont.
Yeah, I love that. Shout out to you, Trevor. Fucking Dracula lays out Sypha, and what's your opinion? You've got a fucking sword and a magic whip? No, I'm gonna punch Dracula. Does it fucking work? No. But yeah, but the animation quality clearly goes up every season because you can tell that the budget's going up because more and more people are like, holy shit, this Castlevania thing on Netflix is good. And the acting and script writing is also very, very good. Like, it manages to be very, like, emotional and personal in a lot of areas, while also they say fuck a lot.
It's great. I think I talked about this when I first watched Castlevania, and I super appreciate that we live in an age where we can have animated characters going fuck. It's quite an experience.
Like, Trevor Belmont's favorite word is shit. Like, he says it so much. I made the joke, I think yesterday during Let's Talk. God shits in my dinner once again. And then the season 4 callback is when Alucard says it. He's like, oh my god, I'm turning into Belmont. Is life even worth living anymore? Oh my god, they're so catty. I love it. There's a great like, TV Tropes has, the best funny moments or whatever. The page image for that page is a screen cap of a scene from towards the end of season 1, where Alucard and Trevor are just chilling in the place, and he's like, you know, I think one of them says "eat shit and die," and the other one says "fuck you too," and that's their relationship.
Oh,
I love
damn it.
But yeah, so like the writing manages to be really funny and approachable while also being very, you know, like I said, like emotionally deep and philosophical, something Castlevania is occasionally known for. You know, waxing poetic about the nature of evil and man and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of philosophy to be had in those first couple seasons when Dracula is doing his thing, and then less so in later seasons. It's probably because Dracula's dead. Slight spoilers.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. They ice Dracula in the end of the second season and keep going. That's one of the things that prompted me. Like I said, we talked about it before. I watched a little of OSP's detailed diatribe about "You Must Be the Belmont," basically the whole Battle of Dracula's Castle segment. And they talked about how it was at the climax of season 2, and I'm like, oh shit, there's 2 whole more seasons of this show. I have to watch it now. I got to see what's going on here. Because not everybody can pull that off, resolving what is your originally main conflict to begin with. But yeah, it's really, really good. So at first I was kind of, and actually in general still, they're all really short seasons.
Yeah.
I do kind of wish the seasons were a little bit longer. Like, obviously, like, 4 was basically pitched as a movie, and then Netflix was like, hey, what if you made it 4 episodes, right? As opposed to, like, a movie. But it flows together the same way. It just, you know, has some different, you know, cutting around stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second season is a little bit longer, and then, you know, the third and fourth, I think, are about the same. They're both, like, 9 or 10 episodes. But they're still pretty short. They're not even, like, full 13-episode seasons. I sometimes kind of think they could have used those extra episodes.
Especially, yeah, definitely on 3.
Yeah,
I think...
yeah, you're about to say it. I was going to say. So I'll probably bring this back a little when I talk about, because I also finished watching the last season of She-Ra, so I do want to come back to. But I figured since we're at the castle place, we'll talk about that. Lucky can get involved in it too.
Yes,
but I'll probably bring back some similar thoughts for how I felt about some aspects of the way the She-Ra show handled it, because that was also a show that had shitloads of supporting characters who you really care about. Season 3 of Castlevania definitely has that problem where, okay, Dracula's gone. Our main characters split up. So we have, you know, multiple plot lines, no waiting. Yeah. None of these characters interact at all.
It's literally 4 distinct separate plot lines.
Yes. All taking place in 23-minute episodes, of which there are only like 10.
It's like,
And then we introduce a shitload more supporting characters. Because every plot line needs a new cast of supporting characters. So, you know, Alucard runs into those 2 horny Japanese vampire hunters. And then there's a really interesting interplay of sex and violence at the end of season 3.
Oh, yeah.
I believe, shocked and or surprised a lot of people.
Oh, yeah, no, I thought it was like, So you can't get too horny.
Yeah. So, like, that's going on with, you know, Alucard dealing with the fact that he's been living alone for, like, the first time in forever, where he's not just taking a nap by himself for a month, maybe, he says in the first episode, as he slowly goes stir-crazy. And then, you know, kind of, like, dealing with his character growth about that. Trevor and Sypha are traveling together, obviously, and sometimes they're alone, which are great scenes. Fucking opening a cart. But then they go to a small town village full of dark, dank secrets, and it's awful, and everybody dies. But that means they need also supporting characters. You know, from the Comte de Saint-Germain to, you know, the local judge to the weird Rasputin-ass-looking motherfucking priest guy who's a bad guy. Duh.
Honestly, the fucking church segment, honestly, like, really, like, I know we're supposed to be, you know, gothic horror, but I was all like, man, this gives me some fucking Lovecraftian vibes, like, really fucking hard.
Yeah, no, a lot of people made that comparison. The Trevor and Sypha's plotline in season 3 is very, like, classic HPL. Like, dealing with mysteries, cult nonsense, trying to figure out what's going on, and then everything is bleak for no goddamn reason. You know, like, that's one of the places where we have that interplay of sex and violence, but also there's that scene where Trevor uses 2 whips, and holy shit.
It's great.
Animation is, Chef's kiss. But then we're also following Dracula's 2 human lieutenants through their own problems. Isaac, the Black Forge Master, stayed loyal at the end of season 2, so Dracula threw him into the Sahara. Great retirement plan. So he's, grappling with his own, failure to save Dracula / wishing to continue his work of wiping out all mankind. And constantly dealing with, shockingly, people continue to be upset that he's being followed by an army of literal demon monsters and wants to take them into towns full of people. And people are like, no, don't do that. Go away. And he's like, why you being fucking rude, man? And I'm like, listen, Isaac, I understand. But also, come on.
Well, too, I think it's also... I think it's partly because of Isaac basically said there's like no good in humanity, but throughout his journey he actually does meet a few decent people who despite Isaac with his little army of demons behind him are they're like, nah, whatever, you cool, fam, you do you.
Particularly that ship captain he runs into.
Mm-hmm.
He does a thing where he treats his water with a lime, which is a thing that in season 4 Isaac does later, which is a great little callback. But yeah, so it's a big long journey of Isaac's introspective character growth with classic Castlevania monster designs.
Mm-hmm.
He has a fishman with him. There's his buddy Fly Eyes. There's a lot of stuff like that. That is something I do love, by the way, is having played a couple of Castlevania games. I'm not a huge fan of the series, but I've played a few. I'll talk more about that later because I mentioned this on Let's Talk as well. After watching the first 2 seasons, I immediately bought the Symphony Night Rondo of Blood bundle on PSN. I am about 4.5 hours into Symphony. I'm almost done with the first half. Then I got to go to Nega Castle. I'm also proud of me. I'm good enough at Symphony of the Night. I don't need a walkthrough. I just need occasionally I need to look at the list of places where they say to go next and okay, so we go down here next. Got it. Castle. But it's all part of Isaac's thing going through. But there's those little details. You see the monsters that are with him.
Mm-hmm.
You see some classic monsters. And in fact, when the Belmont Hold is attacked, you see some more classic bosses and mini bosses names is it Slogran, Doggeron, the spear guy and the flying gargoyle guy. That's a fight. That's cool. Lots of little details. They actually fight some fucking skeletons in season 4. I'm a little surprised it took them 4 seasons to do skeletons. Yeah, give him to fish. Give him to tuna. Bonk. But that's all Isaac's character growth. And then Hector was the one who betrayed Dracula, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Even though there is a big deal made about the fact that Dracula kind of sort of lied to him about what his plans were exactly.
Mm-hmm.
But he sides with Carmilla, the evil vampire lady. Which immediately bites him in the back because, hey, shocker, Carmilla was a horrible person. Even by vampire standards, she's kind of a shit. They'll also shout out to Carmilla, having one of, if not the sickest fight scene in the entire show, in high heels the whole time.
Oh, yeah. I think Carmilla was an interesting character. She's definitely living, she's a female ruler trying to live in a man's world, and it gets to her, literally.
Yeah. And it's never alluded to exactly what happened, but her backstory was described as she was, turned, something which never, by the way, is shown on screen.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody ever gets transformed into a vampire on screen in the Castlevania, cartoon. But she was turned by some, old vampire dude who kept her around for, a couple hundred years before she eventually killed his ass and threw his head out the window. And that kind of defines her character a lot. She starts with her motivation being, I take things away from children and weak old men for myself. And then it turns into, actually, I want to take everything away from everybody that they'll give me, which is kind of her slow fall where she starts having her good old reach exceed her grasp.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so she is, really shitty to Hector. Now, probably not entirely through Hector's fault. Admittedly, she's having a bad day. Her plan went wildly south through no fault of her own. She has one of the best lines, I think, in the show, where after Sypha kidnaps Dracula's castle with magic, she just looks out at the river where the castle was 5 seconds ago and just says, "What the fuck was that?" And I'm like, you speaking the truth. But she drags Hector because he's another forge master and can forge night creatures. Lots of insistent terminology in this series. But back to her place to make an army, and at no point does she try to treat him well or incentivize him to do anything. No, she has people for that, so we get to see her quirky mini-boss vampire squad, who are all characters with their own motivations and backstories and everything.
Like, honestly, I did like the spread of them.
Yeah. Sadly, I think that Striga and Morana get the least amount of characterization, other than, Morana's all about logistics and economics, and Striga's about punching things.
Military superiority, I would say.
Yeah, and they're also in lesbians. Lenore gets a lot more characterization, which I thought was very interesting. I actually really liked what they did with her, because all through season 3, you can never be quite sure. Like, you're like, okay, she's just fucking with Hector. Is this, like, intentional? Does she actually care? And the answer to that question is yes and no.
Yeah, no. The way best is she cares as Hector as one would care for a pet.
Yes. She actually does like Hector's company and likes having him around, but that's also not going to stop her from, like, that one moment, for instance, when, like, Hector grabs her by the throat and she gets all freaky-deaky on him. And she's like, yeah, excuse me, I'm not going to fuck around here. Who do you think you're dealing with? I'm like 200 years old. This, by the way, is why you shouldn't date people who are 100 years older than you. It's a social faux pas. But yeah, but that also means there's even more characters, even more plots, all this other stuff going on. And unfortunately, it means that I think season 3 has to, like, rush through a lot of this and not necessarily take its time to spell out all these characters, and it's just also really fucking depressing as well.
Yeah, no. Alucard's storyline legit made me I'm a little dead inside now.
Yeah, and that's the point. The point is that you're supposed to feel like Alucard is, because he ends the season with 2 people staked outside his front door, just like dear old dad, and you're like, oh.
I think he literally says that. He says that if it worked for my dad, it's just like.
Which, by the way, I do want to throw out, didn't actually work for Daddy Drac 100%, because the first scene of the show is the future Lisa Tepesh rolls up to his door, bangs her knife on it, and says, "Yo, Drac, let me in. I want to learn science." And Dracula's like, "Pardon? Oh no, you're sassy. I think I like you." It turns out he does like her a lot, and then they burn her at the stake. Dracula is not okay with this. But yeah, I think season 3 is the weakest, but I think 4 really turns it around in a couple of ways. First of all, that montage at the start of season 4, just counting the weeks down. Oh my god.
Well, honestly,
just watching Sypha and Trevor slowly get, like, more and more fed up with this bullshit. Oh.
Well, yeah, like, honestly, like, I feel like season 3 and 4 should have just been one season. I really do.
Yeah, probably. They're about, like, I don't even know if they're 20 episodes put together.
Because basically the storyline, because the end of season 2, that's a good break point. But all season 3 does is set up for season 4.
Yes, it's literally all set up. There is, in fact, no payoff. There's nega payoff at the end.
Yeah.
You're actually, you feel empty and dead inside, like nothing got resolved at the end of season 3.
Yeah, because, like, basically, Alucard's in the midst of, like, I'm, like, forever fucking alone.
Yeah,
like,
Alucard is in his existential angst. Hector has been literally fucked over.
Yeah, Isaac is, like...
Isaac is doing the best, because he has that fucking sick scene with a classic take on a classic Castlevania boss, the giant pile of corpses. But he's also not doing anything. He defeats an evil sorcerer and takes over his town, and he's like, cool, I found a mirror. Now I can do the thing next season.
Yeah.
And Sypha and Trevor have won a battle but lost the war, basically. Like, they actually defeat the night creatures, they close the portal to hell, but everybody in that village is fucking dead. And also that judge who was nice was a child murderer. Whoops. That
was a bit of a shock.
Yeah, that's just... I mean, I understand kind of why, because it puts everybody in the psychology for the next season, which literally Sypha and Trevor have a conversation about, hey, we've just been reacting to everything. We need to fucking stop that. We need to have some initiative in our lives. We're fucking We punched Dracula. We should be more assertive, which is really their problem in season 3. Is they aren't assertive about anything. They literally just wander around town making snarky comments and like occasionally beating up dudes, and then they figure out the plot like at the last possible minute. But yeah, like you said, the season 3 and 4 are just 2 parts of the same story.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, overall, really, really liked it. There's a lot of little things that like characters and motivation. They do so much setting us up, like because they've always kind of done that split story thing, right? Like half the series and the first couple seasons focused on Trevor, and the other half, and then when he gets his companions, and then the other half is on what's up with Drac? What's he doing right now? Mostly sitting in a chair, being really fucking depressed.
Mm-hmm.
But it's pretty good. I'm glad they've announced a sequel.
Oh yeah,
as well, which funnily enough will be set in the rough timeline of Rondo of Blood and Symphony of the Night. So that'll be interesting because they've said that it will be Richter Belmont and Maria Renard. If I had to guess, I assume that they're gonna probably do it a lot like how they did this series, where like one half of the series will be the like Rondo of Blood, Dracula X Chronicles, whatever chunk, and then I can't assume they will pass up the opportunity to do the rough plot beats of Symphony of the Night with Alucard as a full-blown like solo protagonist.
Don't think so. Seems like he only
So we'll see how they do it though. But I'm glad there's going to be some continuation work.
I mean, like, for all intents and purposes, I think, everything wrapped up fairly nicely at the end of season 4, so...
Yeah. It's the kind of thing where, and this is actually kind of a plot point in Symphony of the Night, it's an interesting thing where, at least in the OG Castlevania lore, Dracula's castle, like, only appears, like, once every century, and thus a Belmont will appear to punch Dracula. So once you've punched Dracula, and once you've punched the people trying to bring back Dracula, and also Dracula is actually brought back and moves to Scotland with his wife so he can inspire the novel Dracula. So many layers to this. You've resolved your Castlevania story. You need to move on to the next generation, whatever that is. Now I'm very curious how they will set up the plot, because it is an interesting thing where we in our second season we kill Dracula, and then in our third and fourth season we do the thing that everybody does in Castlevania. We try to bring back Dracula.
Yep.
Also, fucking shout out to them for actually doing, bringing back Death, the recurring character. The Grim Reaper is a long-running boss in Castlevania, and really, really working that one in there. That was good.
Oh, yeah.
Also getting fucking Malcolm McDowell. There's some phenomenal, like, cinematic voice actors in this show. The, like, VA work is top quality.
Oh, yeah, it was great.
Everybody's, delivery and stuff is so great. But, like... They go through all those elements, but at the end, Dracula is brought back to life, supposedly, and randomly appears in Scotland, and, is just hanging out with his wife again. Cool. We're going to skip forward, like, 300 years, so I'm very curious how they will set up that sequel stuff. I'm sure they'll do it with a certain amount of aplomb, because, like I said, that first episode of the actual Castlevania series does a lot to... show don't tell with the backstory. Like there's a lot of hard cuts, but you get everything you need to know, right? Vlad, and then Lisa gets burned at the stake. Vlad is mildly nettled about this. his jimmies are slightly rustled. Oh no, I'm kidding. That's a fucking great scene. For no more do I travel as a man. Explode in a fiery pillar.
All you have to do is not kill Dracula's wife.
Yeah. I love, by the way, when somebody tells Trevor, "Oh, this is why Count Dracula, king of all motherfucking vampires, is on the rampage," all he can say is just shit, because he knows. He had to deal with his bullshit too. The church, killed all his family for no fucking reason, and then the bishop gets his face eaten. And then he gets turned into a zombie who is more holy than he, because he makes the whole river holy water, and it sucks for the vampires. It's a little thing. Subtlety. But yeah, it's good. I want to see where they go more.
Mhm.
Because obviously I hadn't watched it. I don't know if you gave any like complete level thoughts, but is there anything you in particular want to talk about you like with Castlevania?
Oh,
Breath, sip some more.
I'm trying to think necessarily off the top of my head, but no, just Castlevania as a whole was just amazing. Like, especially if you can, like, now that it's technically, quote unquote complete, you can take it in as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
Like now that you can like literally sit down and binge it all at once, I'm like, no, this is gonna be like this is like the bestest. Cause like the music is great. Oh shit, the music's great. The animation's great. The voice, like I said, like I'm like the voice acting was amazing, and like I said, for the most part, I did enjoy like all the story and plot beats. Like even though we can't say that 3 was the weakest. Like I did enjoy what they were trying to set up in there. Like
Yeah, I think 3 needed a little more polish.
Yeah.
And it's just unfortunate because it was clear that, like, okay, we know where we want to conclude this, but we need, like, a whole season of TV to set up our conclusion, which is the 4th season.
Yeah. So no, it's just like no, Castlevania is just very good. And like again, like I think they did it like great justice. Cause while like you said this at the beginning, while it is definitely very much a Western style of animation, you can still see the like the Japanese, animation nods, I guess I want to say the best word.
Like they did the Avatar thing where they very clearly, if they did not have Japanese animators in their studios, they very clearly like watched how those worked and emulated them. And like I said, the way, not only the way the fight scenes are animated, but the way they are choreographed is so good. Like almost no motion is wasted. And there's probably got to be some like rotoscoping on some of these shots, but just like the way they handle Trevor wielding the whip, right?
Oh
like,
no! Oh god, it was so good.
It's so good because like they follow that animation perfectly. Like if you can pull up without context just the Battle of Dracula's castle when Sypha, Alucard, and Trevor just roll into the front of the castle, right? They say one line each. Trevor says, "All right, I terrify them. Sypha disorients them. Alucard goes over the top, and we support him." And then Sypha's like, "Got it." And then Alucard just unsheathes his sword, which floats in the air because he's flying vampire Jesus. Love that line also. And he just says, "Begin." And then an orchestral remix of Bloody Tears, one of the iconic Castlevania tracks, plays, and they do it. There's no dialogue. There's just killing vampires, and it is phenomenal. And you can watch this without context because it's fucking amazing. But like, they do so many things where like Trevor like rolls the cord back so he can do short strikes. He extends it. He whips it. He will like push the whip with his leg or his foot to like change direction or use his sword to counterbalance. Like they pay attention to every little detail. It's so good. Sypha's the same way. My only lore wise, I don't necessarily know where magic really comes from in Castlevania. I guess it just kind of exists. I'm not really sure like what Sypha's limits are, because she seems to be able to do whatever the fuck she wants whenever the fuck she wants to do it. But otherwise, her animation, like her fighting style is so like interesting and fluid. I love it.
Oh yeah, no, like how she just switches between fire and ice. Like she'll use like fire jets to do like Iron Man kind of like movements.
Yeah.
But she'll like make like thin ice things to make like razor sharp blades to send through things. It's just like it's just
shields, platforms, stuff like that. And then starting in season 3, she upgrades. She gets she gets her final element as an anima Fire Emblem caster. She learns how to do lightning, that's just a great subtle touch to be like, oh yeah, no, Sypha's getting better. She does new stuff. And I love how they like mirror like hand gestures and intent to everything, so it actually like you can follow along what she's doing. Like she's created some needles. She'll like do like the waterbending style thing. Again, I would compare this definitely to like Avatar in terms of inspiration, right?
Yeah.
During a lot of this, and then Alucard is just great because he gets to do vampire speed stuff. and kind of I find it very interesting how they handle his telekinetic sword and stuff. And he also turns into a wolf, thing you can do in Symphony of the Night at least. I don't think he doesn't turn to mist, but he sees another vampire lady turn into mist, so maybe he'll do that next series. That's another power you can get in Symphony. It's really interesting, right? Like in a general world building sense, I guess I would say, and like lore, backstory, whatever. There's a lot that's not explained at all, and also mostly you don't give a shit.
No.
Where does Dracula come from? Why is he a vampire? Nobody knows. Nobody cares. What is magic? Nobody knows. Nobody cares. Sypha's shooting ice needles. It's sick.
That's all you really
She's
need.
gonna, fly across the room and explode a vampire's face. All that stuff. Like, occasionally you see little notes like, like when a night creature demon gets, slightly set on fire by Trevor's first whip, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's like, oh, it's anointed for vampires and demons and stuff. Or when he gets the cross shuriken in the 4th season.
Oh, yeah.
Which I love. He explains a Norwegian mad vampire hunter went to India and had to make this sick chakram shuriken thing. It's rad. Like, I love that. I also love how they do that to, model video game-ass upgrades,
Mm-hmm.
Like Trevor literally finds the Morning Star in a chest in his family vault, behind a broken bookcase. I love it. Little details,
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not... It does a good thing where it keeps lots of little touches and little references to the original style of the games, but it's not so much that it's like, if you never played a Castlevania game, because like I said, I never played Castlevania 3, which this is roughly based on, so it's not so much that you lose, you don't follow, right?
Right.
Because like I said, you don't need to know where fucking Dracula comes from. You don't need to know why Leon Belmont decided to move to Wallachia. He was hunting vampires. That's what he does. What happened to the rest of Trevor's family? Man,
They're all
it's all implied.
dead.
And they don't need to answer these questions. It does mean I occasionally wonder shit, like I said, how do Sypha's powers work? She has ice and fire and eventually lightning magic, and it just seems like I said, she just so long as she can make the appropriate funny hand gesture, she can basically do whatever she likes, but I also really don't care. But yeah, it's a great series, very well put together. Interested in that sequel.
Yeah, no, I definitely do say, you mentioned how you went immediately bought Symphony at Night, and was it Rondo of Blood?
Yeah, you can buy the, it was 60% off, but I think the normal price is $20. But yeah, on PSN there's a 2-pack for the, a PSP port of Rondo and Symphony, yeah. Which are actually, like I said, that would be that's Richter Belmont's games, so that would be the zone we're in.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I personally haven't played a lot of Castlevania games. I played Lord of Shadows and Lord of Shadows 2 on those, but that's about it.
Yeah, I'm similar. I just didn't see them. I played Symphony of the Night way later when you could buy it as a PS1 classic on PS3. And that's the only Castlevania game I've ever super played. I have beaten that game, gotten the true ending and all the bullshit and stuff. It's really good. I like it. I will probably, because I paid for that part of the 2-pack. After I'm done with Symphony, I will actually play Rondo.
No problem.
Which I believe is
The what?
more linear, I think. Because the Castlevania games used to be more linear. Symphony of the Night was the first one where they really adopted, from what I understand anyway, where they really adopted their Metroidvania style.
Yeah, it's what basically turned it into. It's what coined the term Metroidvania.
Yeah, because yes, if you guys don't know, Symphony of the Night is that sort of game. The Dracula's castle is basically a giant circle, with a tippy-toppy tower bits at the top and some bits in the middle, and then a deep dungeon underneath it. So basically, as Alucard in Symphony of the Night, well, first of all, you roll up. It's also RPG-like. You level up slowly and can acquire spells and stuff to do with input commands. It's very interesting. I like the game a lot. There's a couple of minor nitpicks I might talk about if we don't mind me talking about Symphony of the Night for a little bit. But when you roll up first as Alucard, you've got the highest level elite armor, sword, shield, etc. You have all the powers. You're fucking level 99. You kill every monster in one hit, and then you run into Death, and he's just like, "Sup, Alucard? Oh, you're here to stop them from reviving your dad, huh? Not on my watch, bitch." And then he steals all your levels and all your good shit. Which, by the way, does mean that it's appropriate that Alucard himself often punches people because you literally lose all your equipment in Symphony. And yeah, you do go back to just punching guys. Until you find a knife or a short sword off an enemy you kill, you will just be punching monsters. But yeah, it has the classic Metroidvania style where, okay, you're completely depowered. You have to find out how to do all your things and find all your items again. And so you wander around, and when you... it's not really like you don't run into, like, bosses you can't defeat as so much as you just run into areas you can't explore without, like... it's got all the classics, like, oh, you can't go to this area until you get the double jump because the floor always falls out from under you and it's too far for you to jump in one jump. Or there are areas where, like, hey, there's an exit in the ceiling straight up. You can't jump up there. What do? Well, you need to get the ability to turn into a bat so you can fly, stuff like that. There's a later segment where, you want to get in there. You have to find the power that lets you do echolocation as a bat so you can see through this dark room filled with classic one-hit kill spikes. Ironically, when you get to the end of that section, you unlock the Spike Breaker armor, which you just put it on and you break spikes by walking in them. It's fun. But yeah, so like that's kind of where the series started that, and I love the game a lot, and it's really fun. And I'll be interested to see some more. It's still like a PS1 era game, like it is sprite based so it's not 3D yet. I have some like small nitpicks with the old school game design, like I think everybody acknowledges a lot of these. Like Alucard suffers so much fucking knockback, like every little thing throws you back like 5 feet. And totally because unless it's like a doorway between like zones, you can absolutely be thrown out a door into the previous screen, which means all the enemies respawn. And in some rooms, this is incredibly likely to happen because they're almost designed that way. They're designed to be like, hey, unless you're really good at this game, the enemies are just going to bully you and they're going to literally throw you back out the door. Come back later, scrub. And it's bad. It's very bad. The other thing I think is that so enemies have a pretty wide hitbox where they can hit you. Like a lot of enemies have big sweeping attacks or, full body contact or whatever. Alucard has very tiny hitboxes. He's like mostly punching or doing a horizontal slash. So if your sword doesn't line up exactly, you don't hit enemies. So those two together make it a little frustrating to play sometimes. But overall, it's pretty fun, and I like I said, I enjoy it a lot. It's interesting because this is my first time playing the PSP remaster version, where they changed the script a little. I played the PS1 classic version originally, which includes the great Mimi lines like, "What is a man? A miserable pile of secrets. Throw the wine glass. How about you?" kind of thing, Die, monster. You don't belong in this world type shit. That's all gone in the current version on PSN, sadly. The double bundle anyway, because they redid the script with, normal, popular voice actors. Alucard in this version is Yuri Lowenthal, for instance. And just, they redid the script, so it's it's still melodramatic, but it's melodramatic and it less in a, like, shit, we don't know how to translate this Japanese, just quote some philosopher in there, and more in a, like, okay, we're gonna make it normal-ass, like, anime melodramatic. It's fine. I miss the quotes, but it's functionally the same game. It doesn't really matter that much.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like I said, it's fairly good, and I don't know if the game is just shorter or if I'm just, like I said, I have enough muscle memory. I'm like basically done with the first half in like 4 hours of gameplay time. And without any like specific walkthrough, just like I said, I would occasionally check a list of locations to see where do I go next to get the thing I need. Oh, there it is. Okay, hey, cool. Now I can go here. It is a Metroidvania, style Castlevania, but it has a certain flow to it, right?
Right.
Like you naturally realize like, mist could pass. Well, I can't get through this. Great. So I'm just gonna wander around through areas I can go through until I find everything. Oh, hey, look, it's the power of mist behind this boss I beat up. like you do have to go a little out of your way and explore everything to get the true ending, to get like the second half. They do an interesting thing that I think was also a first for the game series, where after you beat the regular castle, and if you get the stuff, you get the extra scenes to unlock the rest of the game and the real ending. Then you go to the inverted castle, which is the castle but upside down, and also everything's like twice as hard now. But it's fun because it literally reverses the level design, which is very interesting. For instance, in some rooms there were spikes on the ceiling, which would now be on the floor, and in other places there were weird slopey ceilings that are now weird slopey floors. There are long shafts that you had to fly up to traverse that now you have to drop down. It's very interesting. We've been going for about an hour. I'm going to take a break. I had my lights turned off earlier, but now it's very dark, so I'm going to go turn my lights.
Alrighty.
I'm going to pause the audio for a second while Lucky will have to contend with this whole thing.
This bullshit. That guitar, though. Just it's great. Omega's been talking about Castlevania, and I've been thinking I should probably at some point pick up Bloodstained. Because I hear it's very good. So that might be a good way for me to scratch my Metroidvania kind of feel. Because Omega has been talking about this. I'm like, man, I kind of want to play a game like that. And Bloodstained's probably the go-to choice right now. Or Metroid Dread, but I think we still have to wait a little bit for that. They did just come out with another trailer, I believe, for it. Fuck it. I'm just gonna drop. Sploosh. Who knows? Maybe I'll stream that next week. Maybe I'll pick it up. I just gotta figure out what system I want to get it on. Because you can get it on just about anything nowadays. You can get it on my PC. You can get it on my PS5. Maybe I'll pick it up for my PS5. Might be the best. Let's see how much it costs. Hey, my dude. How you doing? Oh, nothing back here. Whee! Alright, we're here now.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Resume the audio.
Resuming audio.
So I noticed you walking a little side route there that I don't think I remember. Find a new little hidey hole? Or is that part of your routes before?
That's part of my routes. Routes before. Yoink!
Yeah. That one guy's very dumb. They never look down.
Nope.
I think somebody said this on stream. They never see your fingers.
Nope.
I also love how Drake is scripted to say that come to Papa line, but like 80% of the time that guy's gun ends up in the ocean where you'll never find it.
Mm-hmm. It's at the bottom of whatever this is now.
Whatever is happening.
Got your toes!
But all right. Yeah, I think that's everything I had to say about Symphony of the Night. And I think in general we've said everything about Castlevania.
Mm-hmm.
Unless, like, I don't know, like, audience, you haven't said anything, I think, since Axe commented about season 3 or 4, unless my chat's gone out of sync. No, actually, that's right. I can see the stream thing. Yeah, no, chat's been quiet for a little bit, even though there's a few of you. If you want to prompt us for any comments about Castlevania, let me know. But otherwise, we can move on.
Mm-hmm.
Because, it's a good show, and you should go watch it if we haven't ruined it all. Actually, no, we haven't ruined it. It's still worth... Even if you know all the plot details, the show is still worth watching. That's how pretty good it is.
I took out that guy.
So we have a couple of directions we can go. We were talking about video games earlier with some stuff. There's been a couple of interesting video game news, but there's also some other things.
Where'd that Did
which
your
are
gun
visual media related.
Well, first off, I guess let's see. Let me make sure. So first off, can I pick this up? Thank you. There's a dude over there.
Gun.
But I was actually talking about this. Like, I don't know if I'll pick up Symphony of the Night. Like I said, I've never played it before. Like, I know some of the memes. Like, I mean, who doesn't know what is a man? You know.
I mean, yeah, it's a great speech.
But okay, not that side. But like I said, I don't know if I can go and pick up like a PS1 like classic game or PSP, as one could say. But I am thinking maybe I should pick up Bloodstained.
Oh yeah, Bloodstained.
Damn it, your thing went over the edge too. Fuck. Ah.
Hey, with that. Yeah, actually, I have not played it, but I do remember that a member of the community happened to get an extra copy on Steam, and I did not own it, so now I do own it.
I don't know. Do I own it? I probably don't own it, but
I should also check that out sometime when I'm not doing 5 other things.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's a modern one. Castlevania's in like some other series we could name. Castlevania's in a little bit of a rough way right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they've had a new game in a while, and I gotta be honest, I don't know if Konami will attempt to capitalize on the prosperity of the TV show with a new game, or even with remaking an old game.
Yeah, they're a little weird. They're a little weird.
They're focused on other stuff. Speaking of which, though, by the way, Konami, if you're interested in selling out the licenses to your products for animated works, I got a lovely little property you're not doing anything with right now. You should totally do this with Metal Gear Solid. And I've got just the guy who should helm the project. I don't think he's too busy right now. He's doing a little bit of light video work on his own. Somebody you may not know called Hideo Kojima. I don't think he's ever really done anything like this before, but he loves movies. He'd be perfect. Yeah, I've had that joke in my head for a while now since I started watching the series. Also, by the way, I'm not kidding. Konami, you should just let some. I know there's a movie coming out, but also you could probably just let that same studio develop a Metal Gear Solid series and just let them call Kojima up to adapt it for the small screen, and he'd probably be okay with that.
I like how I'm sorry, like I'm in this. I'm trying to stealth as much as I can. But I like how I've gotten up to this area, and just for some odd reason, these 3 dudes were just like right up on my grill. I'm like, how?
And you just know that the game designer coded it that way. Somebody wrote this way because they weren't here 5 minutes ago when you got here. No,
they just
fucking walked over here when you got here. God damn it.
So now I gotta see if I can.
By the way, if I were to actually write that, not that I wouldn't, and so Konami, you can just take this for free. What I would probably do is I would probably do like
Damn it! How did
the OG Metal Gear Solid
Mm-hmm.
as and then lead into like 2 as like probably a couple of seasons worth.
Mm-hmm.
Then maybe also follow up with 4 that same way, and then do 3 and 5 as like a separate prequel series with also probably some like Peace Walker and stuff thrown in. But anyway, they probably won't do that because I don't think Konami knows what the fuck they're doing with video game properties these days.
No, they really don't.
But Castlevania, cool. And getting more content, so that's good. And I mean, I suspect that the Metal Gear Solid movie can't be crazy bad because they've got some decent actors in it, and the guy who's like directing it, was one of the people who was friends enough with Kojima to get it put in Death Stranding, so
Yeah.
it's probably fine.
Oh shit!
Yeah, that happens a lot. Guy just walks up behind you. Is he? He's wearing a life vest, and I think he was wearing a dumb face mask.
I really hope.
No, I think that's just an excuse people have for why Twin Snakes is so like wildly cinematic. The actual reason why Twin Snakes is that way is because Hideo Kojima actually had a fucking engine to work with, I think, or whoever actually worked on that. I don't know if he worked on Twin Snakes directly. As we can see from later games, when Kojima wants to be cinematic, he'll be cinematic. It's just that when you're on the PS1, there's limits. There's only so much you can do with Snake's dumb pixel face. Gear. Ah, indeed. Colonel, what's a Russian gunship doing here?
Thanks, David Hayter.
Also, you could, assuming that he's not too upset about the whole, Kiefer Sutherland reveal thing in 5, you could also get David Hayter back as the voice of Snake, I'm sure. For an anime, which would be a huge plus. That's probably gonna be my number one problem with any adaptation of Metal Gear Solid is that Snake's voice won't be Snake's voice, and that's gonna be weird because that's kind of an iconic thing for a long ass time. But anyway,
God damn this fucking damn your eyes!
yeah, he just
damn it
shoves you back out of the grenade like an asshole. Yeah. By the way, this is the segment we were referring to when we're talking about that bit that sucks. This bit sucks, and I don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
It kills me a lot, and it's probably gonna kill Lucky a lot.
All right, I'm not mid-combat. Oh wait, nope, I'm combat now.
Yeah, if you get too far in the back and you start a fight, they blow it for you by just giving you a checkpoint in combat. I think it does remember a couple of the wandering guys that killed at least. But yeah, so we should check out Bloodstained. That's by the the Castlevania guy. Good.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully it's a little bit better than I know a lot of people were not quite satisfied with Mighty Number 9, which was more Mega Man by the Mega Man guy.
I missed.
Hey, with that.
Dang it.
Actually, though, one last fun fact about Metal Gear Solid. There is actually a novel adaptation. It came out way later in 2008. I own it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Saw it at a Barnes & Noble, and I was like, fuck yeah. I'll buy that for $1.
It wasn't $1.
Or however much it was listed, because books include their price in them, which is very funny if you look at old books. But it seems like we're in talk about some video game stuff. There's a couple of interesting things that have been going around. The Mimi one is that it's been roughly 10 years since Skyrim happened, of which gave Todd Howard the power to announce Skyrim Anniversary Edition, now with fishing.
I can't believe this is still happening.
Yeah, I'm bamboozled. It's a genuine question I have to ask. What's been released more times, GTA 5 or Skyrim? They're about as old. I think they've been through as many generations.
I'm pretty sure they're both... Oh, okay. I could probably check, but it's still just a thing of why.
Yeah. I mean, okay, listen. I do really like Skyrim. It was my first Elder Scrolls game. Much like Fallout 3 was my first Fallout game, though New Vegas is way better. And I know, and I think I can safely say that I know in my heart that that fact upsets Bethesda at times, given how there's been no effort to acknowledge or re-release it. Though then again, I don't know, with Bethesda, maybe just the files for their old what was that engine? Was that engine the Gamebryo?
I don't know.
I think it was. Maybe that broke and they can't do those things anymore. Well, it's okay. You can run Fallout New Vegas on a toaster. Unlike Skyrim, which I believe at this stage you can literally run on a toaster because it's on fucking everything.
Yes, this is correct.
Yeah, it's so wild. Like I said, I like Skyrim. I bought the special edition because that was. This was the PS3 to PS4 jump. It's not like now where I can literally just buy my PS4 games, throw them in my 5, and the 5 is like, all right, yes, this will play. Hey, do you wanna install the free special update?
I don't want to fight this dude. I want to go get the town sniper. You animals.
Yeah. The classic problem with the Uncharted. You wanna move around. You wanna do stuff, and they're like, no, but I shoot you. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll go somewhere else then.
Man.
I don't really know much more about it other than that they've announced a 10-year anniversary Skyrim, and they've also they've announced for sure that it will contain fishing now.
Yay!
Which, I mean, okay, cool. I did always find it kind of annoying that to catch fish, which are an ingredient in food and potions, you have to literally swim in the water and catch them with your hand. So, like, I'm not upset, but also, was that really what we needed to do to make Skyrim again? All right, whatever. Anniversary Edition, I think, some people have quoted it as being a free upgrade. I do not think that was necessarily indicated by the official announcement, but you will be able to upgrade Special Edition to Anniversary Edition.
Yes, I do know that.
So, some people said it would be a free upgrade. No. It has a free next-gen upgrade coming eventually. There's no word on whether or not you will have to pay to get Anniversary Edition if you have Special. Bip. But yeah, that's interesting for sure. It's definitely caused much meme uproar for like a day.
Mm-hmm.
Something else kind of
Oh shit.
not really big, but something I'm actually like slightly interested in. Did also happen this week. Cyberpunk got a new patch 1.3.
Yep.
Which did actually add what they called free DLC.
No, dude, I don't want to go to. The thing I hate about this is that these fucking armor dudes who, you know.
Yeah, it's not just that they shoot you, but if you get close to them, they have to, like, punch or push you.
And they'll push you just right into the phone. Like, I'm trying to avoid the fucking big guns over here, but no, look, he's.
How? What?
Yeah.
His leg fucking teleported.
Yeah, like. These big
That
guys
doesn't
are
seem physically possible.
These guys are so fucking mobile that you can't like get distance from them. They're just no matter where you go, they are on you. And I'm like, stop it.
Because I had to respawn here a couple of times. I think I made sure to run out of that back corner and drop the turret, guys.
There, I got that one. Oh shit! I took too long.
Yeah, they're all over you though. But yeah, so Cyberpunk got to 1.3. It had a crazy long list of actual like additions, some of which are small balance changes.
You
some
asshole,
of them
why did you...
are like really big stuff.
Whomst? Oh, it's you.
But yeah, so there is some new additional stuff. It's small, but it's the first round of their free DLCs. There's an alternative appearance for Johnny. There is a new jacket you can make. I don't know what it looks like. And then there's a variant on one of the cars. Let me see if I can picture it. It's the Archer Quartz bin.
Okay.
Which, you know, it's not big, but it's good that they're actually, like, getting to actually, like, do those things, right? Like, they're doing the free content that they wanted to do for a long time and said they would be doing. Even if it's just, like, little shit. And then, like I said, there was a metric fuck ton of different things. Like, they have done a lot of, like, playability things. I mean, more autosave slots. After finishing a quest items will no longer be flagged as quest items, so you can sell or drop them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, talking about all sorts of little things that you can do now with different things. You can use an elevator while carrying a body now, apparently, which you couldn't do before. And then just lots of little things. They literally call out that they've improved several bosses' like behavior and actions and things. Seems pretty cool. I still don't feel like I'm ready to like deep dive and do it again yet. Just because, like I said, since I was lucky enough to have a PS5 and throw my Cyberpunk copy in there, I had a fairly non-freaky deaky run of it. But you know, it's still growing. I'm very interested to see where we'll be at like a year out.
Mm-hmm.
It also made me think some interesting things. Like we talked about this a lot when it came out, and the gaming media just feasted on, oh, it's a bad game, oh, they lied to us, blah blah blah. You know, did they know how bad it was? Of course they knew how bad it was, blah blah blah. Why was this released? We demand accountability and like all that stuff. Like I said, I stopped watching certain. If I saw somebody was doing a Cyberpunk story, I'm like, no, I'm not going to listen to you anymore. I'm tired of you saying the same 5 things over again and being really butthurt about nothing. Which, yeah, no, fuck it. They're butthurt about nothing. You spent like $60 on a game, my dude. And yeah, it was buggy. That nobody will give a shit in a year. That's how. It's not necessarily the healthiest outlook, and I think there's some, you know. Like, if you want to talk about, oh, did they accomplish this with or without crunch? That's more of like an ethical, philosophical standpoint we can talk about. But just like, oh, it was buggy on consoles. It's bad. Wow. But like, it made me think about like, yeah, nobody really wants or would give them the transparency they would need, though. Like, what CD Projekt Red need to say was like, hey, the game's a little rough, especially on consoles. We didn't have enough time to finish it, but in order for us to meet our contractual investor obligations, we have to release it now. We will continue to work on and patch it. But people would still yell at them for doing it. They would be like, how dare you do this? And then also the industry would probably be like, you know, hey, whoa, you can't be playing inside baseball like that, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you can't get the transparency you want because the answer is simple. Yeah, they had to put the fucking game out because I'm sure that, like, investors and shareholders are breathing down their necks for, like, it had already been delayed, and, like, they can't say that, like, hey, we're not ready to be at this level for everybody. It has to come out so they can start making back their production costs, you know?
Yeah.
And it did make back its production cost. It's come out. I suspect that, like, you know, over the years it will probably turn them a net profit.
I mean, it's already turned them a profit. They're just...
Well, yeah, like it'll turn them a larger profit, right? Like,
yeah.
They made back their budget. I assume that over the years, like, once the boring-ass controversy, you know, fades and the game has been more and more polished, it will be, you know, perfectly fine. Hell, like I said, I suspect if they actually get out there and start releasing...
Boomball!
Whether it's minor or especially, I would... we talked about this before. I would love some major DLC as well.
Oh, yeah. Frag out!
Once that starts getting out there, like, yeah,
Boomer.
no, that'll bring that game around, I think.
Banger.
A little bit like No Man's Sky, but I do think Cyberpunk was in slightly a better position. Like, No Man's Sky was, from what I understand, when it was launched, was really in the position of like, hey,
Pineapple.
We didn't even know what the fuck we were doing with our game. So, like, here's our best idea of what we could do for you with the time we had. And then it was like, yeah, no, it was really pie in the sky. Whereas Cyberpunk was more like, hey, we have like 80% of the game that we wanted to bring you. It's a little buggy though, but it's like I said, it's 80% there. You know what you've got the Cyberpunk story. And like I said, it's a privileged position, but I played it on a PS5 and I was mostly fine. Yeah, okay, it crashed the most out of any game I've ever played on my PS5, and most games I've played on my PS4, but
I mean, like I said, I played it on the PS4, and I was still able to beat it without...
Yeah, you were fine.
Yeah, so...
Too. You noticed that there were some more graphical glitches than me because it wasn't as strong a machine, but no, like, it's perfectly fine. But we were also saying for literally years as this game we really wanted to was coming out, like, this game will be a cool game that I like. It will not cure cancer. And unfortunately, some people were like, this game's going to cure cancer. And that's... Honestly, that's always your fault.
Yeah, no.
Video games can't cure cancer. Don't let yourself get that hype.
That's a you problem, as we like to say.
Yeah, like, okay, yes, marketing absolutely lies to you. Yes, they overhype things, but you know this. You should know this by now. And when marketing lets your imagination run wild, you should let your obviously, imagination is important. You can let it run wild in a lot of ways. Don't let your imagination run wild with marketing material.
No.
That's a slide to disappointment, which and as Lucky said, that's a you problem. If you thought this game was going to be like this perfect glittering jewel, no. What it will probably turn out to be is it will be an enduring title of this current new generation of consoles and PC parts. Once it gets all its shit ironed out and starts, hitting that content button.
It's not a beautiful June, but it will be a shiny rock.
Yes. Very shiny rock. A chrome rock. Shiny.
No, but like I said, like again, like until they actually start adding like more quests and more items, I'm probably not gonna go back. Because like I said, I've had my cyberpunk experience. I've had my cyberpunk experience. You know, like I can go for like I can do it over again and maybe go for a different ending, but like that's the only gonna change like pretty much the very end of it, really. So I'm just like, I can wait. I can wait till there's like more gears and gadgets and stuff and things. Because honestly, I probably play the exact same style. Well, I probably wouldn't play the exact same style, but I probably end up being really good at doing like certain things over again.
I do actually do believe, because this is a complaint we had. I believe there was a note that there's a functionality now where you can not full reset of all your levels and perks, but you can reset your perk choices in a stat now.
Yeah,
which is good. That was another slight problem, that you had to like invest in a lot of stuff and it was not necessarily super balanced. So they're letting you rebalance it faster. That's good. You know, you can kind of change it what you think matters to you. But yeah, no, I'm the same way. I'm like, I thought about it a little. I'm like, yeah, I could do some stuff differently. Like, there's some things that, I didn't see or didn't do yet or whatever. But I played like all the quests I could get at, and I, did all the story stuff, and I got my ending. And like, it's a really big time investment for something that will be mostly me just remembering what I did last time, and maybe occasionally doing stuff slightly different because I learned my lesson. But otherwise, just same stuff.
Hey, Rash, Kakata, you as well. But yeah, but no, like I said, I'm glad that Cyberpunk continues to. I should probably actually have this because it's more bullets. Continues to work, because it has been a little while since we actually heard something from them last.
Yeah, and like I said, the changelog alone on 1.3 is fucking huge. So like, I assume what's been going on is they've had heads down, and been getting out of that trouble with their data leak and stuff, and then have just been working on doing the game some more. It got a point where Sony was even like, okay, this can go back on PSN. So, it's good for them. They're doing stuff. Let's see. Any other video game bits?
Oh!
Trying to...
Actually, I had a question. Do you remember when Kena, that Kena game was supposed to come out? Like, the Light of Spirits or something? Wasn't it around this time?
Yeah, I think it's soon?
Bridge of Spirits. Hang on, let me look it up.
Bridge of Spirits? Yeah, I think is that next month? I think it's like $40. I think it's it's supposed to be like a smaller downloadable only game. I'm very interested in it still, but...
Oh no, it comes out August 27th. Yeah, so it should be out...
okay, in about a week, okay.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute.
Oh, that's very interesting. I have seen some speculation about next month's PS Plus games.
Oh, really?
Yes. Well, people were speculating the PS5 game would be that game called Fist, with the rabbit with the power fist.
Oh, okay.
Which is literally coming out the day that the thing recycles, which is a very strong theme. That said, I had no idea what that game was until somebody told me that was their best guess at what the game was. I did premiere at a state of play, but I don't remember it at all. So I don't know. The PS5 games have been a little hit or miss.
Oh yeah.
Like I said, I tried out that was technically still this month, that weird battle royale game. Yeah, it's another dumb battle royale clone. Only now it's a wuxia film. It's still meh. It's about as creatively bankrupt as Fortnite stealing Among Us. What, I said it. Come at me, Epic. With your fuck tons of money.
I made it. I don't know how, but I fucking made it. All right.
Oh, hey, neat. Good on them for giving you that little extra bit you can grab on. Otherwise, you would be dead.
I would be dead. I'd be doing this all over.
Your face into that girder and falling down into the water to die.
Die a horrible death.
Water is death.
Death. Unless it's swimmable water. That was a complete whip. How did you... You make no sense. You make no sense.
Yeah, I'm watching you watch that guy. What the fuck?
It's like Whomst.
Crazy springboard stuff.
Whomst.
But yeah, I'm still interested in that game. I believe the I have not checked it out because I have, like I said, been spending a little bit of money. I did also, while it was still on sale, pick up the remaster for PS5 of Saints Row the Third. I have played a little bit of that.
Mhm.
It's Saints Row the Third, but it's in HD, so there's nothing to talk about. Though I have heard rumors that apparently it's possible that the sequel studio that took over from the developers of that was it I think it was Volition originally, maybe talking about a Saints Row reboot. Maybe there have been rumors that they will be at an upcoming game show, so that could be interesting.
Very interesting.
Especially considering the direction Saints Row took, right? Like, the OG, the first couple, I think, Saints Rows were just GTA clones, basically.
Oh, yeah.
And I should point out, people don't always think about this, but GTA has also been almost like a parody. It's very irreverent as well. And then Saints Row the Third comes out, and they're basically like, yeah, we can't be GTA anymore. What if we were just fucking bonkers? And that's Saints Row the Third. And then they were like, oh, shit, we have enough assets to make another one. Which was originally supposed to be another big DLC package for 3, but then they were like, nah, we can just take this and turn it into a new game. And then they made 4, which was even more bonkers. But it'll be interesting to see, like, if they do a reboot, what tone it takes, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, if you go all the way back to, like, being, like, effectively a remake of the OG Saints Row, is it going to be, like, a serious-ass game again, or what? Who knows? But what I was saying was that I believe the director's cut for Ghost of Tsushima has come out.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that is available now. I need to look into how you the accessing that, with your old save files and stuff. But I will probably pick that up later. Like, I'm quite busy right now. I still haven't even checked out 7 Intrograde and the Yuffie DLC, for instance, even though that's a couple months old. Still need to do that sometime. I'm sure it'll be great, I think I've installed my update to Integrate as well. And the Airbuster theme does live in my head rent-free, so I'm fine. I think I can use that to a transition because I used that joke for something else, though, to something else I wanted to talk about.
Go for it.
If we don't have any other video game stuff besides Lucky continuing to yell at this video game he's playing on screen.
Yes.
Did your gun clip through those tiny binoculars a little?
Yes.
You have a very big... But yeah, so I joked about the rent-free thing because I talked about this earlier. I finished another series on Netflix earlier, actually, because I was in the middle of it. I finished watching the last season of the Netflix series She-Ra and the Princess of Power. Completely unrelated to the weird, edgy He-Man sequel series, and also the slightly periodic, it looks like 3D animated He-Man reboot. Which was recently shown off, and the Masters of the Universe Revelation was recently premiered. But yeah, so I watched all 5 seasons, and really it's 4 seasons. Seasons 2 and 3 are half seasons. Netflix split the production and then realized, that was dumb. Let's not do that. Let's just do 13 episodes. Still more episodes than Castlevania. But overall, guys, I love this fucking show. The rent-free joke is that, like, so, okay, Castlevania, really cool. Loved it a lot. I don't think I'm going to, like, watch it all the way through over and over again. I will probably just watch clips of lines I like and fight scenes. Because while the show is really good, some of its stuff just doesn't always have quite the punch-up at the same time. I think the She-Ra reboot series is going up there with some of the books and TV series that I will... Every couple of years, I will just rewatch all of it because it is only 5 seasons. Like, there are a couple of series that I do actively go back and do that for, and I think this is going to be one of them because I just really, really enjoyed it. And I think why I enjoyed it is interesting and one of its best aspects. I talked about this before, but, like, the show, it's not really super plot-driven. The plot and characterization elements are not the characterization elements. The plot and, like, setup elements are nothing to laugh about. They're nothing to sneeze at. They're fine. They're normal. They're perfectly normal. What you'd expect for this kind of show, which is a remake of an '80s cartoon with a decent helping of influence of magical girl anime. What the show does really well this is something I think similar to one of Castlevania's strong suits, like, is it's very character driven. Like the real shit, all of the stuff that happens in the plot that is important and you care about is because of character stuff. Everything is about how the characters interact with each other, their relationships with each other, how that drives them to do different things at different times, and, you know, how do they, like, build up new relationships, how they try to repair old relationships, how they damage old relationships, etc., etc.
How dare you?
And generally, it's very character focused and follows all the character traits, which makes for really, really good, interesting storytelling with great character arcs for 5 seasons. Like, there's a lot of stuff that's, like, very riveting, and also means that generally the characters are handled very well. Like, I don't think personally there was a character that I disliked to see. There were characters I disliked. Fuck you, Shadow Weaver. But Shadow Weaver knows what she did. Everybody knows what Shadow Weaver did. She was a very shitty adoptive parent and also a witch. But, like, none of the characters I was like, oh, not this guy again. Like, everybody I was like, they have their role. They're fairly well written and entertaining. Yes, even Swiftwind, Adora's talking horse friend. He's very funny because he's talking about, like, anarchy of the horses. He talks about how after he learned how to speak and fly, he was like, and I've been wandering around, opening up stables and freeing my horsey brethren. We demand apples and hay and freedom for everybody. At one point, he's listing, like, what are my top 3 favorite things? 1, apples, 2, hay, 3, overthrowing unjust hierarchy. Like, no, it's great. Like, I know some people find him annoying, and I think he's meant to be kind of a little bit, like, over the top and annoying, but I still like his presence because he adds something. Almost every character who actually has lines does that, and they're all really well written and entertaining. And there's so much character drama. It's really, really good. I would say the character stuff even goes down into the obviously the voice acting, but also even into the sound design. The soundtrack for the show is fucking phenomenal. You can find it on YouTube and stuff. It mixes in traditional, you know, orchestral stuff with the appropriate amount of heavy guitars and synth you would expect from a reboot of an 80s cartoon. But also, it loves leitmotifs. You will hear the same couple of, like, musical stings over and over again for different characters used very appropriately, and it's really good. I see you also shot the flare man.
Well, when you're a dude waving, like, 2 bright lights, you're gonna get shot.
Yeah, when there's a Nathan Drake around, yeah, that guy gets shot. And I do want to say, I think that with She-Ra, like, it's obviously I talked about this last week. There are limits because it is a show that is palatable to children, is rated Y7. You know, Adora as She-Ra never just bisects any motherfuckers. It's all, you know, slapping them with the flat of the sword and sending them 3 miles into the air, etc. Punching people, accidentally turning her sword into a trombone and bonking somebody on the head. That is the thing in the second season. She learns how to transform the Sword of Protection into different shapes, and for a couple of episodes, she's not very good at it. She does at one point literally turn it into a flute, and Catra is like, what are you going to do? You going to play me a little song?
Yeah, she is.
Catra's gremlin energy is great. I love her so much. And also, she's one of the most, like, highly characterized and deep characters who goes through the most shit in the show. Shocking, I know. It's great. The hero's former best friend who stays on the side of evil is a really dynamic character who does stuff. But like I said, the sound goes in, but it still handles very mature themes. Like, there's a lot of, like, dealing with people, like, dying or missing, dealing with relationships and stuff. Like, I would not even say that, like,
give me that.
In the end, our heroes solve things through the power of, like, love or friendship and stuff. Like, the moral of She-Ra is a combination of, 1, self-actualization, like, actually figuring out, like, what you want in life, what your talents are, and how to maximize your potential, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, realizing what you're about, how to use that to your advantage and stuff. It is about building positive relationships. Almost every plot is solved or enhanced by the characters developing or remembering that they have positive relationships with people and using that to their advantage. Or C, it's about getting rid of your toxic relationships, because there are a lot of toxic relationships in the show, and most of your bad stuff happens when you either build a toxic relationship or don't clean up a toxic relationship, and good stuff happens when characters realize they have bad relationships and try to fix them or get out of them. Which is a good message for people, I think. Like, self-discovery and realizing when you're in a shitty social relationship and you should do something about it. Very good, very positive. Great vibes.
Good vibes.
Thanks, Lesbian Space Jesus. Yes, in season 5 they go to space, and Adora gets a new transformation sequence. But like as an example of like I don't think it's not as over the top anime-esque slick as Castlevania, but the animation is really good and the sound is really good. I will link it in the Patreon chat if Lucky or anybody wants to check it out. But here's a clip of the transformation sequence with the theme, which plays a lot, and you can kind of see like it's got like in the theme you can see you'll hear, like I said, like there's heavy guitar riffs and the synth, heavily borrowing, like I said, the elements of like 90s magical girl anime. Only, like I said, with the thing we should do more, the growing an extra foot. I need to get that one below the waterline. Is that one always like that?
I don't know.
RPGs are weird. Physics.
Ah!
Water. Weird. Fire. Fire in the water. Bring back a classic meme. But yeah, the series is really good. I would say if my one major critique with the final season is, this is kind of a spoiler, but I'm not going to give specifics, so it's not really. But basically, in the second half of season 5, which it's a full season, but it's still only 13 episodes, the big bad basically mind controls like half the protagonist cast. I won't say which half, so the details are still a mystery to you. This mind control does not get fixed until the back half of the final episode. So basically, those characters who get mind controlled don't really do anything other than be an obstacle for the remaining protagonists through the whole rest of the season. This is the thing I was talking about with like the weaknesses of Castlevania's third season. Like, I think She-Ra realized they had a lot of fucking supporting characters and needed to do something with them. And unfortunately, that something was sidelining a lot of them, which means that you don't quite get all the action you would want from such a diverse cast. But this is still a good excuse for like your core characters to actually like get out all their relationship stuff and have new and unique challenges dealing with fighting their friends. And also, the protagonists who weren't mind controlled get to kind of like stretch their legs and like do new roles in the group and stuff. So it's still a positive experience. It's just, like I said, it's a little weak. It does kind of mean that some relationship dynamics and other like new stuff as the status quo changes don't get commented on at all. I have heard, since I finished watching the series, I've been reading into the backdrop and watching clips and stuff. I've heard that there was talk about possibly getting budgeted for a movie. Because while the plot does resolve, it resolves in one of those classic TV shows ways. I mean, honestly, a lot like how Castlevania resolves, where like the main conflict is over, but most of our cast is still alive and capable of doing stuff. And just because they've resolved all their personal shit doesn't mean that they can't do more adventures. So I would be very interested if they did actually give them like maybe like an hour and a half, an hour of stuff to do to like actually like do some character action that was kind of missed in the final season, comment more on some character relationships, and do some more stuff. I know that the storyboarders and the writers that were very active in the post game after the series come out, talking about like how they imagine like possibly characters going into the future and stuff. But all in all, like I said, it's a really good series that I will probably actually like watch over again, because once again, because it's quite so character driven, like it's really easy to like pick up and be like, yeah, all right, this character's like this, and then just watch them go through all the stuff again, and it's really good. And also, like I said, it's emotional at times. It's pretty cool. There's some fun stuff in there.
Catch.
Also, as X said, I joked about this, but first of all, if that game Thirsty Sword Lesbians does not name check this show, they're doing it wrong. But also, I would probably heavily be drawing on the She-Ra reboot if I were to ever run that game. It is actually out on drive-thru, so I could probably pick it up sometime. I do know that, because I did actually read the comments, they were not as awful as you might expect, because apparently they were awful, and then drive-thru RPG moderated them. As you expect from a game called Thirsty Sword Lesbians, unfortunately. It is said apparently the game has a full blown like section talking about the what ifs of like changing certain premises, including what if not lesbians, what if not thirsty, and what if not swords, which obviously I'm all about swords. I also understand some people like other weapons.
I would like to be
People are wrong.
I would like to be. Excuse you. I would like to be a thirsty axe lesbian. How dare?
So funnily enough, I don't know why exactly it is. Maybe it's because of the name symbolism, but I believe that is the example in the What If Not Swords. Because the Labrys, the double-headed axe, is for some reason a lesbian symbol. I don't track, but it is. Well, technically it's Minoan, but it's like it's from the Aegean. Or is it the Aegean? It's from one of the Greek seas, and I don't know, but yeah. So that is actually, I believe, the hypothetical is what if I had an axe instead. A lot of people also like. I know that, for instance, the goddess Artemis is has a lot of interpretations in our modern terms, but that the bow could also be used in certain contexts. I do believe. I think, aren't thumb rings also like part of like certain kinds of gay iconography? I'm a little white bread, guys. I'm woke, but I'm also not in the thick of it. No. So, there's no manual for this stuff. Either people have to tell you or you have to kind of find out. I think that was the thing about thumb rings, but also thumb rings are just a fucking archery tool. Like it's so you don't beat your fingers up. But yeah, so like I would not want to stifle anybody's creativity, even though the fact that I can 100% understand a game about swords and sword fighting and swords. I like swords. But yeah, so that's number 2 on our shows Omega recommends you watch on Netflix. Watch Castlevania if you haven't. Maybe watch it again if you haven't watched it in a while, and also watch the She-Ra reboot. It's all there. I don't know if I'll actually check out the He-Man reboot. I'm not really that interested in it. Nobody's told me it's super great or anything. I think it's kind of... Sounds like they do some kind of interesting stuff with it, but... But okay, let's see.
Punch!
Alright.
Or I'll just slap you on the top of your head, I guess.
Lucky's in the ballroom of doom. Yeah, go for the power bar kill. You fly across the bar, punch him in the head, drag him back over, even though that's completely pointless. I love all the extra animations for Melee in this game, but it's so funny how they're coded sometimes to proc. Like, we saw it a couple times on stream when you talk about how much you love it when you did it like last week, but like the stair jump like kill, like if you're just like 2 steps above a guy, you'll do a flying fucking power bomb on a guy's head. For no goddamn reason.
Yeah, you think you're cool? You think you're cool? You ain't. Bitch.
I bet these guys do think they're cool.
Yeah, look at us. We're on a cruise ship. We have a bunch of guns. Check out our armor, mate. We're fucking awesome.
I have a double-barreled shotgun and I run towards people. Oh shit, is that Nathan Drake? Blah.
Oh, my hubris.
Right in the hubris.
Mm-hmm. Is everyone dead? Oh, wait, no. Everyone's probably up top.
Yeah, they're probably reorganizing to come murder you, because they do that.
Alright, well, let me trigger this, I suppose. Speaking of trigger...
yeah, so... talk about... Good segue.
Yeah.
10 out of 10.
So... you also probably saw this in the thumbnail. You might be a little curious why, but a couple days ago they came out with a new trailer for Star Wars Vision, and I will say it has me the hypest. The hypiest.
Yeah, it's a really good trailer. Like they did a teaser trailer a couple of months ago, which like showed a couple of frames and announced some of the studios, which was cool. Like I was in when I was like, "Hey, Trigger's doing like 2 of these shorts." I'm like, "I'm in. I'm sold.
I'm doing it.
I'm there."
Oh, I'm dead.
But then the actual trailer came out, which has 2 versions. They understand their audience enough that they actually put out one version is the
English,
the sub, basically the Japanese version. The other is the dub with the English cast.
Yeah, no.
Both of which are apparently pretty star-studded. So yeah, no, it's a good fucking trailer. Because I think it does the thing that they should do with a trailer about this. It shows you how fucking anime they're gonna be, which is all of it.
Yeah, no, like except for a few, I want to say extreme outliers, I don't think anyone I've heard talk about this is not completely and utterly hyped for this.
Yeah, I mean, I could see some people may still be like, oh, look, Disney's so creatively bankrupt, they have to hire anime studios. And I would tell you, shut the fuck up. George Lucas stole everything in Star Wars from Flash Gordon World War II movies and Akira Kurosawa. The Japanese people have a deep spiritual affinity for Star Wars, and they should have been able to make Star Wars anime for years.
Like, honestly, look, I was actually thinking about it. Yeah, no, fucking The Mandalorian, that's literally just based off a lone wolf and cub.
Yes. I am, and I'm dead certain that the main showrunners, Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni, who worked with Lucasfilm's animation department on the Clone Wars with George Lucas, probably, like are deliberately drawing on westerns and those old black and white samurai movies, right?
Yeah.
Like, which often go hand in hand. See Six Samurai versus the Magnificent Seven. Yeah, it's 6 and then Magnificent 7, isn't it?
Is it 6?
Or is it 7 Samurai?
I thought it was 7.
6 Samurai is something different. Yeah, I think. There's a couple different number samurai names.
There's a
There's
47.
47 Ronin,
Yeah,
which isn't related at all.
I know, but it's in my brain.
There's some slight confusion, yeah, but yeah, 7 Samurai, Magnificent 7, and then like multiple remakes of those. There were 2 different Star Wars TV series episodes that were just the Magnificent 7. There was one in Clone Wars, and there was another in Mandalorian. Once again, proving Lucky's point. So yeah, no, there is an enormous tradition of cinematic and stylized parallels between classic Japanese cinema and storytelling and Star Wars, which cuts both ways. There's the very infamous Daikon opening animation by Gainax.
Oh, yeah.
Which involves some direct Star Wars parallels. There are a lot of Star Wars references in a lot of these, a lot of like anime and stuff. And also think about how many video games have straight up lightsabers. It's a lot.
God damn it.
That was an aesthetic for Zero and Mega Man X, and then the Zero series. There's the Beam Katana and No More Heroes. There's a lot that are like that. Okay. So yeah, no. But we got the Visions trailer, which showed it's like 9 shorts, 7 studios, I think. So some studios are doubling up.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I do believe Trigger is doing 2 separate ones.
I know one's called The Twins.
Yes, that's one of the ones that Trigger is doing, and it looks to be the most batshit crazy Trigger one. That's the one with the 2 twins. One of them who looks like sorry, the name escapes me, but he looks like one of the characters Leo from Promar.
Yeah.
But that's the one where they really did their Trigger business on the weapon design. Like going from like. You thought General Grievous was cool. Well, the evil girl twin in the Twins is like, what's her face from Metal Gear Rising? She has like 6 arms or 8, and also they can turn into whips, and just crazy shit. They're like fighting on top of a double-hulled Star Destroyer. It's pretty nuts. But that's not the only thing we've seen. In another anime that is literally shot in black and white except for the blaster and lightsaber colors, we not only saw a guy do the Shirahadori, the sword catch, on a lightsaber, but also somebody had a fucking lightsaber umbrella. Of course they did. So, yeah, no, it's just everything looks like it's going to be really like heavy-duty, over-the-top anime stuff. Like, even the stuff that's not action-oriented, there's a shot of it looks like a kid's just, like, performing some space rock at Mos Eisley or whatever, at the pod race track. We're going to get some, the lovely anime relationship with music in here, I think. There's a shot of Boba Fett just Boba Fettin'. Flying at the screen on his jetpack, stuff like that. It's going to be pretty sick. Now, I think we're about a month out. We still don't know for sure if they're going to Disney Plus this and like release it episodically, or if they're going to do the smart thing because they're shorts that aren't connected. They're going to release all of them at once. We'll see. I really hope they release all 9 of them at once because
I do too.
One at a time for like 9 weeks is going to be a huge pain in the ass. This is not serialized television is the thing.
No.
These are shorts. This is, well, I always remember the Animatrix because I'm kind of old.
Well, yeah,
not super old, but kind of old. But
well, I mean,
Halo did a very similar thing like 10 years ago.
A lot of people have been calling reference to Animatrix as well. They're also talking about Love, Death, and Robots, which is on Netflix. Has 2 seasons. You should watch it. It's very good.
Yeah, it's on my list. I need to figure out what I want to watch next.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
This guy is so dumb. Look at my ceiling fan. Oh shit, Nathan Drake.
I don't know.
Punch me over the bar.
Oh.
But yeah, it's an anthology series, different studios. It looks really sick. It feels like the shot in the arm to like creativity that I think Star Wars needed.
Oh yeah, like honestly, I think no offense to The Mandalorian, I have not watched it, but I still think this is probably like one of the best things that happened to Star Wars since they decided to do the new trilogy.
Yes. Like, The Mandalorian is definitely a return to form. Like, if you were not a big fan of parts of the sequel trilogy or just how they handled that era, The Mandalorian is effectively a sequel because it's set post Return of the Jedi, which is much more borrowing on it borrows on the cinematic stylings and themes of Star Wars without necessarily doing like what Force Awakens did, which was just carbon copy the plot points from like A New Hope and Empire Strikes Back, and then The Last Jedi was kind of like deliberately not copying any cinematic parallels of either of any of those movies, and then Rise of Skywalker was, well, you didn't like movie 2, so we need to make movie 3 and also make movie 2 again. Listen, like I said, I liked Rise of Skywalker in the theater, but I absolutely understand why other people wouldn't. I'm just a huge nerd.
All right.
And it had X-wings and lightsaber stuffs. And you know. And I mean they brought back Papa Palpatine.
All right,
which is just so funny in and of itself. But yeah, Lucky is caught up.
Lucky's caught up, so I will go back to my death grind in Uncharted 1.
Ooh. But yeah, so like it was a series without direction or oversight, basically, which was a really dumb way to handle after you just paid $4 billion for Star Wars. But whatever, I think Disney learned their lesson. And honestly, you kind of saw this lack of ambition with a lot of that early project. Like,
well, yeah, just I want to say Star Wars as a whole just kind of meandered for like this entire time and everything, and like books and freaking games, and
books were very like non-committal and not cool. I think like Star Wars Rebels was good. That was actually like continuing themes from the Clone Wars series that ended while introducing like new concepts. That was, headlined by Dave Filoni. Rebels also suffered from a lack of budget in a lot of areas. I noticed this watching that series as it was coming out. There were a lot of fucking gas planets or planets where they didn't land in Rebels because I'm sure they didn't have the budget to keep modeling new ground environments.
It's a lot of dirt. There's a lot of desert.
Yeah. So, it was just it was a lot of just, oh, we're floating in the air, we're floating over an ocean because we can make assets for space stations and reuse those, but designing new environments that aren't just piles of rocks hard. Rebels I think was good, but absolutely was like that was a very minor thing where like clearly they had cordoned off, like I said, Dave Filoni's creativity. The man, like I said, literally was George Lucas's understudy when he was making the Clone Wars animated series, which people generally like, especially those later seasons. So yeah,
give me your kneecaps.
And then after Rebels ended, they brought him out to live action, and they brought in Jon Favreau, who brought you Iron Man. I believe he was the original Iron Man director, because I know he cameos in those movies a lot. And they started bringing in like a whole wealth of talent to actually like work on this project, and it created something that, like I said, was a proper like stylistic sequel to Star Wars without feeling quite so meandery. And I think honestly that's probably what opened Disney's eyes to like, oh shit, we can actually be like way more flexible and make our money on this property still. Because like Rogue One was pretty good. I liked it. I know some people don't. Solo was also pretty good, but it was horrifically undermarketed, and it suffered from fatigue because Disney didn't realize they couldn't actually treat Star Wars like Marvel. They couldn't release a movie every year and have it be new and fresh, you know?
Right. Oh, that's bad. That's bad.
Star Wars is about like a lot of these big epic stories. So if you're releasing these big epic movies like every year, you're kind of wearing people out. But I hope, like I said, Visions is a clue to the future that they're gonna let creators be more ambitious and freaky. That does definitely seem to be a thing. Like, I don't know how much of it was just that. Like, obviously, you know, people want to they want to lay some of the blame at EA's feet for like how the Battlefront reboot had no story and the Battlefront 2 had a dumb story, where yet again an Imperial character defected. Well, it's because guess what? EA couldn't get Lucasfilm to tell them how the First Order got founded, probably because Lucasfilm didn't fucking know. Or didn't want it revealed ahead of time in their movie. And yet somehow they let a plot point be revealed in Fortnite, of all things.
Yeah, that's...
Basically, Disney and Lucasfilm didn't understand how the fuck to run their franchise for a while, and I think they deliberately played too close to the vest with the franchise and with their creative liberties. And then they once they kind of like ran it into the ground, they were like, well, fuck, we literally have nowhere to go but up. So they actually like made it work out. Like I said, I played Battlefront 2 story. I bought it, you know, for cheap on sale for like $10, I think, or something. The Ultimate Edition, by the way, with all the extra downloadable packs, it's a fucking huge game. Like, I can't even play it now because it's like 200 gigabytes to install all the content. Holy shit. Like, it's not bad. It's just very, 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 very fucking obvious. And parts of it are bad because parts of it, they, instead of leaning on the cast of original characters, they're like, I guess mandatory section where you play is Han Solo and Luke Skywalker and Princess Leia and Chewbacca. And this is a whole level, by the way. You don't see our heroes at all. All right. Cool. I guess I understand you want to show off the heroes, but also this is kind of dumb. And that's kind of an interesting place to put it. So yeah, I'm hopeful Visions will spark even more creativity, and I hope it does really well. Like, it's good.
Like, what I'm hoping for people is it gets people off that purist kind of bent that you can see in Star Wars, where people are just like, no, it has to be this way. You can only do this. Because honestly, like, speaking of the parasol scene, like, that was one of the things where I was looking at some people talking about it. It's all like, this is completely not fucking Star Wars. Like, why are they adding all these like little elements to it? And I'm just like, but why not? It's like,
I mean, also you're wrong.
Yeah, I know they were wrong, but it's just still one of those things of like
guys, George Lucas brought you a double-ended lightsaber, which doesn't work. That's Darth Maul uses that like it's a quarterstaff, but it's got blades at both ends. He can only grip the middle. That's not how you do staff techniques. Like, for all of like Force Unleashed crazy over-the-topness, also again not new to the franchise. That was a game produced directly by LucasArts, with George Lucas occasionally breathing down their necks and making really dumb jokes. Because he has a very weird sense of humor, that man. But like, they actually did that better with the lightsaber pikes, where there was just like a long handle with a short blade. That actually lets you do spear fighting techniques, which is very different. Star Wars has always had these little moments of like, hey, what makes good cinema? Like, what looks good on screen? Can we pull it off? Hell, I mean, people thought it was dumb and childish, and it kind of is. But in Star Wars Rebels, the Inquisitors had double-bladed lightsabers with rotating hilts.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing those.
Yeah. So they would spin kind of like the cross shuriken chakra thing in Castlevania. They would spin around as like an intimidation tactic. You see this thing whirling around, and you're like, "What the fuck is happening?" They also supposedly had repulsors in them so they could fucking Mary Poppins themselves around. This made some nerds in the audience very butthurt. I was really not that bothered. Like, yeah, it doesn't look it's not the best looking effect, but it's not like Star Wars hasn't done dumber things that are technically canon and were produced by George Lucas. Hi, the Star Wars Holiday Special. Or remember that time Boba Fett was introduced in the Droids cartoon, which you can actually watch on Disney Plus now? Do you remember that they made a live-action Ewok series and also an Ewoks cartoon series? Listen, George Lucas has done a lot of things for the merchandising. This, at least, we can believe that the anime studios producing Visions are doing it because they think it's fucking cool, man. Which is, I think, the right way to approach it.
You know, I think so too.
Also, I mean, it's you know, I don't know if people do actually listen to our Star Wars AP, but we've been pretty nuts for a long time.
Oh,
you
yeah.
Literally punch enemies to death all the time.
All the
as
time.
a Jedi.
Mm-hmm.
You are a bare-fisted monk. Oh, by the way, which some people may remember, there was a fucking Star Wars fighting game, Masters of Terraskazi. Star Wars has always been a little weird and out there because it's such a universal story. You can apply it to anything, and so you can do a lot with it, but we, like you said earlier, the sequel trilogy really suffered from a lack of good direction, and it made those early years of Disney take over the franchise very bland. It's bland. It's very bland. And then, you know, you get to, like, shit like Mandalorian and Star Wars Visions, and you're like, oh, finally, some good fucking food. So I'm hyped.
Yeah.
I have personally not watched Bad Batch yet. I haven't had the time, but the season is finished, so I may go binge that. That's definitely something I'm enjoying about Netflix, is the bingeifying. Just I can sit down and watch, you know, like half a season or a whole season of some TV at night while I chill and do, you know, farm FGO and stuff. Good.
Can I make it? Nope.
Oh, though, speaking of Netflix and binging, that does remind me that I saw, assuming this is correct and everything, I did see some news the other day that is interesting. So, obviously, we talked about it last week. There's a trailer out for the anime of JoJo Part 6.
Yeah.
No notion. I saw actually a Netflix trailer saying it would be coming to Netflix in December.
Interesting.
So I don't know if that means Netflix has scored exclusive rights.
Honestly, it probably means it does. I don't think necessarily Netflix like sharing.
They don't, though. I do believe you can watch. They did go back and forth with the JoJo as well.
Yeah.
Like, you can watch some stuff also on Crunchyroll. This tells me, this makes me wonder a couple of things. One, does that mean they're also going to get Part 5? That would be very convenient, Netflix, please. They haven't announced that yet, but it would be very weird if they go from 4 to 6 without including 5. Which will just help my own bingification of the JoJo. But also, I gotta be real, that's probably how I'm gonna watch Stone Ocean. I'm gonna wait until it's all on Netflix and I can watch all of it at once.
I mean, you can watch all of it at once on Crunchyroll. It is all right there.
Oh, no. I'm talking about Part 6.
Oh, Part 6.
Yeah, when Stone Ocean drops, I will probably not want to watch that week to week.
Ah, I get you.
Chad is saying that Netflix does in fact have exclusive rights. All right, that makes me almost dead certain then that they're going to pick up Part 5 at some point.
Well, they kind of have to.
Because that would be weird.
Very.
So they only have exclusive rights for 6. I assume they're probably working on trying to score 5. But it would be very weird, like I said, if they skip straight from 4 to 6. I know obviously some people don't like the Netflix bingification, but like I said, it's a JoJo part. I don't...
Again, I think honestly watching JoJo all at once is probably the best, honestly.
Like I get the you know, like, yes, the first season of the anime, basically, you know, the first 2 parts that had some great roundabout memes, some great cliffhangers. But like it's a show that merits itself to just binging, because a lot of the times, like, the fights and stuff are like usually in 2 parts, or not even. Like once we get to part 4, Diamond is Unbreakable, some of these like fights / character focused episodes are in like 3 or 4 parts. And like I said, I do actually believe, if I remember rightly from what I watched of part 4, I do believe the Netflix subs are actually like less dumb localization names. Like the Sand Bad Company is actually called Bad Company. They actually call them full-blown Red Hot Chili Peppers and not just Chili Pepper. I think it is actually Crazy Diamond. Like, it's nice. That's probably because Netflix feels like they can throw some fucking weight around if somebody's like, "Whoa, hold on a minute," and we're like, "No, listen,
Listen, we're Netflix.
your trademark only exists in music. This is animation. It's not the same." Which is actually true, by the way. This is how you can have multiple things that are named the same thing, because usually when you file trademarks and copyrights, they are for specific mediums or in relation to specific things. So, and you also are only supposed to protest other people using similar names or even sometimes the same name in a different context if you feel like it will make the audience confused. I don't think anybody watching JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is going to get confused about an electric lizard man being related to the band, the Red Hot Chili Peppers. But I feel like it was definitely the kind of thing like back in the day, like before Crunchyroll got super bought out by Sony just now. That was probably the kind of thing that they were like, we don't have the fucking money for this litigation. Are you kidding me? We can't take that risk. Okay, well, let's see. Talk some anime stuff I wanted to mention. Lucky, any anime fun stuff you want to mention?
Yeah, I
can. That subject?
Yeah, I can talk about a little bit about stuff. So I alluded to this yesterday on Let's Talk, but Lucky has actually been able to watch a little bit more anime than he has throughout the weeks because I found out through a coworker that my job does not block sites like Funimation and Crunchyroll. Now, so, and because my company is weird. Of all the things, they block Spotify. But they don't block like Reddit, they don't block YouTube. And like as I said, they don't block like Crunchyroll or Funimation. So I'm just like, oh, okay, whatever. So what I've been doing out throughout the week is like the way I have my my desktop at work set up is I usually have my work program up on one half of the screen, and then I have the an internet browser on the off because we have to do research for like certain item things to find out what they are and whatnot. And so what I do is I just literally open up a tab, put in Crunchyroll, and I just watch things while I'm like fiddling and measuring things. And if one of my supervisors comes a little by, I'm just like, whoop, let me just tab over. But as long as I'm getting my work done, as long as I'm keeping my hands moving, I'm keeping my numbers up, they generally don't mind that much. There's been plenty of times I've had OSB just playing in the background while I work, and my supervisor will walk by and not care because guess what? I'm doing my job.
You're working.
I'm working. So I died again.
OSP great for binging.
Yes, it is. I shot you in the kneecap. I suck at this game. There we go. Oh, yeah. Let's just sit down and take a nap right there. So, I've actually like gotten through a couple things. On Funimation, I was able to get through. I got caught up on The Detective Is Already Dead, which I'm not entirely sure how I want to call this series. It's kind of a weird series, but I like it. It's cute. It's interesting. And, I like the character designs and voices. Fun fact, they actually had a cameo from Hololive. Fubuki and, I think her name starts with an S. I can't think of it off the top of my head. But Fubuki and there was announcers on there, and it was great. I'm hoping maybe we'll start seeing more Hololive just cameos and everywhere. Shoot, I think there was a recolor of Pekara and in an episode of How Not to Summon the Demon Lord. It was kind of great. But the premise of the show is... I cannot throw that back! The premise of the show is basically there's a guy who is literally a trouble magnet. Wherever he goes, he'll just get caught up in strange, weird incidents. He meets a great detective who goes by the name of Siesta, and she convinces him to become her sidekick. They go on adventures for many, many years, and then she dies. And that's where the story begins. So it has an interesting quality to it in the fact that you're dealing with this guy after it's been a year. It starts a year after she dies. And it's him dealing with the fact that she's gone. Oh, that was overkill. And the fact that he's run into this girl that got a heart transplant from from Siesta, and is like, feels things. There's actually a medical term for it. I can't remember it. It's like memory something, whatever. But so it's all that, and they keep flashing back to his time during this with the detective, and I'm just like, oh no, it's so sweet, but she's not here anymore. So it's like, oof, it's pain, Becco, it's pain. But I was able to watch all of that. Also watched the case study of Vanitas, which something that I'm actually enjoying a lot more than I thought I would. Basically, takes place in Victorian area France, except we're AU now. Apparently, fucking Paracelsus discovered the formula to the fucking universe and tinkered around with it and caused unknown pandemonium. Good job. But some formulas got changed. We got fucking magic rock that lets us fly, and guess what? Fucking vampires now exist. Yay! They're known as basically the Red Clan vampires, and if you're a Blue Clan, you're fucking scary. You're cursed. How dare you? Get out of our face, freak. One blue vampire named Vanitas was all like, well, fuck you guys. I'm gonna curse the shit out of you. And, cursed, some vampires have become monsters by warping their true name via formula. Episode opens up. Basically, we're on a fucking airship going to Paris. You meet a young man named Noe, who is the bestest. Noe's the bestest. If you do not believe that Noe is the bestest and you watch the shows, you're wrong. You are just absolutely 100% factually and what's the opposite of factually? I don't fucking know.
You're fucking wrong.
You're just fucking wrong.
You're incorrect.
And it's great. But basically a bunch of stuff happens. And there's a buddy cop story between Noe and this human named Vanitas, who is batshit insane, and is great for it. Man, like, I don't think I can actually. I'm just gonna fucking kneecap. Give me your kneecap. Give me your yes. I guess I got your face too. Like I don't want to necessarily go into too much detail about it because I want people to actually go out, try it, and watch it, and be pleasantly surprised about how amazing it is. There's a woman named John who looks like John Alter who has many blushing faces, and it's quite amazing. So you should if you like that kind of thing. When I first watched the series, I kind of thought it was just gonna be BL bait, if I guess is the best word that I can call it, because like we all know, like there's a lot of anime that just relies on fan service to sell you cute girls doing cute things and a lot of jiggle physics and whatnot, and there is an equivalent for men. If you see an anime where like there's just like 6 hot dudes doing stuff, you know what that's for. You know what that's for. Don't lie.
Yeah.
And at first I thought that what this was gonna be because, like I said, the 2 main boys they're hot. They're hot. They're very hot. How dare? They're very spicy. So good. But they actually have kind of a love-hate relationship, which plays out and actually has us shown out that they actually do have there are actual relationships I don't know, like with like women and other people and all this crazy stuff. So I was just like, oh no, this is actually a lot more well-rounded than I thought it was going to be originally. Which, honestly, the more I think about it, I probably would have been okay with this being BL bait, just because the story isn't like necessarily amazing. Like I do love the character design, the animation's pretty average, but the colors pop. So you're having a good visual. You have a good visual feast.
Yeah.
Sound wise, this is how this was actually funny. I actually was able to peg this early. The soundtrack's done by Yuki Kajiura, who did like Fate's Day Night, Unlimited Blade Works, Karo no Kyokai, and other such things. So a lot of female orchestral singing.
Yeah.
But it's good. I gotta double check on the fucking voice actors, because I was able to peg it's only a supporting character, but Shitaya Noriko's in there, plays a plays a young woman in there that Noe saves in the first episode. I was like, I know this fluffy voice. But I actually gotta check the VAs for the other ones because they sound very familiar to me. I just can't quite place them. But that one was also very nice. I think I should double check, guys. I think a new episode might be up by now. Something else I was able to get caught up on was Identity's Only No piece. Like I said, this is the one that last week kind of threw me the fuck off for the episode from the last scene on the first episode. But I was able to actually push through it and watch all of it. It's okay. That's all I can really say about it. Uh-oh.
It's only okay. Not everything will be landmark television, everybody.
Yeah. Man, I cannot get through these guys.
Those goddamn guys.
Oh, the pecker was removed? Oh, that's rude. Well, I guess the pecker was removed because it was kind of a background note. Rather, it wasn't something like dang it, there was something that just popped up for a second. You basically saw a palette swap Pekora, so who knows? Maybe they just snuck that in without permission.
Yeah, animation gags do happen often, and are sometimes not okay, just for like various legal reasons.
Mm-hmm.
That is the unfortunate nature of the copyright. Gremlins is you do, unfortunately, the way the law is worded, you have to defend your right to copyright, which is why a lot of those holders are very litigious. Because if they don't try, then they can lose.
Yes.
They can lose control of it, which I admit, like, I don't necessarily like how, like, copyright stuff works a lot of the time. But there's definitely, like, it does suck a little bit to, like, have to be so aggressive to keep something you made out there.
Well, I think, like, because here's the thing. If people didn't aggressively defend their fucking copyrights, people would just up and fucking just gank it. We'll just take it.
Yeah, that's what I mean, right? That like to keep the rights of something you created, you have to like bust your balls and go after everybody. Otherwise, in the eyes of the court, you can set a precedent and just be like, well, you don't care.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, actually, I do care. I just don't have unlimited resources.
Like, I just don't want to be a dick, but unfortunately, if you're not a dick, people will just walk over you.
And obviously, then corporations take the risk of that way too far and are just like, whoa, don't do that. We don't like that. Like, for instance, to talk about OSP and to talk about two of the TV shows we have talked about, because once again, coincidentally, Detailed Diatribe on both of these series OSP has done. But the one they did about She-Ra was apparently a huge pain in the ass because DreamWorks Animation Studios is apparently quite aggressive about protecting their copyright. So they will absolutely come at you if you use more than the like 7-ish seconds of footage that occasionally,
damn it,
that YouTube will allow most of the time. Whereas when they did the Castlevania one, you must be the Belmont, they were using Castlevania footage all over the fucking place because apparently Federator, who did that one, don't care. In general, I think companies associated with like video games and video game properties, other than sometimes Nintendo with some of its music, but I think even they have relaxed a lot over the years. Like,
oh god damn it! I'm literally
because of the way video games have always been kind of like transformative and shared, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think video game companies have a better space of like what kind of stuff they can allow without freaking out. Whereas, in my mind, it goes like movie and TV people and then music people. Music companies are the worst about this. They are complete goblins about this stuff, and I hate it. And I possibly hate them, and well, I gotta be real. I don't know how many people would cry if record executives died in a fire.
Not really. No, probably not.
Like, I don't mean anything against the people who make music, actually make music, but the people who make money off people who make music are insufferable sometimes. It reminds me of I actually watched some bits of there's actually quite a lot of Monty Python on Netflix these days, including their documentary Almost the Whole Truth. I've watched some of it. and one of them, I think it was Terry Gilliam, the only American in the group, was talking about how back when they started at the BBC, it was a pyramid shape executive, right? There was a lot of low-level people doing low-level production work, from like actually making the shows to just like writing scripts or production stuff or whatever. And then they went to a very, very narrow group of execs at the top. The Python group said they got so much leeway with their first couple of seasons because the BBC didn't give a shit, because they couldn't wait to be out of the building at 5 o'clock to go drink in the pub. How very incredibly English during the 60s. But he talked about how nowadays, like, modern Hollywood and video production is now an inverted pyramid. There are so few recognized brands and talents and creators who are like officially endorsed, because actually there are more creators everywhere. We live in the creator economy, basically. Like, if you have something that you created with your own two hands, you can put it on the internet and people will see it. Which I think I have other thoughts about how that's shaking out with some other things that's going on. I got some deeper thoughts about some news that's happening, which we may or may not want to touch on, if that might be too much of a political cut for people.
We're talking OnlyFans?
Yeah. There's layers to that story that I think I may or may not want to yell about. But right, like, but basically nowadays production, like I said, is an inverted pyramid. There are so many fucking executives who only exist to oversee direct projects and make sure they don't freak out anybody or do anything bad, and also siphon all your money. And that's probably a little top heavy and is not good.
No. How did you know I was going to be there? How did you know I was going to be there, you animal?
Cheating. Hacks. Or hacking. I hate when that happens, but they do it.
Missed. Wait, I'll take this AK, thank you. Ah!
Why are you giving me alert to optimize?
Why are there so many of you dudes?
Who knows? Great danger. It's one of life's great mysteries, isn't it? Yeah, that's me. I'm still quoting old seasons of Red vs. Blue.
Ah! Sorry, I have to kill so many fucking dudes to get through this section.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't even think you have to kill more dudes than normal. It's just that when you're so fragile at this higher level of difficulty, it's a real pain in the ass.
If you notice, I'm real good at headshots, because Jesus, I can't let them shoot at me for more than I can't be out for more than a couple seconds.
Yeah.
But oh god, what were we talking about? I know you're talking about how music effects can die in a fire, but
you were talking about how like some of the shows are just like mediocre and stuff, and like
yeah, no, like Identity is something that's interesting, but they're doing differences between the original manga version and the anime that I just definitely do not agree with. Wait,
hate to see it.
Well, like I said, that was the reason for the gut check at the end of the first episode. I was just like, if they'd actually followed how the manga have done it, while it still would have been a gut check, it'd have been something that you could have seen coming, I guess is the best way to say. Which is ultimately what threw me off is I didn't see it coming at all, and you know that's I don't like that. We
talked about this. It was a cheap shock value thing, which is not okay.
Yeah. Do
not do cheap shock value. You can talk about a lot of things. You can make fun of a lot of things. But like doing cheap gut punches to your audience just because you want them to have an emotional response is just usually really shitty and nobody likes it.
No, yeah. So
and only some of the time will people be like, what a cinematic masterpiece, Oscar worthy.
So let's see here. What else? What have I been working on? I'm working on a oh god. That's gonna break my cover, ain't it? Yeah. Here, have another grenade, nerds. But let's see, what else have I been tried out? I've been watching Peach Boy Riverside, which is a weird show, I guess I want to say. It's not necessarily sex, drugs, and rock and roll, but there's a lot of violence and there's a lot of swinging tits. I kind of want to say. So I'm just like, Basically, it's the story of it's all like it's basically this weird alt Momotaro story about if maybe there wasn't just one fucking dude. Why are you on the ground? That makes you a stationary target, dumbass. Basically, what if, like, you know, Momotaro wasn't the only fucking, you know, child in a fucking peach or something? I'm just like, oh, okay. That man just did a combat roll.
Yeah, they do that a lot.
Is that? But I think that's all I basically really watched. Like I said, I haven't really, like... I keep thinking, like, I'm gonna maybe, like, start She-Ra, because, like I said, you've been gushing about it, and, you know, that makes me interested. I'm curious. I want to know what it's about.
Good. Like I said, it's just... This is the beauty of binging, right? Like, you can watch all of it, and because, like I said, it's so character-driven as opposed to plot-driven. Like, literally most of the plots happen because of characters' interpersonal relationships, where they're just like, hey, we need to solve a problem. How do we do it? Well, friends, why don't we go do this thing that advances my personal interest? And then sometimes it works out, and sometimes it doesn't. A lot of like what would normally be big deals on screen or happen off screen in the show because they're just like, oh, that's just plot stuff. That's just moving the plot forward. We're here to look at these characters and what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Really great way to write shows. You know, you need that careful balance with character piece. I do not know necessarily what I'm going to watch next.
You should watch Love, Death, and Robots.
Yeah, and it's in my list. I can probably do that. I know I do at some point soon probably want to watch Shaman King now that it's out on Netflix. Like I said, watched that show a lot when I was younger. Oh, actually, that reminds me. I don't think I did that last week because I think that was like Monday or Tuesday I got to this because we were talking about it on What's Up last week, and people were like, oh, yeah, it's free on Viz. I did read the Bleach one-shot.
Oh, yeah, same.
Kubo still got it.
Oh, yeah. Looks like he got ideas and stuff.
Yeah. We're finally actually touching on Hell, which in the manga was never really touched on. I also don't think I watched the movie about Hell.
I watched the movie. I watched it. It was weird.
You know, I think it's interesting to see, you know, kind of a refreshing back to world building. We already have new characters to replace old characters. It's great. There's a fucking Yaru Lieutenant girl. Because of course there is, Kubo. Of course there is.
I'm okay with it.
And fucking... I love it. Like, you know, Renji invites but doesn't invite Ichigo to come hang out for the thing they gotta do. And he's like, Ichigo, what the fuck are you doing here? Did you say I should come? And he's like, yeah, for the other thing, not for this thing. And then he's like, whatever. Do you want to go get beers later? Someone's like, we should go get beers later. And they're like, fine, we'll go drink later. Even in the constant feudal hellhole of Soul Society Japan, everybody understands drinking after work.
No, you're over there. Oh, so this guy's here.
But yeah, it's pretty good. I'm interested to see where they go. I find it interesting that for the villain who returns from hell, that Kubo drugged up Zielaporo.
That was
Though to be fair, God, fuck that guy. That's probably a good one to start with because he's such a fucking asshole. Conversely, I see that the one-shot also continued the thing that Kubo was doing for a long time of making you forget how much Captain Kurosuchi Mayuri was also a fucking douchebag. Now he's just a weirdo who has like a fucking hologram message system of himself, constantly trying to beat Hat and Clogs. Sandal Hat Man.
Also can shoot lasers from his hologram eyes.
Yeah. You know, I think Ichigo's kid has about as a good time as Ichigo himself does, because he apparently goes out and hangs out with ghosts a lot. And it seems canon that Ruki and Renji's kid is a gremlin.
It might be a thing that Ichigo kid and Ruki's kid already have a thing. Are already a thing. It's great. I'm like, yes. Begin the shipping.
I mean, that's yeah, you're right. I'm like, listen, there's that's always the funny thing when like you have friend groups who pair off in their own ways, and then they have kids, and then you can do multi-generational pairing off. That is adorable
It's the best.
and also really weird. But then again, Ichigo's kid could also already ghost soul, so yeah. I mean, I guess that makes sense because, listen, the world building and the spiritual power scaling and sourcing that Bleach does is really, really weird and complex. And so it makes it I think it technically in universe makes absolute sense that this definitely alive human child also is already a death god.
Listen, Ichigo himself is fucking weird as fuck.
Yeah.
Like-
God, and Kubo waited so long to pull the trigger on that too. Fuck.
It's like, yeah, no, you're just a quarter everything, my dude.
Yeah, it's just like, listen, your life is and always has been fucking weird.
All right. Let's find a
Cool,
way to the
thanks.
harbor and hope the boat's still there.
No, but I'm excited. Kubo keeps like I'm hoping we do get to see the ball rolling on. Wait, was I supposed to go this way? Or was I supposed to go further up?
Yeah, we're finally gonna get the last arc animated, and Kubo's got a follow-up arc. And hopefully, he still has enough like respect in the industry, and because it's presumably a limited time thing, nobody feels the need to like push him to necessarily rush or extend anything or anything like that, and he can kind of like go at his own pace and figure shit out. Because that was a lot of long-running serialized manga in Shonen Jump's problem. That was a lot of Bleach's problems came from like editing staff and marketing wanting to like get to newer characters sooner for marketing reasons, or to like bring old characters back, etc., etc. Sometimes this is good, a lot of the stuff in the Cell Saga was because in the early development stage, Toriyama's editors was like, "Oh, that guy's not the final villain, is he?" Thinking about like the first run of the androids, and it's like, "Oh, those punk kids aren't the final villain, is it?" And then it's like, "Now shit, Cell's really ugly. Can he get less ugly? He should absorb people faster." Because if you look at it, imperfect Cell is around way longer than semi-perfect. Like we go to perfect Cell very fast.
Yeah.
Because nobody wants to deal with semi-perfect Cell.
Bleh.
Yeah. Like sometimes that works, and then sometimes, like literally, there was like a 3-episode arc in the anime that was just cut from Kubo's notes in the Hueco arc, the one with the lost Shinigami.
Mhm.
That was those like 2 or 3 episodes was just Kubo wanted to put those in the manga originally, but didn't because his editors were like, "No, get to the fights, get to Hueco already." I also think he wanted to do more stuff in the human world before going to Soul Society, but his editors were like, "No, you have all these designs for the captains. They're gonna look cool. Put them in cool fights already."
Do it. And honestly, like I say, I think that's like the main reason that the final arc actually suffered in the manga.
Yeah, because it's like, I don't want to say that Kubo necessarily, like, Kubo's tendency is always to introduce yet more characters.
Yeah.
He has a thing with numbered seats and filling them all, which, shout out to him. He always puts unique character designs in these slots, right?
Right.
But also, it does lead to a problem with cast bloat as we keep going.
I guess it's hard to make, characters, permanent. Oops, I'm gonna die. I survived. It's hard to make characters exit without a good reason.
Yeah, you can't just have characters fade to the background. So
They either have to, take a vacation or, die. And
yeah,
if everyone's dying, well, it's not the greatest time.
yeah. And
Got your kneecaps.
like that was definitely an issue that Thousand Year Blood War had, which was like, hey, here's literally 26 characters plus the super ultimate big bad, and also here's like 4 more super elite Shinigami, the Royal God Corps. They're the elitist. I'm just gonna smash all my action figures together, guys, and we're gonna see what comes out. And then somebody probably was like, "Oh my God, Kubo, this is going on forever. What are you doing?" And he was like,
It's like,
"I'm trying to resolve literally all the characters in my fucking story. Thank you." And then somebody was like, one of the editors was probably like, "Get on with it," and Kubo was like, "All right, fine, I'll get on with it." And there was a little bit of a rapid ending to the series that people did not necessarily like. It'll be very interesting, like I said, to see that animated adaptation. But yeah, Bleach is probably my favorite out of a lot of the classics. Like I've talked about this, I never really got into One Piece, and while I like Naruto a lot, I always thought that thematically Bleach was much, like from the get-go, Bleach was always, as an urban fantasy, originally anyway, and honestly still kind of. That's another joke in the one shot is they've upgraded from pagers and flip phones. They have smartphones now because there's been a time skip again. But like Bleach being urban fantasy like spoke to me much deeper than just whatever the fuck is going on in Naruto's setting. We have ninjas who throw knives at each other, but we have refrigerators and instant ramen. What the fuck is happening? I don't know. Does anybody know? Do they care? No. Like Dracula. Yeah, that was cool. That was a little anime manga thing I remembered. All right, well, we've crossed the 2.5 hour mark. Lucky is still dying a whole bunch.
Yes, I am.
But we got a couple of other things to talk about. I alluded to this earlier. Do you want to talk a little about the thing that's happening with OnlyFans?
Yeah, let's go for it.
All right, I suspect we have thoughts and feelings about this. But in an interesting kind of double-fisted move, so I know because I follow some news sites, earlier this week, OnlyFans announced that they were launching a new initiative called OnlyFans TV, which was supposed to be safe for work content only and is focused on like interviews, podcasts, that kind of thing, trying to like expand their brand. Well, it turns out this was kind of a precursor to the fact that another thing announced later this week is they are cutting all. Well, I don't even actually know. Like, some people say they're cutting all non-safe for work content, but I've also heard some people who do some, like, sexy time photos. That's not necessarily true, but sexually explicit content, which involves actual sex stuff, is definitely probably going.
Yeah.
And this has turned into and this is what I said, where I think I have some deeper cut thoughts about this whole thing. This has turned into, like, a whole deep dive, almost like conspiracy tier shenanigans going on. Because, like, everybody has to ask the question, why is this happening, right?
Right.
It happens a lot, unfortunately. Tumblr had this crisis, like, a year or two ago, because Apple threatened to fucking delist them because they had a child porn ring scare. And they were like, no, not safe for work content of any kind, because otherwise we'll be off the App Store and then we'll die. And then they kind of died anyway. Like, Tumblr's corpse still exists and it kind of walks around sometimes, but I don't think anybody really gives a shit about Tumblr anymore.
No, not really.
Like, I don't hear people talk about it at all, which in our internet, is like, they dead. He's dead.
Wow.
I also know, while it wasn't a big deal, I know that despite the fact that that was a lot of their biggest creators, Patreon had to go through a whole thing of like making sure anything adult is within certain socially acceptable lines and is all carefully hidden behind inherent age gates, so children can't run into it without signing in, kind of stuff. You all have to make sure you're like logged in and are of the appropriate level to see the quote unquote actual adult stuff. And this happens lots of other little places. Now, I hear mixed things about why this happens. I think it's a multi-stage process, honestly. So, the next step up the ladder, right, and this came out why it seemed like OnlyFans was preempting this, was that MasterCard, one of the big credit card companies, they process payments.
Yeah.
Kind of a big deal for any business model. MasterCard is planning on rolling out some new rule requirements, which are very, very strict, because Pornhub had a thing where they temporarily like nixed all content from anybody who wasn't verified.
Yes.
Because they've had a lot of issues with revenge porn and also a child pornography ring thing that got people up in arms and threatened their advertisers, so they had to dramatically restructure. I do think they eventually like kind of backpedaled a little because they got so much heat, but they still had to like work something out, So MasterCard's coming up with some strict rules, which, if they are literally interpreted the way I have been told them, I haven't actually looked these up. Nobody's actually like offered links to the direct stuff. So I would have to look at the rules before I can offer my my pseudo-legal opinion on it. Reminder, everybody, that I'm not a lawyer and I don't work for MasterCard, and I'm not familiar with like the inner workings of these things. But I did study criminal justice for like 2 years. That's basically a pre-law degree. Like that's a lot of my courses were about interpreting both civil and criminal law and how that works. But basically, MasterCard was going to get these rules, and they involved shit like OnlyFans would have to moderate and police literally every piece of content on their website, including live policing of all forms of live streams, which of course is not fucking feasible. It can't happen. It's like YouTube. Like YouTube has been through its own mini controversy with like the adpocalypse and like YouTube Kids and stuff, but a lot of their shit is just like, what the fuck do you want? People upload like 10 billion hours of video every second. That's why they like enacted the Content ID system rather than deal with like bullshit of the copyright claims directly. They built a machine to handle all this stuff. And yeah, it's why YouTube's moderation is kind of lackluster sometimes. I literally had to tell some poor intern somewhere to leave a note to stop blocking our thumbnail by bot process because we had it reinstated like 4 times. That's too strong. Because the robot kept fucking it up, and the humans didn't know because they can't possibly know. How the fuck would they know? People must be uploading so many thumbnails onto YouTube, right?
Right.
Like, there's just so much stuff. This is what I talked about earlier with, like, the creator economy. If you want to create stuff, you can put it out on the internet forever, and it can't be policed. It can't actually be policed. We live in an age where the internet exists. Information is free. You can't stop it. It can no longer be contained. Which leads me to the second bullet point. Like, yes, a lot of payment processors are starting to put in these rules because they don't want to be caught holding the bag legally, financially, whatever, for icky, bad, wrong stuff. You know, like, let's be real. You know, sex trafficking, child pornography, bad stuff.
Yeah.
They don't want to be caught holding the bag. So they're going to, like, probably over-reinforce their rules so that nobody can say it's their fucking fault.
Yeah.
This is an unfortunate problem of our society. Nobody actually cares about stopping anything. They just want to make sure that when blame gets handed down, they are not blamed. They can say, whoa, I have a contract. It's not my fault. It's his fault. He broke the rules, you know? As opposed to the smart thing, which is just holding the people who do the bad things responsible. It's their fault. Nobody's enabling them. It's just the space exists and you can't stop it. You should fucking catch them and deal with them. Because we can't... Guys, okay, the internet's great. You can't watch everybody all the time. You can't. It's not possible. You can't have eyes everywhere. You can't build a surveillance state where literally you know what everybody is doing and thinking all the time. And if you could, you shouldn't, because that's a fucking Orwellian nightmare. Please kill me. I don't... No, it's not okay, all right?
No, but...
But people still, like, try in small aspects. They don't want to address problems when they come up. They have to be like, whoa. I need to make sure I'm not held responsible for this.
It's not also that. It's also people wanting other people. Well, not necessarily not to take blame, but they want other people to take responsibility for things they may not be able to control.
Yes.
And it's like
there's a lot of like forcing people to take responsibility because they feel like somebody should.
Yeah, like it's in the same vein of, you know, like trying to avoid blame, but it's like with the whole YouTube thing. It's like YouTube for a while they were just like, no, it's like they're trying to say, it's like, no, it's like we're trying to, you know, let people do stuff, but people are like, no, YouTube, this is your thing, you should take care of it. And it's like, okay, fine, we'll fucking take care of it. And guess what? No one fucking liked it.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things of people are always pointing fingers for someone to take responsibility, and well, like I said, big media, I guess I'll say, like, has to do these things because otherwise people will just point fingers at this. Like, why didn't you stop them? Why wasn't there anything in the ways to prevent this from happening in the first place? And big media just has to kind of go, what the fuck do you people want? You want... Yeah,
human society in general, and I think a lot of our current modern society are we're natural book passers.
Yeah.
You know, no outraged human watchdog group has ever wanted to just... Nobody ever wants to just nut up and be like, well, bad stuff happens, bad people exist, you know, we got to do what we can to, like, you know, punish, rehabilitate, whatever when bad shit happens and work to prevent things again. It's always got to be, whose fault is this? Why did this happen? You take responsibility for this thing that happened. I'm watching you play Uncharted 1, and I immediately missed the grenade throwback from 3.
I'm like, no,
God,
trust
why
me.
did it take you guys three games to do this? Holy shit! So many grenades.
Yeah.
But like we are as a people, humans are rapid to assign blame and to push for responsibility. It's not my responsibility, but it has to be somebody's responsibility, right? Like we're, as a rule, our society is such control freaks that we can't let go of the idea that there's nobody to blame, or God forbid that society is to blame.
Oops.
But we have to blame somebody, and that gets kind of put out in, like I said, these technical rules. Now, why though are people pushing for blame and these technical rules and stuff? I've heard conflicting opinions. There's one theory though that I think, especially after a lot of the discourse, we'll say, coming up about the OnlyFans thing, I'm officially going to call bullshit on unless somebody gets me direct sources. I have heard that allegedly the pornographic material is a major source of chargebacks. So credit card companies are antsy about it because allegedly people get upset or they have to like justify their credit card bills to other humans, and like that makes them cancel their orders. I don't know if that's true anymore in 2021. Who the fuck's looking at your credit card statements?
I mean,
and like if you're in like a married relationship and you're having problems there, you should probably talk those out, buddy. There's some other things going on there.
Well, yeah, no, it's like, if you have a credit card, I assume that you are probably old enough to have one, and you know what the fuck you're doing with it. Like, unless you, like, no, you say that, I'm just like, no, but, like, if I'm on my credit card statement and I have, like, a whole bunch of charges to Pornhub, I'm not gonna fucking back down. It's like, why do you want porn? It's like, I watch porn.
Yeah, exactly. Like, here's the thing, people. You're horny. You are horny. Admit it.
Yeah.
And you're gonna have to admit it because I suspect that line about the credit card chargebacks, which I suspect probably did happen in the past. But there was probably a time before porn became universally accessible that it was more common. But like, I suspect it has to do with the second thing, which is This Is America. I made a song reference. You can drink. Not intentionally, but no. This is America, and we live in a society. We'll get all the memes out, but there are, far-right conservative Christian-backed groups who are, let's say sex negative. If sex positive is a thing, sex negative must be a thing. Those people are sex negative in any form, and they push on companies where they can push in the money because we talk about assigning blame and holding them responsible. They hold them responsible for these things we talk about, like sex trafficking and child porn and whatever. And these people don't give a fuck about that. They're here because they see you being horny, and they can't stop you because, like I said earlier, information is everywhere, and that makes people who are part of systems of control cringe. Listen, okay? I talked about this. I don't have anything necessarily personal against God, against faith, any of that stuff. It is not just opinion I have just because I watched the Castlevania series, but I do often have bones to pick with organized religion. And I will make no bones that organized religion is a system of control.
Oh, yeah.
Religion is a system of societal control. And I believe that some of these groups in the more conservative end are fearing that they can't control you anymore because the content is everywhere. Anybody can put out whatever they want. Whether it's, like I said, whether it's a podcast or a story, or whether it's drawing pictures of titties on the internet, you can put it out there and nobody can stop you. They can't. They literally can't. You can't be stopped. And that means that other people can just go on the internet and find pictures of titties, and that's outside the frame of control. I am not a Bible scholar. I cannot possibly imagine what God would have to be so upset about you for looking at pictures of anime titties. Surely there's other problems in your life that God can criticize. But like I said, there are a lot of groups that are doing this push, and I think that is the heart of our current problem. Is these people are putting pressure through one of the most classic panic schemes out there. Think of the children. To like put pressure on these payment companies. The payment companies are like, all right, well, we don't want to be holding the ball with this shit. Shit will roll downhill, and shit rolls downhill onto the people who can't do anything to stop it. Sorry, Lucky, I cut you off a little with my thought there. What do you got?
No. Well, shoot, you cut me off too hard, so I wasn't able to control S it. But with like assigning blame, like honestly, I really can't fault companies for being all like, I don't want to be holding this bag, because like as we like see like fucking like, because we live in an information age, anyone can put any sort of news article or information out there, and it will get very quickly distributed, like even if it's not necessarily 100% true. Like again, like just to cycle back, like the whole deal with Cyberpunk. For like 6 months, you cannot go like 3 articles on a news site without hearing someone saying Cyberpunk is bad and they lied to us, so therefore they should, die in a fire, or something to the effect. So,
or saying nothing. There was no conclusion, just observation. Cyberpunk 2077 is bad, actually, and they should feel bad. Okay? Journalism?
And so, like, yeah, no, I can actually really understand companies being all like, all right, we can't be holding this back, because if this falls in our lap and someone, reports on that, well, it's going to spread like fucking wildfire. We're going to become under fire. Our stocks will tank. Everyone will start losing
Facebook
money.
Headline: MasterCard pays for child porn. Well, fuck.
Yeah.
What do we do?
Yeah, make sure that can't happen, so you have to start cracking down. But yeah, I honestly do blame people from, like, apparently we just can't be publicly horny for some ungodly reason.
Which is a terrible shame, because humans have always been horny. There's quite a lot of horny stuff happening in the Bible. There's a lot of horny stuff happening in classical history. All your favorite artists in history, super horny. You know how many fucking tits there are in classical sculptures and paintings? There's a lot. It's all fucking horny.
Yeah,
it's horny all the way down. Alternatively, always has been. That meme.
Mm-hmm.
Bring that chestnut back.
Mm-hmm.
And there are people in America who are trying to fight the horny. They always have been also. I'm trying to remember what context this was, but Dallas was making a joke about cornflakes, talking about the power of the asexuals. Cornflakes were invented because they're supposed to be so bland they kill your sex drive. I don't think that's how that works, but yeah.
I'm pretty sure someone tried to sell it that way.
Yeah. No, that's why they were developed. That guy thought that's what cornflakes were for. Turns out cornflakes are just bland, and that doesn't do anything for your sex life.
I guess you can use it as a metaphor. Grenades!
Yeah, there's metaphor stuff you could do there. But like, and here's the thing I talked about. Like, somebody, I don't know. I hope I didn't come out a little too strong, but sometimes I get a little spicy about people taking certain like complacent attitudes about stuff. Somebody like posted OnlyFans response, which is only slightly tone deaf.
Oof.
Hi, sex workers. We're sorry we fucked you over. We're looking for solutions, but we had to, because if we don't, none of us can keep making money. So we'll keep making money, and you won't keep making money. We're sorry.
I mean, to be fair, what else can you do?
I mean, yeah, no, it's just unfortunate that that's the way the reality works. Is like, hey, so there were 2 ways this was gonna go at this current rate, which was either we both stop making money, or only you stop making money. We had to prioritize that we still keep making money. We are actually sorry. Our bad. Bye.
Yeah, because like the only thing you can do is basically, like, because like thinking it from the other way, the only thing they can do is if they basically like, there's no way that OnlyFans can just decide to nut up and go against it, because guess what, you're going up against fucking MasterCard. You know how much money MasterCard fucking has?
A lot. They're banking and payment processing. They're very important.
Mm-hmm.
And this is for a while, like, so, talking about chargebacks and stuff, that was always a very infamous line about credit cards. But for a long time, everybody knew that PayPal was just a conservative fucking company. PayPal didn't want you to buy porn through their service, so you could not get adult goods through PayPal for a long, long time.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, the amount of money that the pornography brought in eventually brought them to heel, because, once again, everybody, capitalism. If you're a company, even if you have conservative values, you will eventually buckle under the sweet, sweet taste of money.
And boy, howdy does the titties make money.
Mm-hmm. That's why I'm sure, for instance, Patreon did not put adult content completely out to pasture. They're like, well, holy shit, these guys make us all our money. We need to do our best to keep them, while also trying to make sure nobody does anything outrageous that's going to get us on Fox News. Which is where kind of like Patreon's TOS is at right now.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see, like, if OnlyFans, for instance, ends up similar. But so there was this comment about their statement. It's like I said, it's only slightly tone deaf. They're at least being honest. You know, they probably are sorry because those creators who are sexually explicit do probably make them a fuck ton of money. Because OnlyFans is worth a lot of the cash. But they also weren't getting investors, and they were possibly going to lose payment processing. It's kind of a pain in the ass. It's similar to how marijuana business is. It's legal or decriminalized in several states, but because it's still federally illegal, federal banks don't want to touch your money for fear of them getting slammed by federal law enforcement. I should hope to God that federal law enforcement has better fucking shit to do, but also they're the federal government, so they probably don't. So yeah, which is why that's such a weird ass fucking gray market. Because you can't keep your money in federally backed banks because it's illegal drug money to them, but to you it's just your fucking 9 to 5. Speaking of which, like I talked about earlier, go out for that Craigslist desk. You know, I haven't been out much in our new surroundings, the new couple of cities and towns and stuff. Holy shit, are there so many? There are a lot of smoke shops around here, a lot of which make sure to let you know that they also do the CBD, and I also saw several of the cannabis dispensaries. So yeah, we getting super toked up in Florida right now. That's what it seems like. I did not realize that it had spread quite so far so fast. But yeah, it's like that. And honestly, I think porn is in a very similar area to like marijuana. Like there's realizations of like, yeah, there are probably risks to like, and there is definitely like bad kinds of pornography. Like I said, revenge porn, probably bad. Child porn,
bad.
Definitely bad. You know, even some other stuff is possibly like, you know, there could be other contexts of like really, you know, shitty abusive relationships with the erotic. But it's not intrinsically that way. And guess what? If you delegitimize it, that makes it easier for abuse to happen because you just shut them out rather than like regulate them. You know? Which is shitty.
No.
It doesn't work. But well, hold on. Before we go further, I do want to finish my thought because I realized I haven't looped back to that yet. But I wanted to say, though, was this person posted this quote, and like I said, I hope I didn't get too hard on them. And they were like, well, this looks like a fire that'll be fun to be watched. And I'd be like, so you like letting other people control your destiny. Because that's what these people who are, like, pushing back, they're, you know, writing articles and editorials, they're putting pressure politically on MasterCard to change these rules want. They want you to be complacent. They want you to not give a shit. They want you to pretend you're not horny on Maine. Because that will let them spread their narrative that horniness is wrong and fake news, and you should punish the porn. Because the way I phrased it on our Discord was, they are not complacent in their beliefs. They know what they want. They know what they're about. And they're making efforts to make strides on it. I've heard a lot of people talking about how they think Twitter's going to be next for a targeting. They're going to try and, you know, attack some laws and actually get, like, porn off Twitter. God, I hope not. There's so much great horny on Twitter. Great. Where will you find these artists if you can't go there? I know so many artists who literally don't have anywhere else to post their work. And they're still making their work, people. You won't stop them just by taking away their platform. It'll still exist. It just might be harder for them to get to people. But yeah, that's just kind of the one of the main deep thoughts I had. I wanted to double back around to.
No,
like, don't be complacent.
Don't be complacent. Like, if you don't think what MasterCard and OnlyFans is doing is right, all companies usually have some sort of contact page where you can write them an email. And write them a fucking email. Fuck. Say, like, no, I don't think this is right.
Yeah. And honestly, like, you depending on your districting, you may be talking to a brick wall. But also... listen, I know how fucking useless Congress and the Senate is most of the time, but let them know, because guess what? They don't do shit unless they think they're gonna lose an election. So you're the constituency. If you let them know that this is a hot button issue, they may actually give a fuck. Like that's the thing about both, like, well, honestly, this is all politically motivated. You know, this is based on pathos and ethos and stuff. But like, business and politics are all motivated by similar things, which is like realizing what people want and are willing to pay for. You should let it be known that you're willing to pay for porn and you think it's a legitimate business. You know, as the hashtag goes currently, sex work is real work, which, I mean, I believe. I've seen some stuff. There's some fucking work involved on many different levels in that.
Oh, yeah.
And like, you know, many references about history's oldest profession. I know it's not the same thing, but that is a form of sex work. So like, yeah, no, like, it's always going to be a part of human culture. These people are not going to stamp it out just by, putting pressure to like get payment restricted on OnlyFans, and you should let people know that it's not restricted. And this, honestly, I think goes back to something you've been saying a lot lately, Lucky, about just being honest with yourself.
Yeah.
You're horny. People are horny on main. It happens. I mean, I don't want to say everybody's horny. I know there are some people who are horny, to keep my funny nomenclature going. But like, for most people, you're a little bit horny. Sometimes you're horny on main. Sometimes you're horny on the side. I like try not to be horny on main, like I said, because I'm pretty sure everybody in my family knows I have a Twitter. And I would not want to necessarily go overboard and freak anybody out, especially while I'm still living with my parents. But you can also hear me. It's there. And you should let people know, because...
Don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me.
Sorry, I had to pause and wait. I heard the oh shit, and when's the grenade gonna hit his face? And there it was.
God, there's just so many dudes here.
There's a lot of fun in this room. I do not like this room.
And the thing that kills me is there's a big dude right here who has a West that if I'm not careful, he will just shoot me immediately.
Yeah, there's a big guy with the Magnum. There's a machine gunner in the back.
See, right there. You'll see in a second, but I pop my head, he takes one shot off, I die.
Yep, you got bit just then. But yes, to the moral of our story, there, like, you should not be complacent in your beliefs and your feelings, because other people are not, and that's really like how shit gets changed. Like, I mean, it wasn't a smooth transition, but like, people were upset about the way things were going in this country a while ago, and you actually got your shit together enough that something changed. And hopefully for the better.
I don't... I have my own thoughts about
I mean,
that,
the problem was that, as always, there's reactionism. Like, everybody saw that this change was coming and pushed back hard. And there's so much dumb stuff. So, hey, everybody. I think I talked about this a little on Let's Talk to Well, but should mention it again. I'm fully vaxxed now. Got my second shot earlier this week. I talked about this before. The day of, it was pretty mild. I got it done at a Publix. The guy who did it, I think he had a name tag that said Certified Immunizer. Great job title. He gave me a tip, actually, just to raise my shoulder to raise my elbow to be level with my shoulder. That'll flex your arm out. That's fine. My arm didn't really bother me. Day 2, which was Wednesday, which is when we shoot Yu-Gi-Oh! Progression. I ran a fever. I was feverish. I always know when I wake up feverish, when I realize that for the past couple hours I've been sweating in bed, tossing and turning, and I've been completely delirious. That's always a really weird sensation when you you're like organizing the files of your memory, and you're like, holy shit, I was just fucking delirious for like an hour. Like, none of those thoughts made sense, but I know I was fucking awake. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're just your eyes remember your room or whatever, but then your thoughts are just nonsense. Like, thinking shit about like vampires and stuff, and I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. Dracula didn't give me a fever. That's dumb, brain. What's wrong with you? What's wrong is that my blood was boiling a little bit, but I was okay. I just, slammed back a lot of over-the-counter meds and drank a shitload of water, and I was fine. You probably can't hardly tell, other than that I might sound a little tired on the recording. And now I'm mostly fine. But yeah, I'm fully vaxxed, and I am glad to see that because I did not do a online appointment for this one. I had to fill out forms and stuff, but I was glad to see that my local Publix was actually doing quite a turn on vaccines. Some people were looking for their third booster, since they just announced that for immunocompromised people and so on. But also, they're legitimately, I think people were going for first and seconds. Like people were trying to do their vaccine courses, which is really good, because Florida's really fucked right now. Because our governor is an asshole, and I'm never voting for him again. I don't think did I even vote for him the first times? I don't even remember.
All right,
probably not.
I'm doing some tests now because I need to figure out a way. Okay, so.
Yeah, you got to problem solve.
Okay, yeah. So there's literally no one behind that pillar, but as soon as I jump down, behold, you'll see it in a second.
Yeah, I'm watching. I saw you just throw the grenade. Nothing came out. You watch it.
Yeah, so these guys don't exist until I get down, which is a pain in the fucking ass.
Well, actually, I think that one guy did. That one guy jump out from behind the first pillar. Did you check that one?
Yeah, no, there's like I got 3 grenades here, so I'm gonna toss one there.
Yeah, there's definitely guys in the middle.
Like I'm gonna toss one there. Like I'm destroying this fucking cover. Like I'll throw some.
Yeah, no, there was 100% a guy who jumps out from behind that pillar that last time you jumped down there.
There's fucking no one, but as soon as I jump down, like before I even hit the ground, people are just all like, nah.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch the replay really closely and see what's up. Yeah, that guy coming out a little far back. There was definitely a guy I think who jumped out from behind like the second pillar that time. Nonsense, it's nuts. Game developers, why?
Why you do this? So I have to
But,
because that's the thing. I have to like figure out a way that I can. Because I'm a little fucked right now. I only have like I don't have a lot of ammo, so I was hoping to make a way to.
You could do.
So let me see here.
But yeah, so I'm vaxxed up. That'll be fully effective in a couple of weeks, which is good because there's a lot of variants going on, and Florida, much like Texas, is one of those states where our governor is like, you can't mandate masks in schools. How dare you? Because for some reason we need to protect the children by not protecting the. I don't know what the fuck happened in 2020 where like people allowed this to get politicized, but it did. People didn't take it seriously enough, and now we live in fucking weird times. I do know that some schools who have dress codes are just like, we're amending the fucking dress code. You have to wear a mask. We're allowed to do this.
Why?
Just because you can't. Why can't you just wear a fucking mask? Even if you're vaccinated, apparently it's good because some of the new variants, you can still get infected by like Delta or Lambda if you're fully vaccinated. You will probably not die. And in fact, you are very likely to not need a hospital, from what I understand of the statistics, which is good. That's why being vaccinated was a very big concern for me.
Shit.
I don't suspect that I will likely get an infection, assuming this thing doesn't go on for another 5 years or whatever. But I could definitely see that if I did catch it, or if one of my parents caught it because they go out more and whatever, that it could be a problem if I had to get hospitalized. So hopefully we can avoid that.
Don't shoot me, bro.
But everybody, get out there. You gotta be vaccinated. Everything.
Well, I think our whole problem with the whole vaccination thing is we've had that big anti-vaxxer fucking movement. And
somehow, if this isn't proof enough that there is in fact no just God in this universe, somehow those people haven't all exploded in blood vomit and died. Somehow, this should be the one thing that gets them, but it doesn't.
There was a saying that I remember once reading about regards to God and religion that I always kept close to heart. It's like, if the God you follow is a good God, they will not necessarily worry if you're they will not necessarily worry if well, no, I remember what I was like. If your God is a good God, they will want you to be a good and just person. If your God is not a good God, why are you following them? If there is no God, you should then just take solace in being a good person. Oh yeah, no wait, now I remember what it is. It's like, be a good person, for if your God is good and just, they will be content with that. If your God is, if you are a good person and your God is not okay with that, why are you following them? And if there is no God at all, then you can just be happy that you've lived a good and wholesome life. So, going back to that, because that was the thing that I forgot about talking about religion and whatnot, is people really just tend to use God as an excuse to just try and get away with just about anything, and I'm just like, but why?
To toot Castlevania's horn a little, that's a thing I love about how Sypha, probably the most unironically heroic character, is like, oh no, yes, God hates us.
Yeah, sorry,
and then thump, thump. See? God hates me. And Alucard's like, I don't think that's God.
But
I also do love that in season 4, she talk about Jesus. She's like, oh yeah, no, we love that guy. He's great. Which is, that's certainly an interpretation that I think I can understand from a moral and philosophical level. The New Testament, a lot squishier and cleaner than the Old Testament.
Well, yeah, it's like fucking. They were trying to get away from this idea that God was, wrathful and will take your fucking life if you didn't, for whatever fucking reason. But
yeah, like it's so weird how everything got out there, and like anti-vaxxing became so legitimate even when we're in an actual biohazard crisis, which has killed a shitload of people. And I don't understand why. I don't understand what the fuck is wrong with what brainworms the politicians who have politicized this kind of stuff are on. Like, I know they don't worry about them because Trump got COVID and was cured by advanced, super expensive medical science. The Texas governor has been infected with COVID and is going to be cured by advanced fucking medical science. He did a fucking live stream post where he's like, yes, I'm on antibody treatments. I don't feel any symptoms right now. That's why you should get vaccinated. But you can't make them wear masks in schools. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Not everybody can afford this super fucking expensive magical, I think it's a cloning antibody treatment.
Jesus.
Which sounds fucking sick, but also I understand how healthcare works. Not everybody can afford that. Not everywhere can even deliver that service. But how do they not think that their attitude of not pushing down on this is going to reduce their voting base?
Well, it's on a thing of fucking fuck, what's the term? I can't think of it on the top of my head. But like there are big, voter blocks of people who do believe in these sort of things, not wanting to not being able to not being forced to wear masks and all that stuff.
And if you put a little pressure, right, there are a lot of these people you can whip up into a frenzy.
Oh yeah. Go check on just any news article. You'll have something about COVID and about the new variant and how people are dying in the streets or something. Yeah. But it's one of those things of politicians they have to here's the thing. I don't necessarily here's the thing I think this is the thing this is the thing that I believe when it had. No politician tells the truth. No matter how good they are, they don't tell the truth. Everybody lies. Everybody lies. And they have to play the role that they're given in order to please their voter blocks.
Yes. So and unfortunately, well, okay, actually, no, I don't know if that's true. There may actually be some politicians who are just fucking lunatics. That is also a possibility we have to accept. Unfortunately. We wish they were all definitely just faking it because their voting base are lunatics. I suspect, however, sometimes lunatics elect lunatics. And that cuts both ways. I have in my years and in my study of history, I have seen some wacky politicians.
Oh, okay, that was the camera. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, wow, you ragdolled so hard the cameraman did a fucking invert. He stuck the camera down underneath his legs to track you. Jesus. But yeah, no, I was thinking this just as you were saying that thought. Yeah, most politicians are, for lack of a better term, wearing a mask. You know, this is why we make that whole meme about mask off, right? Mm-hmm. Which has nothing to do with COVID masks. I think they were even using that term before we started wearing masks normally. But the politicians have to present fronts so that they stay appealing to their voter base and so that their voter base feels like they are handling their issues, when a lot of politicians are mostly just handling a combination of what the people voted them in for, which might not necessarily be their own views, their own political views, and then the views of whoever in the next office over has the most money that they are currently stuffing into the politician's back pocket. What? I'm not jaded. Listen, I've lived in America all my life. I'm 28 years old. I'm going to be 29 this year. I know. Shit's fucked. It's wacky. It's wild. But hey. As much as I talked about not being complacent and, raising your voice, there's only so much you can do by yelling loudly and rattling your saber these days, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But yeah, just to me logically, though, I always found it so weird that, wait a minute. So, it is true, conservative voter blocks tend to be older, which is one of the high-risk groups for COVID. and you're actively not encouraging the people who are responsible for keeping you in power, because the other people are probably not going to forget that you said that we shouldn't wear masks and should all die of COVID when voting season comes back. Though I don't know. Sometimes we have short memories, unfortunately.
Nah, we have the
There's
internet.
also no
Everything
fast.
is fucking preserved forever.
That's also true. It'll be very easy for somebody to dig up their comments in 2022 and 2024. Yes. But I didn't want to jinx it, but holy shit, you got that guy?
Ah!
Cleared to the other end of the room.
Who's shooting me?
Phenomenal. Good job.
Who's shoot? Ah!
Oh, there was a magical guy up the stairs, I think.
I don't know. But he just, if he was he just
Magical.
pegged me. He fucking pegged me. Giant Meteor
Yeah.
2024. I will vote for it.
Yeah. But like it just tactically, it doesn't make any sense, because I don't know how many. It's so sad, and yet it wraps around to being so funny in an ironical way. Also, man, you were not kidding about, like, even you get that Magnum ragdoll when you get hit. But like, there are so many fucking like clips I have seen on like Google News, Twitter, etc. about blah blah blah. Person who talks about how COVID vaccines or masks are a hoax dies horribly of COVID. Family says, "Don't be dumb." We're reaching, you know, one is a tragedy and a million is a statistic levels with that shit. Like, so many times have I seen that story, and I have been like, I would not want that to be my life story.
I didn't even
That's
fully
not
get
the
out.
headline I want written about me. God, what the fuck did he?
No, he has
That
a
guy
mag.
is huge.
He has
and
a-
he fucking ducked your machine gun fire. How in the fuck?
I have to wait for him to make a shot and then go for him. Okay.
And also, there's
Damn
like
it,
two
I-
assholes to your left who always shoot you in the shoulder, and you can't stop them. This is a very frustrating. But yeah, so that's just we're having our deep thoughts in the third hour here. There's a lot of interesting things going on. I want to echo other people that have like it's like basically just because something
Whoops.
kind of positive happened for probably people in general, but especially a lot of people of certain political beliefs in 2020, doesn't mean that you can get fucking complacent. Especially because, you know, those people, like I said, who got a bloody nose in 2020 are trying to make it harder to get a bloody nose again, because, God, why the fuck? Why are the people who get voted into power allowed to make rules about being voted for? That's just one of the fundamental problems, okay, guys? It's like, you know, Congress being able to decide how much they pay themselves. Pretty sure they can do as well.
No, they almost annually give themselves a pay raise. For some odd reason.
And somehow we can't pass any fucking infrastructure. And like I said, I'm upset about everybody politically. Like, there are some weird holdouts, like, what was it? His fucking, like, I know, and it's because we talked about, right? Like, they're putting on faces for their constituency, but there were some like Democratic holdouts in the Senate who were like, well, now hold on, I think we need to try and be bipartisan about this. And I'm like, there is no bipartisanship. You guys are a majority block. You have to stick together. You're only just barely a majority block because you make a tie. You have to all stick together, otherwise nothing happens. This is the fucking society we live in. It's a literal 50-50 split, so all of you have to be all together. And unfortunately, while I'm fairly certain not all Republicans agree, they can at least agree that they don't want the Democrats to do fucking anything, so they can be perfectly content to dig in their heels and do nothing most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
I've actually been shocked over the past couple of weeks that occasionally the Senate and Congress have been doing things.
Well, usually to fuck over other people.
Yes, but it's still been happening. Like, fuck, that we talked about, right? Like that bill that got introduced to actually be like, you know, Apple and Google Play can't actually mandate store fees. They can't actually create a walled garden marketplace. That sounds bad. With, like, bipartisan support, I'm like, holy shit, what the fuck is happening? Is this still 2021? The second year of hell?
2020
I gotta
part
be honest,
2.
we're over halfway through. 2020 was fucking nuts, but this year's not really that much better. We've had a lot of other weird bullshit, and like, listen, you know, people will keep going. people will live. Grass will keep growing. Water will keep burbling. Small animals will hump away in the undergrowth, as Alucard would say. But like, you also gotta be aware of this shit, you know? You gotta keep your eye out for stuff. It reminds me a lot of just like wondering, like, how, you know, where culture is going and why. Like, I don't know if you've seen it in the YouTube history, Lucky, but I've been trying to occasionally track down some songs I've seen used in some stuff, and I'm not having a lot of luck, and I won't bother the audience. I'm awful at like singing and making sounds, so I can't. I'll figure it out eventually on my own, or I won't. But I've been watching some of those big, you know, meme music compilations.
Damn it!
So much fun. It's all there's 2 steps to this, right?
Right.
So one, it's always really interesting to see what songs come out when. And I'm wondering what the fuck was happening in like 99, 2000 that caused us to be emo. Because like there wasn't even that whole war on terror thing yet to be emo about. People were just really like sad and disturbed and felt emotionally tortured for some reason in like the late 90s into the early 2000s.
Yeah, that's because like there were all those kids coming off of fucking the DARE program and the fucking school shootings.
Stranger Danger.
Stranger Danger, Columbine happened. The DARE program was horrible. Jesus. Like,
God, that is it, isn't it? That's why everybody was emotionally tortured. Society just gave them all anxiety.
yeah.
They gave me anxiety.
Yeah.
I know. I was 8 in 2000. Fuck you, society.
They were like they were giving you constant scares of like
Y2K paranoia. God damn it.
yeah, no.
That is why I have an anxiety problem, isn't it?
Yeah.
I never thought about it that way before, but you're right. God damn it.
Like
I remember Stranger Danger PSAs.
Like during the 90s, they were all about like you know,
Kids don't do drugs.
Kids don't do drugs. This is when helicopter parents started big. Like, you know, kids weren't like supposed to, you know, go out and go be wild and fucking free. You know, everyone's
Free range children. I was very lucky, by the way, that I was in for a lot of my youth around that time, around 2000. That's when we moved to a gated community. So I was actually able to go outside because we were inside gates.
Yeah, no, but like everyone was afraid of, you know, like fucking like strangers offering fucking free puppies and candy and all that stuff.
I've never in my life ever seen an actual candy van.
Yeah, no. So, but no, like that was like part of the big scare. Like, especially after.
Do you remember like razor blades in your Halloween candy?
Yeah, fucking the scare of people would be drugging or like spiking fucking there's a big candy corn scare. I remember one Halloween, and then guess what? And then all of a sudden Halloween just started slowly dying. Man, I can't even make it down the stairs sometimes. But no, like from like I want to say from like the mid to late 2000s, there was just a bunch of fucking like protect your kids and shit. And
and so that's why in that period there's a lot of sad energy music from those kids.
Yeah.
Who don't know what the fuck to do with their lives because they don't have anything to actually be scared of. And then shit got weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's one of the things that's always interesting. Like you can like literally when thinking about like meme music, right? Like you can watch the moment synth turns on in like 82.
Oh yeah.
And then usually, interestingly, like at least what these compilations usually do, like meme rock and roll goes away for like a couple of years until hair metal comes back, and then it's like, holy shit, this is mimetic again.
Glam rock.
Glam rock, yeah. The other thing is realizing how old versus how young you are with stuff. I did not know. I'm actually only slightly older. I was barely born when both Bill Nye the Science Guy and Magic School Bus came out, because I must have caught those as a rerun because I watched the shit out of those as a kid. Thanks, reruns. Thanks, syndication. Conversely, though, I understand kind of why I have no emotional context or understanding for Wonderwall, because that came out when I was about 4.
Mm-hmm. When did Beekman's Lab come out?
Don't know. It wasn't in the limit. I think Beacon's World was definitely later. I also watched that a lot. There were some deep cuts also. That this meme music compilation included the eyewitness video opening. God, I watched a lot of those, borrowed from my local library when I was small. Also, holy shit! I don't think I've seen anybody acknowledge that in literally years. But yeah, like it's really funny to see those things. On the other hand, I was like 2 or 3 when The Lion King came out, and I was like 4 or 5 when Toy Story came out, and I'm like, oh yes, no wonder I fucking remember. These guys were like right in the subtle strike zone for my childhood. These would have been the movies my parents were showing me on VHS or taking me to if they took me to movies. I don't remember. You know, it's always this fun little time capsule stuff you should think about. But yeah, that, like I said, that got me thinking, because like they just it snaps to the year 2000, Lucky, and then there's like 3 Linkin Park songs in a row, and I'm just like, what the fuck happened?
Later, Red. Yeah, no, like.
No, yeah, X-Files I understand. That was that came out when I was like 2 or 3. I obviously did not watch X-Files. That was the early 90s conspiracy paranoia era, right? Like,
oh yeah.
That was the last gasp of like Cold War paranoia realized in a new way of like, oh my god, the Cold War is over, the Berlin Wall has fallen. What the fuck is our life about? Is the government lying to me? The answer is yes. The government is lying to you. Hopefully not about aliens. But they probably would lie to you about aliens. But yeah, that just because that's literally the same year the X-Files came out was the same year the Delta Green role-playing game came out. They were not necessarily well, obviously I would say X-Files was probably not inspired by Delta Green because role-playing was way more subtle in the 90s. But Delta Green was not explicitly inspired by the X-Files because they were coming out at the same time.
Actually, wasn't the 90s that everyone was like, there was the concerned parents that fucking D&D was a satanic ritual or some shit?
No, Satanic Panic was in the 80s.
Ah. Well, like I said,
70s and 80s.
Well, I still think that probably would have led up to fucking emo bands in the early aughts. I mean, they would have been like, if it was the 80s, they'd be in their 20s.
Yeah.
Did I get everybody?
The movie film Mazes and Monsters was made in 1982. Yes.
Ah.
So that was definitely an 80s problem.
I finally made it. Jesus. Cheese and rice.
Yeah, that took you like an hour, I think.
Yeah, it did.
But yeah, like I said, do watch these little things. One, because you'll learn what things are called. Like, there's so much classical music you don't know. I didn't even think about this, but like, there are a lot of artists you probably know about, some of which are newer than you think. Have you ever watched an internet video and you've heard funky punk music in the background that you probably liked that was very catchy? You know, you've probably heard the same tunes all over. I know OSP uses a lot. He's a lot. Those are all Kevin MacLeod. Those are like all Kevin MacLeod. He makes a lot of attribution, but royalty-free music, and everybody uses it. Yeah, Satanic Panic was the ultimate cause of Satanic Panic was there was an actual case of I think it was a school where there was a child abuse scandal. And under like interrogation or whatever by the police, the people responsible just went weird and were like, the devil made me do it. And so everybody like this blew up into this whole thing of like, oh my god, satanic cults are everywhere and these people aren't just fucking crazy and we have to like root out all devil worship or whatever.
Remember we was talking about us talking about how people want people to take responsibility?
Yeah, and assign blame.
Yep.
Well, we blame Satan, and then,
So clearly it's Satan's fault, and Satan's just like, man, I'm not about this shit.
Oh, that's a great joke at the end of Castlevania, too. It's like, well, you could have gone up and yelled at Satan to get out of your chair for you. Like, Vlad fucking Tepesh gets down to hell, and he's like, sup, Satan?
You're in my chair.
You're in my seat. That is the thing I wonder if they'll ever do with like the sequel series or something. I know they did not show off. Usually Dracula has 2 forms, one of which is, Freaky Monster Man, which did not necessarily work for what they were doing thematically for Castlevania, but I wonder if they would use that ever. Because they used a lot of designs and stuff. But, yeah, no, like, this all I think just rolls back to our conversation about the blame game and responsibility. People don't want to... And honestly, this is probably the same aesthetic that, like, what you call it? Like pushes people into conspiracy theories in the first place, right? Where like people often don't like to be satisfied by mundane explanations. Like they can't, for some reason, you can't just go, "Oh, these people are crazy," because you want to make it a bigger story, or you don't want to just accept that. You want to make it bigger, and then that turns into our responsibility game. You go, "No, this must be bigger. Someone must be responsible. Are there satanic cults trying to abuse our children?" And then news at 11. Goddamn, 24-hour news cycle has done so much to fuck up so many people.
Yeah.
Listen, I love the informatic age. I talked about, how the internet is this beautiful tool that everybody can just exist in the information economy forever, and nobody can stop you. Which, like I said, that freaks out people who are part of systems of control. You should freak those people out. Fuck them. Fuck systems of control. That's just your friendly neighborhood anarchist Omega speaking. Once again, talking about my wokeness. I don't think this comes up a lot, but yeah, in case you haven't listened to me a while, because I don't necessarily like to yell this one out to the heavens, because I feel like it's not my deal. But no, I'm very opposed to large body government, large body social structures, and unjust hierarchies. Fuck it, people can handle themselves, like people. You should be able to like sort your own shit out and figure out what's best for you, and nobody should really be harshing your buzz for like trying to live your best life, whatever form that is.
Lucky's not that far, but I maintain similar ideas.
Yeah, like it's just like, and this is like honestly why sometimes I probably express opinions that are not woke, because I'm like, fuck, what do you need labels for, my dude? You're you.
Mm-hmm.
There's only one you. You don't gotta be like other people.
One of my preferred ideas is everyone should just should adopt. If everyone everywhere just adopted an attitude of like, I don't care, we'd be in a lot better place. I don't care that you're black. I don't care that you're a woman. I don't care about this, that, or other thing. You do fine. You do you. Are you trying to shoot me? Nah, we cool.
Yeah.
But no, we can't have that for some odd reason. Fuck.
We'll figure it out eventually. It's very interesting, right? When people take statistics and stuff, every generation does, at least in our culture, does get more progressive, right?
Oh yeah.
Now, obviously, I don't want to say that that's like a guarantee. That's not like a net upward. It's not like Moore's law, which also was broken anyway because we did actually run into logistical problems. Like, there are arguably historical past societies who were way more persistent about certain things, but as we reach our peak information density, I think in general, as society goes on, people as a rule get better and more permissive about everything just because we realized how completely unharmful and not mattering lots of things are. Wow, that guy also really was just, you really couldn't punch him from one step. You had to take one more step to punch him in the back of the knee.
I don't understand these things. I don't why.
The stealth stuff wasn't really refined in this first one. That's what I'll go with.
I have a grenade launcher.
Ho ho ho.
Merry Christmas, motherfucker. Ah!
But yeah, I do think we were making strides. Like, talking about like I talked about how last week how I can guess certain things about certain characters and she without watching the show at all, because Netflix is like representation matters collection. I'm like, But no, I think I mentioned this before. They're gonna do a total point where one of the main characters, Bo, he has two dads. He has gay dad parents. Then the show doesn't even acknowledge this at all. It does not comment. Why? Because it's perfectly fucking normal and nobody should care.
Yeah.
Nobody should give a shit. And that's not how TV, which is palatable for children, could be several years ago. Things had to be more subtle. It was. Oh gosh, when did Korra end? It was less than a decade ago. Legend of Korra came out and ended, and as seen by the fact that they had a follow-up comic where Korra and Asami kiss on screen, the writers of the show knew what they wanted to do, but what the network would permit them to do was weaker. And I think in the case of She-Ra, for a lot of those elements, the main showrunner, she wasn't necessarily told no by the studio, but the studio was like, okay, but you're gonna have to fucking sell me on this. You're gonna have to you can't just throw this out there. You gotta set this up in story. And then she was like, crack Nuck.
Well, to be fair, I do think that's important. You can't, because this is a complaint. Like, actually, fuck, there was that show that got fucking lambasted. I can't remember. It was about the gay spies. I can't remember what the fuck it was called. But
I don't know.
But that's the thing is, like, it's good to, like, to include these kind of things, but you can't just put them in there just for the sake of having them in there. They have to actually fucking mean something.
Queer baiting and tokenism are just as meaningless as not having representation at all.
Yeah, so
If you just put characters there to be there, they don't do anything. They're basically shitty stereotypes.
Yeah. So, like, yeah, no, like, so I can understand the network being all like, yeah, but it has to, like, I have to fucking sell it, because, yes, it needs to, be something that's meaningful, and fucking, nope, we died. But at the same time,
I want to throw this out there. That cuts the other way, too, for what people may consider, heteronormative, perfectly normal society, acceptable everywhere relationships, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
What people would consider as normal. That cuts both ways too. Like you gotta have those relationships or those quirks or whatever also be sold to the audience. Like you can't just be like, well, these are our two main characters, so they're in love now, they kiss, bye, and you're like, what?
Well, I think that was great. That's what I think.
Each other.
That's what I think was great about Legend of Korra is you see fucking the characters go like through a relationship with each other and be like, nah, this ain't working, fam. So
yes, they're and and I think that it's good that because this is a problem. I've heard this from people who are by erasure happens, right?
Yeah.
Like people like to even more like double boxify you if you're bisexual.
Yeah.
The Korra doesn't necessarily do that. They still acknowledge that, she had a relationship with Mako. She liked him, but their relationship didn't work because they were just, hot and heavy teenagers and their personalities weren't super developed because Korra had a self-actualization problem.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of my new favorite words, self-actualization. It's the top of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It basically means realizing what your potential is in life, what you can do in life, and how to do it best, and like realizing your goals and stuff. It's very important.
Very important.
So like, I like that like they don't try to play it off as like, oh no, Korra actually didn't like dudes the whole time. No. She and Asami both had a relationship with Mako that didn't work out for mixtures of their own personality problems and Mako's. He also has much baggage. Everybody in that show has so much baggage. Oh my god. That's what happens when you make the show about teenagers, I guess.
Well, I'm still mad that Bolin did not find somebody. The dude was the best.
Yeah, there was that back and forth with Eska and Densa, but they didn't really go anywhere. There was Ginger, the what do they call it? The Movers star, who kind of seemed like she was interested, but he kind of resets to zero a little bit. Because he had a relationship with Opal, but I think they get very rocky in the 4th season when he's briefly a fascist. It's okay. He didn't realize he was a fascist, like many fascists.
He got better.
That's another thing I really love about Korra. There's a lot of deep political cuts about our own similar period of history, dealing with shit like occultism, civil war, communism, anarchism, etc., and fascism. And it ends with magical mecha Hitler. And then Korra does the proper Buddhist thing and is like, I am you, you is me. We are all here together. Cuckoo Kachu. Stop being so fascist. Slap. Stop it. Okay, cool. We're gonna let you be punished for your crimes, and we're gonna stop your nonsense. And I'm gonna let go. But yeah, no. As you said, the whole last season of Korra also slowly builds up like her and Asami's back and forth because, like, I watched it in real time. I was like, oh, this is very close together. I'm like, are they? I mean, I get the vibes, but will they actually do it? I don't know. And then they have that moment where they walk off into the sunset together against a purple background, and you're like, holy shit, did they just? And then they had to like confirm later that's what they meant because, like I said, that's the unfortunate state we were at in 2014. But yeah, no, like things are being more normalized, more acceptable, and generally people are moving on. And I hope we can make some strides.
Sorry, dude. All I got was a grenade launcher.
We unfortunately...
You survived that? And then you killed me? How?
I gotta watch this. He did. He did survive it. That fat man ate a grenade to his side, and then he just shot you in the face. Actually, no, I think he shot you in the chest, but damn. That ain't right. What I was going to say before Lucky had another great moment was sometimes you occasionally get the problem of the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately, human beings live a long fucking time, so people can be shitty for many, many years. And unfortunately, people being shitty creates new shitty people. So you can't just wait for all the old shitty people to die. This is why you have to be proactive on creating non-shitty people. Then, honestly, definitions for shitty people is also very loose. A lot of people are very, very functional. I was literally just talking, for instance, about, anxiety, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, I have anxiety problems sometimes. I don't know if I've got, like, a serious problem, because I'm pretty functional. I haven't had, I don't think I've had a proper panic attack since I got out of college. Yeah, I had a lot of anxiety about school. Holy shit. Higher education. So, but yeah, but for most of the time, I'm pretty functional. I can put my pants on one leg at a time, and we can run this thing, which vaguely well, no, this doesn't resemble a business at all. But somehow we get paid for multiple people to do this.
Thank
we
you very
make
much.
advertiser money somehow.
Thank you.
And you guys give us money to hear us speak. So thank you for putting up with us.
Ah! Give me your hat!
Whenever Lucky cries out, I have to like pause and wait for the preview to catch up. There was a man there. I was wondering if you fell in a hole, but no, it was Hawk, a man.
This man's about to meet a grenade. They love each other. I have died again.
Hey, I won't stand in the way of their love.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't either. It seems very explosive.
Pun.
I'm trying to get better.
Yeah.
Ah! Oh, I missed that. Nope. Reload!
Reloading! Suppressing fire!
Oh, but,
Thank God these laser guys take forever to shoot you in the face.
that guy shot me in the head.
Oh no, your face.
I need that.
And he didn't even have to shoot you in the face. That guy put that grenade in your back pocket while you were dying.
Did that grenade go through a man?
Yeah, no, I just saw it on the preview. It did. Like, not even through his legs. Like, you just had a weird glitch where it phased through his armpit or something. Like, right through where his chest cavity should be.
What?
And he was just like, nah.
Did you... I'm just kind of having...
Did that go under that guy's arm?
Did you take
yes,
a...
it's basically modern radio. Like I said, I've been watching a little bit of some Python documentaries. All those guys talked about how when they were the last generation to grow up on radio. So this is kind of like that, it stretches your imagination.
Mm-hmm.
Other than the parts where Lucky is yelling. God, we've been doing this for 2 hours and 42 minutes. So I'm sorry if my speak good no goo anymore. I've had a little bit of a long day. Like I said, I was bundled out. I was clattered awake in the middle of REM sleep to go pick up a desk. I was literally having a weird dream. Although I do want to verify, people tell me this isn't just me, but that is a normal thing for dreams to in the middle of the same continuity of dream to slide wildly from context, setting, and stakes, right?
Oh yeah, no, that happens to me.
Okay, I want to make sure because that happens to me all the time, and I'm like, I think that's how dreams are supposed to work. You start with a perfectly normal dream. I think the context of this one was I was waiting at the mall to meet my mom. I think I did a lot, as a kid, because I was playing some kind of game thing. And then somebody else, some random bit player in the dream comes along and is like, hey, we got to go. And I'm like, okay. And then we my dream smash cuts to me and some randos standing around a nondescript plot object and being like, yeah, we're going to go out. Here's the mission briefing. And I'm like, suddenly I'm in an action FPS story when I think I was just waiting to be picked up from the arcade or something earlier. And I'm
yeah, no, that happens
what?
to me too. I can't think of an example, but usually it's you're doing something and then just through just weird points getting struck together, you end up doing something completely different. You're just like, what?
Yeah, your brain shifts gears. Yeah, I think I only remember this so clearly because, like I said, I was literally in the middle of the dream, and then it was like, knock, knock. Hey, in 30 minutes, I'm going to go pick up a desk. Get ready. Okay. Barg.
Barg.
I'm awake. I'm not the morning person. I absolutely, by the way, well, also we should point out a Russian girl in chat. Lucky is literally playing. This is a challenge run. He's playing at the hardest difficulty.
Yeah.
There's like 4 notches below this.
Yeah.
But also yes, this is the highest difficulty, and it does in fact fucking suck. Holy shit.
Yeah.
But no, yeah. This is one of those like little life lessons you just learn through experience. I've realized there are in fact morning people. I am not one of them. Some people can just wake up in the morning and be like ready to roll out of bed and go. But no, even at my best rested, like when I wake up, I'm usually not like hungry and ready to eat right away. Like I don't have breakfast right away. My brain often needs a second to like kick into gear, and like I usually have to like get up and like usually I like flick on my TV and PS5 and see like, oh hey, any of my channels upload some videos, anything to watch yet? And I start my brain rolling, digesting that new content, and then I'm like, okay, I'm awake. All right, I need to go do business. I need to go do business things. Yes, I usually check on the channel and post any videos live right away. We had a very timely video today. I was literally in the process of posting the video, and then I'm like watching Discord, and Robin posted the time codes, and I'm like, cool, just in time. Perfect. Lucky, would you say you are a morning person or not?
I think I would say I'm more of a morning person than not, from the fact that I have a 9 to 5. Like I wake up basically 20 minutes before I get out because I usually shower and everything beforehand. But I get up, I put on my clothes, I grab. Oh, okay, I have like maybe a couple minutes of burger. But then I get up, get my food, like grab everything I need to go. I'm out the door. Usually I have pulled up like something to read or something for me to listen to along the way. On like my days off, I'm definitely kind of more relaxed about things, but like when I decide to get up, I'm up.
Yeah, for me that would be like, even if I wanted to, I would have to like schedule out probably a little bit extra time to make sure I was like fully awake and like ready to get breakfast and stuff and start my day.
Oh shit. That was a mistake, me. I can't believe these guys take 2 deagle shots. This is killing me. Literally.
That's, as they say, fucking bullshit.
But no, like, on weekends, like, a lot of times, like, I'll wake up, like, or pretty early, because I'm pretty sure, like, usually Omega, that I like, especially on my work days, I go to bed, like, maybe, like, only a little bit before you normally would, because you crash around, like, what you say, like, 3 a.m.?
Yeah.
Usually?
And sometimes later.
Yeah.
Because honestly, since the whole moving thing, my sleep schedule has been way better. Like I'm regularly sleeping more solid, and like I will almost always wake up at least once at like 11ish a.m. And I know that's late for some people. And then it's like deciding like, hey, how much sleep did I get? Can I get up now? Do I want to go back to sleep?
Yeah, no, because I usually crash around midnight myself. Which would be 3 a.m. for you, but then I'm up at like usually 6:30, so I only get about 6.5 hours of sleep, but I function on that.
Yeah, I think the max like 8 hours is usually for like when you're still younger and you're both physically and mentally growing, because your brain doesn't finish all of its development goo until you're like 25.
Yeah, but because I have that sleep schedule, I usually find myself like waking up, around like naturally like. I'll find like around 7 or 8, and then on the weekends I'm just like, I look at the clock, I look at everything I have to do, and I'm just like, nah, and I go back to sleep. Other days I'm just like, no, I got shit to do. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna get myself some coffee. I'm gonna scramble me some eggs. Oh, ham. Now have me a good breakfast. Well, actually, I take that back. The first thing I always do is I turn on my fucking computer. I'm all like, I must connect.
Yeah, that's also how I usually. That's like the startup time is like you wake up, you look at the red numbers, you're like, is this an acceptable time? Okay. Usually these days, like I said, I have my like controller on me because I'm usually watching something on my PS5 because that's got all my entertainment programs anyway, and we don't have cable. Been cord cutters for a long time, this family. So I just pull that up usually and get something started, and then but when I actually get up, it's like stumble up out of bed, push power button on computer, go to bathroom.
But
I sometimes need a little bit more setup time for like, okay, if I'm going someplace or doing something, I usually need like half an hour to actually like wake up, make sure I'm awake, make sure like my brain is kicked into gear, and actually be like ready to eat food.
oh no, yeah, no, I definitely say I'm more of a morning person than you because, like I said, like if I have something to do in the morning, like I'm just get up, like throw my clothes on, like maybe brush my hair, not even brush my teeth. I'll shovel something in, or I know that I'm gonna be getting something on the way. Like, I won't say I won't necessarily. Oh, hi guy, what's up? What are you doing? Are you rude? Ah! Damn you, cover mechanics. But I'm usually like fit to do whatever. Like maybe like within 5 minutes of me waking up.
Yeah, like occasionally I have been like pressed and I've been like, oh well, I'm actually well rested. I can get fired up right away and get started on something. But yeah, usually just my body is just not ready to go. And I don't know. I had a bout of like, I don't know what it was. Actually no, I think I know what it was. Is I had a really bad reaction where I had like a stomach flu one year when I was in my teens. And then for even when I wasn't sick anymore, I still felt like the experience of like not being able to keep anything down and puking my guts up for like 24 hours.
Ooh.
It wasn't like 24 hours straight, but it was a whole day where it was just like, okay, I'm black. That really like put me off and like put me in a bad way. So like I would get like nauseous in the mornings when I first got up because I was like remembering the last time that happened. So like I think that's probably why my body shifted to just not being ready to like wake up, intake food, get up, get out there for a little bit.
Actually, if I had to put a reason for it, I have to say it's the military for me that did it.
Probably. That makes sense.
Like, cause in the military, like when I was in the Navy, we'd have washes and stuff. So, like, if you wanted to get your maximum amount of sleep, you had to basically stay, like, put your alarm as late as quick, and when you got up, you had to move as quick as possible, get everything done. So I guess I shouldn't say, like, I'm maybe not like fully like cognizant of what I think, but I know like I can force myself to do what I need to do in the morning. So I guess like maybe not, I'm not necessarily a morning person, but I can force myself to do it.
And I suspect that's part of it,
Yeah.
You have a sense of training. Though, I don't know. I suspect my parents really wanted me to be a morning person. I've just never have been. I've never been really good about that.
Well,
but I am pretty good about even, like, if it's not eating or whatever,
shit.
If it's like, okay, time to go, I will be like, okay, I'm awake. I just, get up, exist, go do stuff. And, like, yeah, I'm tired as hell, and I'll pass out in the afternoon. But, like, if it's like, okay, we're doing something, okay, I'm going. I'm not happy. I'm going to have to drink one of them instant breakfast shakes, but I exist. Give me coffee. All rules are off until there's coffee. You say something to me, you want me to do something, no, it doesn't count. Everything before coffee, unless there's an emergency, everything before coffee is rocket science.
The fact that these guys take 2 Desert Eagle hits is killing me.
It's bullshit. That should not be allowed. You need to call the union. That's against union rules. Henchmen are not supposed to take 2 Deagle brand Deagle shots. Yeah. God, do they fucking fly when you get them though, and it counts.
Yeah.
I just watched you clip one guy in the shoulder and he flew back about 10 feet. Also not how that works. Very entertaining though.
Yeah, you don't carry that much kinetic force on impact.
No, and they usually transfer even less of that kinetic force. The scariest bullets are the ones that, like in terms of like velocity and impact, are the ones that they just pass clean through you, and it sucks. Bullets that actually like hurt you are usually large but slow. Though, from what I understand, yeah, if you take around in like a vest or armor plating, that doesn't necessarily throw you back, but it usually knocks you on your ass. And even if it doesn't, you want to lie down. Like your day is done.
You probably have some cracked ribs, some very bad bruising and swelling.
Yeah, something is bruised, your muscles are hurt, your bones may be damaged, and you're pretty much done for the day. Unless you've got the only alternative to coffee, the sweet, sweet adrenaline. Adrenaline covereth a multitude of sins. And not always technically adrenaline. There are actually some other danger response hormones that are similar, but everybody calls it adrenaline. But it's that thing when your body kicks up that note of like, hey, put everything on hold, holy shit.
Endorphins is another one, if I remember correctly.
Shockingly, your brain has many ways that are not covered in the user manual to make things work out for you.
It'd be helpful if there was a user manual in the fucking first place.
Correct. That was the joke. God, can you imagine if brains did have a user manual?
No one would read them.
Because they don't. Like that's the thing. Like we even not only do brains not come with one, we haven't even built a user manual. We don't know how the fuck brains work.
Well, it's one of those hard things to fully understand, because you can't take apart a brain and look how it works, as it works on fucking electronic signals and like firing off neurons and synapses and stuff. You can't, even though we can understand that it probably works like how maybe a computer works as programming, we cannot plug a fucking brain into a USB port. Yet. I, for one...
Yeah, the man-machine interface gap still exists.
Once we actually get past that, though, I'm pretty sure research will go along swimmingly. But probably not until then. We have no current way to actually visualize what the brain does and its actual processes. We just know that it sends a signal from a place to another place. That signal goes back. The brain goes, okay, and it does stuff. We're just like, okay. Humans are weird. Human bodies are weird. Please stop taking 2 shots. This kills me. I know I'm kind of making this joke, but it's like,
Oh, yeah, no. Like, on lower difficulties, that's absolutely a one-hit kill gun. And that's very important in this segment because these guys are fucking assholes otherwise. Giving them enough resistance to 2 is rough.
really?
Especially considering, like, okay, 50 caliber Desert Eagle's not the most, like, efficient weapons platform, but those are giant fuck you bullets which, like, leave huge visible shockwaves as they go on. Like, that's the kind of thing where, like I said, even if you're wearing armor, no, your day is over. Your day is done. You're going to take a nap.
I'm just gonna
And
lie
Nathan
down.
Drake doesn't have to worry about you anymore.
I'm gonna lie down. I'm done. Thank you. Good night. I'm gonna go dream about fucking
That's the
getting...
thing our society needs to be more ready to do. Like, I know that mental health has been up a lot because there was some stuff with, like, the Olympics and things. Like, people need to genuinely just be like, no, hold on. I need to take a fucking break. Nope.
I feel like that's
You take
something
a second.
I feel like that's something that's really like important in like a modern work culture. We really need to get out of the mindset of a lot of companies seem to have this mindset of you don't exist outside of work.
Yeah. If you're not working, you're actively losing money,
Yeah.
which is probably not how it works. I mean, okay, hypothetically, you know, then maybe they're racking up your electric bill, but it's not like you have an oxygen bill. There's not a cellular respiration tab you're running. And, like, you might go, oh, but they're technically paying you. They're not really. They're listen, just because you're paid hourly doesn't mean you're actually paid for every hour you work. You're paid to show up and do your work. And then we'll pay you this much per hour and ask you to be this many hours. And then we'll ask you to be these extra hours. That definitely reminds me of the conversation we had a couple weeks back on that news story came out about the 4-day work week, where, like, yeah, no, shockingly, it's much more efficient if your workers work at specific times and are able to focus themselves rather than trying to make you work all the time at every time.
Oh shit. Oh, they came after me.
Like, I remember I saw some other stories recently about, I mean, I don't know if the body of the text was quite so irreverent, but the headline was like, people are making double their salary the sneaky way by working 2 jobs from home. And I'm like, that's not doubling your salary. That's still called working 2 jobs, but fine. I'm not shocked, though, that people in our current work from home economy are finding 2 jobs they can do at the same time because, shocker, turns out not every kind of work requires your full attention all the time. It's really something about that 80s, like, greed is good corporate culture that kind of took over that never got shook out, where we think, oh, no, you're working, you got to be working all the time. When what I think most people have agreed on, and I admit I'm not always the best at this myself. Like, I run work out of my bedroom, so my bedroom is also my office. But at the very least, that makes it easy for me to oscillate back and forth between other different things in my life without necessarily need to go anywhere. But generally, what people agree is you need to have clearly defined time and be able to switch between them. Like, you need to be able to be like, nope, this is not work time. I need not work time. All right, not work time is over. Work time.
Yeah, no, and this is the problem I always feel with the 5-day work week, because on my throughout the week when I'm working, when I get off work, I don't actually feel like I'm off work, because guess what? I have to go to work the next day, so I can't, de-stress. I have to make sure that everything is prepped for me the next day, so I can go to work again and do this whole damn again. I gotta make sure I'm clean, gotta make sure I have clothes, gotta make sure I pack lunches, gotta make sure I have transportation, gotta make sure I go to bed on time, gotta make sure I get up on time. It's like I said, I suffer from anxiety and depression myself, and just ADD. Sometimes I just can't. This is honestly why I play a lot of 14 and gacha games right now, because I can literally just mind empty them right now. I don't have to think about that. It doesn't bother me. And so that's Monday through Friday, but then Friday happens, I'm technically off, but guess what? I spent half my day at fucking work. I didn't actually have a day off. I can fucking I can enjoy the rest of my night, I can do stuff, but guess what? Half the day is gone. So Saturday, oh, Elena died. I did not know that it could happen.
Weird. Literally never seen that before.
Yeah, same. Wow. Okay, you are not invincible, Elena. Can I just Interesting. I can't just shoot her. So Saturday comes around, and Saturday is my true day off. I can get up whenever the fuck I want. I can go to bed whenever the fuck I want. I have nothing holding me back. Nothing there. It's great. But guess what? Sunday comes around. Guess what? I have to start prepping for Monday. So guess what? I have to start thinking about work again. So even though I work 5 days a week, 6 of them have to have me involving to dealing something with work, and it fucking stresses me out. That's what.
Yeah, and this is why, for instance, that we don't stream more as much as we used to. For instance, and mine's not as rigid, obviously, because I don't work a 9 to 5. But I have various projects for the channel I balance and stuff I work with, and I make sure to block out my time accordingly. Right.
Right.
Friday. Okay. Let's Talk FGO. We got to block out time for Let's Talk FGO recording. I need to make sure I'm there. I'm ready. I'm not holding anybody back. Everything's ready to go. We do the show, and then I stay up all night waiting for the show to be done editing and processing and uploading and blah, blah, blah. Saturday, we stream What's Up. All right, got to make sure all that stuff. Luckily, I don't have to edit the video for this anymore, thank God, because this is 4 hours. Holy shit. I just have to process the audio.
Yep.
I'm out of here.
You're welcome.
Sunday is, that's not work, though we do put a little bit of work into it, but I do have to be prepped to run a game Sunday nights.
Yep.
And occasionally, this is why sometimes I'm just like, nah, I just can't even, guys. Sometimes we got to take breaks and stuff.
Well, see, this is the thing that I enjoy about our thing, because honestly, no matter what, if I can go up to you, Omega, and says, Omega, I'm not feeling it this week, I just can't do it, and you're just gonna be like, okay, guess we.
Yeah, no. If we constrain this as a, which I don't think it is, it's a partnership really.
Yeah.
But if this was like a boss-employee relationship, I'm like, oh, you feel dead inside? Okay, well, I have the honesty to go, well, I felt dead inside recently. I can understand your position. I agree. We won't do it.
Yeah.
Or yesterday with the thumbnail, you're just like, Omega, can you do a retro thumbnail? I don't have any ideas and I'm tired. And I'm like, okay, I'll do it. I'll figure out something.
Yes, but it's that thing of That's why this is honestly one of the reasons why I'm super okay with like having this like doing like WhatsApp and this like off this, because I'm like, no, if like I honestly can't do it, I don't have to be worried about Omega being like, okay, Lucky, you're fired.
No, it's like, all right, you can't do it. We'll think of something else, or we'll skip it.
Yeah.
And it goes the other way. I can be like, Lucky, I'm dying of COVID juice. I can't do the show. Oh my god. As we had to skip that 1 week, or like, hey, I'm moving.
Mm-hmm. And I'm just like, okay, cool.
The show. We'll do something.
Yeah.
Though we didn't actually do something because I think all the times you, the time you wanted to do something the weekend, I actually moved. Your internet was weird for you that one time.
Yeah, it was super.
As it is sometimes.
Yeah, it was like killed me a little.
Had that problem Monday. Shit was weird. And it's not just me. I remember because fucking Watson, Ame tweeted about this. She had the same problem. Her internet wasn't giving her enough juice to connect to YouTube. Couldn't even go live. That made me feel a lot better, by the way. No, it's not Schadenfreude. If Ame is somehow listening, it was just like, oh, this happens to literally fucking everybody. Cool. Okay. That's that normalization we're talking about, right? When you realize that everything is perfectly normal because it happens to lots of people. Though I strongly suspect that most things have happened to most people throughout human history.
Makes sense to me.
But yeah, no. So like, I always make sure to like block out days. Like, yeah, okay. Monday nights I stream, but I usually stream that late. So if I need to work on setup for other stuff, research for wanteds, whatever, I know I have time to do that. Or if I just want some time to watch some TV or play some video games that aren't what we're streaming tonight, I know I have time to do that. Tuesday is technically a day off. I usually have enough free time that I can grab the Yu-Gi-Oh boys and go stream. I didn't do that this week because, like I said, that was because it was one of my quote-unquote days off. I was like, yeah, no, I can go, hop in a car and go get a COVID vaccine because that's good. That took a higher priority in my life, which unfortunately I do not necessarily believe that businesses are yet at a point where they are quite at that level, but they totally should. I know some businesses are. You can call up and be like, yo, I'm going to go get my COVID shot. And they're like, okay. To get that, you have to get that to be employed here. So we're perfectly fine with that, We're reaching that point, but we're not 100% there. But yeah, Wednesday, late evenings, I shoot Yu-Gi-Oh! So that's another thing where it's like, okay, I have to make sure I've got all my bits in order. I'm up to energy. Everybody knows their bits. We're all locked in. Because that's the other thing about the work we do. Almost all of the stuff I do, other than, like I said, like scripting and shooting wanteds and bits of some of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Stuff and some other videos I do, I have to coordinate with other people, which is, hell is other people. No offense to any of the people I work with on any of our projects or just we play games with, but like that's always the crux, right? Is like other people. Like, when we run Star Wars and stuff, I have to be up to run it, and every other player has to be up to run it most of the time because most of the time we're in the middle of things and it doesn't make sense to leave out characters.
No, it does not.
So we're just like, fuck it, we'll just do it again next week. Loth has a thing come up, you can't come? Okay, perfectly reasonable. Marth's having a technical problem where his internet and or his computer explodes. All right, well, he's not free, so we won't do it. I know, excuse me. Axe had stuff come up before, you've had stuff come up before. Like I said, there's been plenty of times where I'm like, hello, I exist, but am too tired to run game. Brain no work. Head empty, no dice. And as the game master, like I said, I have a little bit more of a burden of like running the game. So I will usually try to make sure that not only for myself but also for my players' enjoyment, I am at a certain level of leveling. I have a certain energy level, a certain preparedness level to come into it. It's not like hyper serious or anything. I'm just like, no, I got to be ready to do the game master thing for myself and for the players. And if I'm not at that level, I will be like straight up like, I will either do a mixture of like, okay, guys, I'm a little low energy today, so maybe we'll have a shorter go, or I'll just be like, nah, I'm straight up. I don't have the juice today, fam. And, for the most part, these guys are pretty understanding. Thursday, I think, is the only day because that used to be your stream day. Thursday is my only 100%, this is absolutely my day off. I can do whatever I want with this day, and I usually do. I will play video games, catch up on TV, watch at night. I'll do writing. We've been going for 4 hours. I don't think I want to do a Gensekai deep dive, but I have been plunking away at that Porq section. I think the main body of that text is done. I may have to reread it and see if I lost any details or anything.
No, I read it. I thought it was
Yeah,
pretty good.
but I think all the paragraphs are blocked out. You know, I wrapped it up with a couple paragraphs on their relationships with other races after talking about all kinds of stuff. I think there's some interesting things where, like, I wasn't necessarily writing to the fact that Lucky has made a character. Yes, X, you totally missed us talking about Visions. That was like 2 hours ago. Holy shit.
We've been here a minute.
Yeah. We've been out for 4 hours and 9 minutes, actually. But yeah, like I don't want to say that like choices Lucky made in making a thinking of a character concept directly influenced everything I did. I certainly did not necessarily want to invalidate any of Lucky's decisions in making a character or like force him to be an outlier and everything. But definitely I did notice there were just some parallels that just worked out, right?
Right.
Like when talking about the religion section, I was like, okay, who's important to the Porq? What are they about? Well, okay, this is not because Lucky is a priest of Verna, but I actually suspect that Verna would be important to them. But like a lot of Porq things, it's one of those like complex issues where like some Porq are like, hey, Mother Earth gave us all this delicious shit to eat. It's great. You know, we'll leave out portion of food as like a sacrifice. We're great. We love the food. And all the stuff in the earth. It's cool. It's shiny. Give me the shinies. Give me the shiny taste. And then other people are like, man, that Queen of the Spirits, she's a crazy lady. She's fickle. She made, delicious berry bushes, but put thorns in them. She made honey, but she made bees guard it. That's fucked up, man. You can't trust that lady. Kind of a thing. So, like, they have different opinions, but I felt that it would be perfectly natural that, like, no, the Earth Goddess is probably a big deal to these guys. Also, the Water Goddess is probably a big deal to these guys, but that's because they're literally big, and they're not really on water most of the time, so their relationship with large bodies of water is probably conflicted. You know? Stuff like that. But other things were just like I didn't want to necessarily like I said, I didn't want to invalidate any choices you'd already made or make them seem like outliers. So like
I don't know. I think
your character called Porter. I'm like, I can make that make sense. You know, it's a very simple, direct name. It's a job. It's also the name of a booze.
Mm-hmm.
There is no scion of rating. That's not how scions work. They're based on fucking archetypes. See, unlike real life where gods are made up to fit things they need, I developed a system for deities, and I worked from there. In that I use the zodiac signs because that's cool, and I liked Final Fantasy 12.
Also, like, honestly, if there'd be a god of rating, it'd probably be one of the fucking archdemons.
Oh yeah, no, there's archdemons are definitely there's one of them is involved with like
Isn't there
bondage, whatever, domination, shit like that.
Yeah. Oof.
Which I would like to point out, cosmologically are not the same thing.
Yeah.
Minim made the archdemons to oppose the scions, but they're not
Actual gods now, but
they don't necessarily 1v1 match up. Just they have opposing purviews and are meant to oppose them. I think I've talked about this before. It can be argued that in actual conflicts on the globe that the scions are holding back because they kind of don't want to fuck up all creation. Whereas the archdemons canonically do want to kind of sort of fuck up all creation. That's kind of their goal in life. Fuck things up a little bit. But in their specific way. Fucking. And that is the thing I wanted to point out. Like, yes, that's weird for everybody. Also, you don't really... Well, okay, you can do cults and stuff. You can do that. But, like... I based a lot of the relationship with archdemons and their cults with a lot of classical demonology. It's not really a worship thing so much as if you call this number, you dial this guy, this archdemon, you can get this service done. If you pay the appropriate prices and make the appropriate alms and stuff. Now, obviously, that can turn into a worship-like thing, a cult-like aspect, but that is not necessarily cosmologically how that works. You do not have faith in an archdemon. Or if you do have faith in an archdemon, they don't fucking care. You don't get magical powers that way. You get magical powers through calling on them in the right ways and making the right rituals. Demonology is literally a separate skill that forms a separate magic system that has its rules. It's meant to mirror divine a little bit. But yeah, that's actually a very important thing that you could take as my personal commentary if you like, is the way faith works is you build an ascending order of like you build a stronger and stronger rapport with your deity and reinforce your faith, and that lets you access bigger magic. With demonology, you just know more about the demons, and you know more stuff to say, and you crawl deeper into the debt hole to get bigger favors out of them. Basically, it's not like a good health. To throw back to another, you don't have positive relationships with the archdemons. Only toxic relationships. You can have positive relationships with your scion.
Okay.
And by the way, it's funny I talk about like there's a talking about the quote unquote scion of slaving. No. There's actually there's a neg of that. Arachleon, the scion of fire, is also the scion of liberation, of the nega slavery.
Yeah, the Porq don't have the greatest relationship with that, but
no, it's kind of conflicted because some Porq are raiders and they're like, we don't. If we see the sign of the flaming hammer, we run. We get out of here. That's bad news bears. But hey, some stronghold Porq are like, gee, asshole raiders and slavers leave us alone if we wear the symbols of the flaming hammer. So we're just gonna cover ourselves with flaming hammers. Flaming hammer lady is cool. Like I said, literally, some people find their faith in Arachleon in Porq slave camps, including the Porq. So like that gets a little spicy. Like you're in a bad way when one of your you've got a random hole digger you've taken captive. And suddenly they've, summoned a flaming warhammer and fire in their eyes, and they're kicking your shit, and you're like, oh shit, we've done it again. Another priest of the war lion. Fuck. Abandoned ship. We're gonna change our names.
Porq is practical like that. Honestly, I think that's one of my favorite things. Is just for like being kind of like, I don't want to say, for being meatheads, they're surprisingly practical.
Yes. Porq are kind of dumb. They have a -1 int. They start with 1 int. They're the only race that do that. They're not great at big, complex, long-term thinky thing, but they are pragmatic, and I think that works well for a one of the younger races, and honestly, for like how a lot of people treat races like orcs. I didn't want to go the noble savage route, which is the other weird thing they do a lot that possibly has some coding. Well, yes, Porq live in like clans and arguably sometimes in nomadic tribal societies, but they can also just settle down. It's fine. They just need to find resources. They need to have a reason to settle down. That's kind of, like you said, that's their thing. They're practical. They have reasons for everything.
Like honestly,
whether their reason is just like, well, that worked for that guy. I just saw that guy do that and it worked for him, so I'll do it too and hope it works.
Well, like that's honestly like why like I find like their ideal of like slavery like not utterly repugnant. It's like it's not all all beautiful women and fucking just slapping people around. It's like, no, we need people with jobs. And
it's kind of a morally ambiguous extension of their pragmatic philosophy.
Yeah.
But pragmatism often has moral ambiguity. They're just like, well, I Skronk can't do that thing, but I saw that human over do that thing, so I'm just gonna take this human and put him over here, and he'll do the thing for me.
Perfect.
Excellent. Perfect plan. Nothing can go wrong.
Oh no, he has a flaming hammer.
Yeah. Or alternatively, the problem is, oh no, Skronk has put too many people over here. The Adventurers Guild has noticed, and they have stopped that. I mean, no, it's not an indentured servitude because that's way too complex. No, this is more like I said, like classical world slavery. Like, you're not treated necessarily inhumanely. They're like, okay, you have food, you have a burlap tunic, you do the job that I want you to do. We don't necessarily pay you because like complex economics is not a Porq thing, but like we're not gonna be assholes to you and beat you up or anything if just for existing. They don't go around kicking puppies for fun, Porq. Now, if you don't do the job, they're probably gonna be like, bonk, do your job.
I did not see that.
But like it's not like I said, not like a torturous thing or anything. It's just like they're just like, hey, listen, you're a blacksmith. We don't have any blacksmiths. None of us have figured it out yet. So you're gonna, until one of us figures it out, you're gonna bang hammers on rocks and stuff.
Does that mean though if they do teach it or something, they go free? Like, you didn't write anything necessarily about Porq slaves being free. So like, what is the life of a Porq slave?
Yeah, that's probably one of those things. That's one of those because I did for this out. That's probably a clan by clan kind of thing. I suspect yes. Like if you actually like impart your skills and are like, okay, hey, we don't need you anymore. Like most Porq are probably not going to be so wrong to just like, oh, I don't need you anymore, slit your throat. It's probably going to be like, okay, you can go home now. Don't need you anymore. Or you might like rise in society's eyes. It might be less of a slavery thing, and like, oh hey shit, holy shit, you could teach people to bang hammer. That's sick. We all want to bang hammer, which means you can like grow in your place. And the Porq don't really give a shit. Like Porq are a very they're not hierarchical. They don't lack hierarchy, but their hierarchy system is very simplified, and it's related to like who's being the biggest and who's the strongest and the fattest right now,
And from the way it's saying, it doesn't necessarily have to be a Porq. It can be anybody.
No. When I talk about the race relations, I talk about how, because I mentioned this in the Neff section, I bring it back. The Porq and the Neff actually get along really well because the Neff are very driven by their tragic loss of their homeland, which happened roughly around the same historical period when Porq started to show up. But Neff are very brainy. They literally have 3 int to start, and they are inherently gifted with magic, which arcane magic is something Porq struggle with because they're just not really wired for all that patience rote memorization bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
When Porq do figure out arcane magic, they usually figure out forms of enchanting because that's much more tangible,
Mm-hmm.
Also, they like magic stuff. They like shiny rocks. Neff can kind of build this, brains and brawn relationship with the Porq. The Neff can be all the ideas and do all the magic and the subtle bullshit, and the Porq can do all the hitting things with giant axes. And also, Porq are usually pretty open and friendly, so they can also, arguably, because Neff are presence 1, whereas Porq are default presence 2, they can also be more personable and friendly, generally.
I think
they can be more intimidating. They can start with coercion.
I did find it hilarious how you put it. If you're friends with a Porq, you know it. If you're not friends with a Porq, you know it.
Yes. Another commentary, listen, Porq don't lack problem-solving abilities. Just sometimes their simplest solution to a problem is to just hit it really hard. That's how direct they are. There's another talk about the Adventurers Guild vets everybody to see if they're spies for the forces of darkness. This includes Porq. Most people know they can trust a Porq who's got a guild license. Also, Porq are usually bad spies. They're not necessarily statistically worse at lying. They just usually don't have the patience for complex lies. They're just their simple solutions are to be direct.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes that probably comes in the form of direct lies, do it. You're standing over the dead turkey. You ate my turkey. You know what you're on about. But you're also just as likely to be the Porq will be yeah, what you gonna do about it, Scrub Lord?
Let's fight.
I don't really know what Porq geniuses are like, but they exist. That's in my notes. It's not like Porq can't be super smart. They're just very rare, and they're usually weird. I actually wrote out my usual 6 plot hooks. One of them is, in a nearby village, there is a Porq magician, but the people don't trust him. Is he actually a wizard, or is he just is it part of some elaborate con scheme? That's the plot hook. Dealing with a guy. Is this an actual smart Porq, or is he just a weirdo looking for free food?
That means that the
Free
Porq
strong,
has...
free fat.
I'm about to say, that means he has to fucking scheme. That's also weird.
Yes. And that's why it's a plot hook, because no matter where you go, there's something interesting happening here. And I did my usual write-up of different, I think I said last week this is where I was at. I did my usual bulleted list of different strongholds and different raider clans as well.
Oh yeah, I read those.
Not all nomadic clans who raid are bad. One of them, Gold Spears, is a basically a good mercenary group. They are professional. They're recognized by the Fighters Union. They get paid to fight stuff, and they treat themselves professionally. There are also, raider clans who are explicitly double bad. I think it was the Scorpions. Those are Minim cultists. The Scorpion is Minim's banner. They explicitly work for her. So they're real bad news bears. Do not fuck with.
Bitch.
But also there are bad stronghold Porq. I talked about the stronghold of Fangburn in the northern Fang Mountains, in the Dread Reaches, where the Forces of Darkness and the Demon King live. Those guys are more surly professionals. They're almost henchman union type shit. I even wrote in their notes, they expect to be compensated handsomely for working for the Forces of Darkness and doing all their dirty work. So they occasionally go on strike if they feel like they're not getting their due money or respect. But yeah, I had a lot of interesting notes about a couple of different stronghold cultures to give people ideas, different clan, nomadic clans and stuff. One of them, Clan Bright Moon, is Which, by the way, yeah, that is. Before you ask, that is a She-Ra reference.
Ah,
Just watch the
shotguns!
show, I tucked it in there. But Bright Moon is a sneaky raiding clan. They're full of druids, and they only attack at night, and they use magic for stealth, which is weird for Porq. They are, shockingly subtle.
Is that near me? No, I'm fine.
I have put a lot of effort into bringing my A game when it comes to comedy references and just generally having fun into Gensekai. Yes, I don't think it's my magnum opus or anything, but like, it has embodied the things I find fun about fantasy and about poking fun at fantasy a lot. Yes, and it's just a nonstop fucking a train of fun ideas. And like for instance, I'm hope this stuff is helpful to my player who will play a Porq. Lucky can decide if Porter is directly from maybe one of these strongholds or these clans, or if not, what his own clan is like and use them as inspiration.
Mm-hmm.
Does Porter actually, wear clan colors? Does he identify as part of a clan, or is he a lone gunman type? Which makes sense for being a Porq priest, They are sometimes iterant and missionary. Because what structured religion is not really a Porq thing.
No.
Like, occasionally a stronghold will have a temple, if that's kind of like their thing, but not always. Mostly they're just kind of out there in the community or wandering missionaries. I think you decided earlier after I wrote that bit about how Porq will change names like they change haircuts, that Porter is actually Porter's third name.
Yep. His first name was Grub. Because why
Is
not?
that spelled the normal way, or like
Nope,
did it have
nope.
an extra P in it?
Nope, it's spelled Grub.
Okay.
Because he was soft and squishy.
Grub.
And his second name he took out when he did his first adventuring life, and Porter is actually his third one after he got de-leveled.
Had a mishap.
Yep.
Leveling. Which, like I said, we had a whole long conversation on and off mic about, which basically I wrote into the fiction about how it's probably a backstory thing, because we don't really want to fuck. I don't want to fuck with fucking with your levels in game, because that's complicated and makes people feel bad.
Mm-hmm.
But because experience is a proper noun in this universe, yeah, you can probably interact with it. It's weird like that.
Mm-hmm.
And once I get done with Porq items and adversaries and stuff, we probably work through like some Porq shamans, just some generic Porq raider minions, some other fun stuff. Probably like a high level nemesis. I probably won't call him a war boss because that's copyright, but I'll come up with something similar. Porq boss guy. Whatever. We'll workshop it. Big, strong, fighty man. I've also already sketched out a couple of... I don't have the stats or anything, but I've sketched out the items. Some of them. I might add one or two more to be appropriate. Like I said, I wrote all the plot hooks. They should be suitably plot hooky. They mostly deal with how, Porq are either mobile or often don't always get along with their neighbors. Like when I was writing about like race relations, right? Like the Porq and the dwarves interact a lot, right? Because they live in similar areas. They are not always hostile interactions, But they still have interactions. So sometimes, if they have resources they want, the dwarfs will trade. But usually, dwarfs basically see Porq as giant man babies, because their society is so chaotic and disorganized compared to the rigid caste system of the dwarf.
Wait, there's something about this.
But conversely, if they piss each other off, the dwarfs are great at institutional memory and grudges. On the other hand, dwarfs and elves actually fight more, but it's much less grudgy. It's more just like, oh my god, guys, you can't cut down the forest for like the 50th time. Holy shit, please stop. The Porq are like, what the fuck, elves? Why you keeping all the good wood to yourselves? Give us some wood. And the elf is like, oh, I'll give you wood, all right. It's straight from my bow to your heart. Oh shit.
Oh no. Honestly, I feel like Porks probably do not hold grudges a lot.
No, probably not. No, they don't. they're quick to adapt and move on, and like, yes, it could be that they adapt a grudge, right? Like
Yeah.
they realize that the thing they have to do to survive here is to constantly be punching mobs. You know, oh, there's gobs up in those hills. Well, if we don't keep killing the little bastards, they're gonna get us. So then you get Goblin Slayer, but with orc on goblin violence. Otherwise, it's just like, golly gee willikers, these elps are willing to forgive and forget, so we should do that too, because that's way easier. Like, there's a lot of path of least resistance with Porq.
Like I said, honestly, I'm gonna have a lot. I'm gonna have a lot of fun playing Porter, I think.
Yeah.
I did.
I got to talk a lot of my fun jokes in the names of things. I talk about Porkheim, which is a backstory thing that was mentioned in the geography. The Big Diggers clan made a giant skull-shaped mountain, and they said that it would go to the strongest Porq. Thus, Porq constantly fight over it in order to be called the strongest. They created a chicken and egg problem, you see. The Porq are not great at logic puzzles. Conversely, however, because it's a big, stonking Porq fortress, Porkheim actually gets a lot of respect because it's in the Highlands. The local jarls in neighboring counties treat it as basically a seat of their own government. Normally, they're just like, oh yeah, those guys, they're fine.
Yeah.
You know, there's hills with iron and coal they trade with.
Yeah, it's just under constant siege.
Yes, just if there is not an active, band of Porq banging on the door, there's some kind of plot to sneak in the back, one of the many hidden back doors that have been found, or rediscovered, fixed, whatever, or, whatever's going on. But we got some other fun ones. There's Rat's Nest, which was originally a dwarf mine that got abandoned when it ran dry, so the Porq dug in there after they killed all the rats, because it was full of rats, hence the name. Now they, train trackers and trappers there to actually have a small guild hall. Because the Porq actually usually have a decent relationship with the Adventurers Guild. It's just that because, again, it takes them a while to grow their wisdom. Even if they're high-level adventurers, they don't usually have high-level guild positions. They're just, a lot of senior field work.
Yeah, that's how Porter was.
Yeah, but at the same time, the guild respects their work, and, sometimes there's just... Sometimes you just need a guy to hit something with a really big fucking axe, and that's fine. Porq can do that. That's easy. I can do lots of other things, too. So, crossbows, sometimes they can do magic.
I am...
Porq rogues are also probably pretty rare, but again, that's because most Porq are fucking huge. If you find a sneaky Porq, that motherfucker is very sneaky. Actually, yeah, that's probably, like... You get one of two Porq rogues. Either that guy's a fucking genius at this, and you want him on your team, or somehow he's just so, like, bumbling that it works out, like, fucking, like, Mr. Magoo style.
I don't know. I thought, like, if you were thinking rogue, I would think more like a bruiser type of guy.
It's also true. You could be the coercion type. You could be a scoundrelly rogue, like, because Porq don't have a penalty to social stuff, actually.
No, it's like,
they can be very gregarious.
Coercion, good at, the B&E, the intimidation. Yeah. That kind of, but like that's what I think when I think of a Porq rogue. They're not the sneaky type. They're the I wasn't fucking here, and everyone's like, you weren't fucking here.
Yeah, they're a scoundrel or maybe a thief. Probably not like assassin.
No.
That's complex. Porq assassination plans are like, right, I'm gonna walk up to him in the market. I'm gonna shoot him with my crossbow, and they're like, but everybody will see. Yeah, but he'll still be dead. You have a point, Raz.
Honestly, also that was the other thing I found hilarious about the fucking Porq. When I looked at their language, I was like, this is just fucking Cockney.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, I was heavily influenced, but like I said, by like Warhammer orcs and just like, yeah, no, that's the funny thing about the way, like, for instance, like 40K treats like the orc language is they treat it like a different language, but it's not really. It's just a bunch of nonsense words and a bad Cockney accent,
so,
which is basically how Porqish works.
Yeah, no, that's great.
It's common, but with a weird accent and a lot of either loan words or shit they just made up.
Lucky's gonna have to practice his best Cockney accent. I don't know how to make a fucking Cockney accent, by the way, so I apologize to all Cockneys who might be listening to this. But yeah, no, like I like how you said we weren't going to get onto it on the pork, and here we are like 20 minutes later.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going blow by blow, which I at least appreciate. Good job, me.
Mm-hmm.
But we did talk about it a little.
Mm-hmm.
I started scrolling up, too, and I'm just reminded of my fun jokes. There's a Porq stronghold called Saltstone. It's a coastal one. They actually make boats. And they steal more boats. And then I had a great joke in the Raiders. The clan Speed Demon. These Porq figured out how horses work. And they have an obsession with speed and efficiency, which is very unusual for them.
Gotta go fast.
Yeah, basically.
Speed equals power.
No, listen. The faster you are, the more power you have. The stronger you are. It's simple mathematics. And then, the Katai horse raider who they've trained with is like, no, that's not how horses work. But okay. It's fine. You like horses. I like horses. We'll get along. It's okay.
And then the mathematician is just all like, technically he's not wrong, but I...
Like an outsider just writes F equals MA.
Oh, God. No, I love the pork. I'm excited.
Mm-hmm. I did have a decent thing about religion. They got a lot of stuff in there.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of, superstition, I think, in Porq religion. It's not very organized, so they have a lot of, codifying their own clan culture and how they feel about people.
Mm-hmm.
Like, a lot of them are very, very, very sussy of Pablo. The Green Man, the Hunter King. Wandering out there, you might think he wants to have a little of the old long pork, the Q. You gotta watch out for that guy. Make sure to throw pinches of sacred herbs or salt. Get out there. And I think this is funny. This is actually kind of a thing that works out because you've talked about how Porter has a very interesting relationship with Aphros, the scion of family and household.
Mm-hmm.
Because she is against certain things.
Yeah.
But I wrote in my notes, no, Porq probably give a huge fuck about Aphros.
Oh, yeah, no, Porter...
The scion whose literal sigil is a cauldron.
Mm-hmm. No, Porter still plays a massive respect to Aphros, but he's kind of on her shit list, so can't pull as much power from her. But he's still very reverent.
This also means you could throw in, if you want to throw in some fun Flava Town, you could swear by the cauldron.
I know, I'm totally gonna swear by the cauldron.
By the cauldron, by Aphros rolling pin.
By Aphros cast iron skillet, what the fuck?
What in the name of Aphros' giant oven? I did not think you were going to say oven there. Quiet, you.
It's like, what else would you say? I think that's what the pork would say. It's like, what else would you say?
Are you suggesting something? Was that one of those double entendres?
That's all like...
Buongiorno.
I was like, I could never say that. That's rude. I cannot go into town and have people thinking I'm a rude pork. That's all.
I did talk a little about Porq funerary traditions and their relationship with Dio Scion of Death. They leave markers and standing stones to offer the passing of their dead. They kind of have a little bit of ancestor worship. Porq are usually convinced that their forebears are yucking it up in the afterlife, being strong and fat, so they make sure to offer them food and weapons and stuff.
Am I going the wrong way? I think I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, there's dead bodies
Also,
here. I'm going the wrong way.
They're big on speaking of dead bodies, they're big on cremation. And even if you're a bad guy Porq, you probably don't like necromancy. That's weird. They're dead now. You don't want anybody to steal their strength or their fat, okay? It goes with you when you go. You gotta burn them.
Have you did any work on any of the artifacts? I haven't checked or
No, I've got a list of some of them, but I haven't given them any details. I wrote this in a note earlier, and I think I'm gonna treat it as a weapon. Porq have a nondescript sports ball sport called Brute Ball.
I love it.
I will probably make half-hearted explanations of the rules and the description of the item, which is also going to be probably a ranged throwing weapon that deals stun damage. because that's totally a rule. You can totally throw the brute ball at a guy. Duh. I'll probably come up with like I'm thinking for like some various stuff.
I'm sorry if there's not a pigskin joke in there somewhere. I'm gonna be upset.
Oh, there's gotta be. Yeah. I don't know exactly how it will work, but I made it a big deal of like Porq do body paint and war paint. So there's Glorious Clan war paint. You can just imagine the Porq team on there.
Mm-hmm.
I think it'll probably be based on like the colors, but I'm imagining like basically it'll give you a boost die on certain checks. Like maybe if your clan is like subtle, you have like boost to stealth. If your clan is like scary, you can get a boost to like coercion, stuff like that.
I'm sorry, the stealth stuff has to be purple. I refuse to have it be any other color.
Oh, I know. Yeah. No. So yeah, it'll be certain colors and patterns which Porq use to like emphasize their clan virtues, and so you pay the money and apply the paint. Probably it takes you like an hour or something, and then you get a bonus for like until the paint washes off. One of the artifacts is the golden axe. That's the axe of the axe saint, the Porq god.
Chilling in Demesne, eating Verna's food.
Yeah. There's the cleaver or the Porq knife, which is basically the Porkish machete. It's their cultural boxy square knife. It'll also probably give you like a boost die or two on like survival checks to prep food and survive in the wilderness.
Oh, I want one. I love machetes.
Think about how Uruk-hai in the Lord of the Rings movies have those square L-shaped swords. I'm thinking like those vibes. Like it's basically a giant meat cleaver / that thing.
Mm-hmm.
There's the Porq powered armor. By the way, I put a lovely little backstory. There's the clan Ironsides, the Ironside clan, who have been mostly destroyed, but some of them survived with their secret forging technique. That's probably where the powered armor comes from. That'll be like a giant set of iron armor powered by an alchemical furnace. It'll give you armor and also give you better punching and lifting stuff. There's a concept I stole from L5R called the Storm Bow. This was a crab invention of a crossbow that instead of firing a single bolt, fired like a little cluster of darts. And I'm like, that works for Porq. It's like a Porq saw a blunderbuss and like, that's cool. I can't build that. What if I made a crossbow that does that? So it'll be like a crossbow with some blast damage. Big, heavy crossbow. And then, of course, the war pipe.
Yeah.
Which is a pipe you can also hit people with.
I'm excited.
And that's the list I got so far. I will work on them probably tomorrow or Monday or something. And then after that, that's all the race stuff wrapped up, which means if I feel the need to dive into it, which I probably will just because I like lore building, that means adversaries and the Forces of Darkness stuff is next. Which probably means we're going to have to talk a little about defining what exactly counts as the Forces of Darkness and whatnot and start talking about, make suggestions about the Demon King, hypothetical suggestions. And then talk about just different creatures you can run into from, normal-ass animal profiles and weird fantasy animal profiles to actually, like, explaining some of the things I've been talking about in the lore for forever. Like, what's the deal with gobs? What are gobs like? Goblins are probably not going to be as much of, like, literal fuck you pure chaos machines as, like, a setting like Goblin Slayer, but they are definitely going to be annoying little shits. Because this is a parody setting.
I mean, everyone's first adventure is fucking, killing goblins in a cave. Or rats.
Yeah, it's not rats.
Yeah.
It's goblins. Which, yeah, goblins are probably going to be rapid breeders. There will be female goblins. They're short. They're small, but they're wily. They don't like bright light, so they tend to live in enclosed spaces or attack at night. And they're probably just going to be like vicious little fuckers. Their culture probably doesn't teach them about like shit like restraint and empathy. So it's not their fault. They're positioned at perfect height to shank your knees.
Not my knees.
That's Minim's fault. She put them at the appropriate height to get your toes. To get your toes, man. Give me your toes. Another such lore bits, talk about like giants. Throw some stat lines out for that. And there will also probably, I don't know if I'll handle it in the individual sections or it'll be a separate breakout. There will technically be rules, mostly because I have a lot of fun creating races in Genesis's rules. There'll be rules for like playable characters like this. There will probably be like a couple of different explanations. There can be the accidental, like, oh, you accidentally got summoned as a goblin, because that's totally a light novel title. Oops, I was accidentally summoned as a goblin.
That's the literary monster.
Yeah, basically. There's the Reverse the Premise campaign. You've been summoned by the forces of darkness as an outsider to fuck shit up for the Demon King. Now, whether or not you decide to do that is entirely up to you, because you have free will. Or you can do the Drizdoran style, like, hey, I'm the one good goblin, because I'm not really a goblin. I've been reincarnated, and I'm a totally normal human person. But I have goblin powers, blah. So, like, probably play around with a couple of different templates for stuff like that. Also, you can use that as, like, a basis for creating further NPCs if you want to diversify besides just Omega wrote, like, 3 goblin stat blocks.
Mm-hmm.
Goblin minion, goblin rival, goblin nemesis. You know, starting points are good, but I don't necessarily want to bog this down too much in, like, a super extensive bestiary. That's not necessary, especially with the very robust adversary creation rules in the expanded player's guide. But I also don't want to make it so any GM who ever runs this is like I said, this is all original shit. I could put this on Genesis Foundry project eventually. I would need some art assets and InDesign and stuff, but like, I would not want to leave them totally high and dry in terms of NPCs. Like, sometimes you just want to flip to the back of the book and go, yes, you are being attacked by a dozen goblins. There's the stats for goblins. You know, shit like that.
Well, I think you should always have basic enemies that you can just, pull out.
And I like sometimes, like, for especially if because goblins and some of the other mob races are supposed to be a little omnipresent. Like, they're all over the place out there causing ruckus. They're the major way the forces of darkness work, Mm-hmm. So, like, giving a couple tiers to, like, upgrade to, like, okay, so you saw a goblin. Well, here's a goblin chief, and then here's a goblin shaman with a bone staff. There'll be a generic section about talking about the mechanics of the undead, what those are like, how undead happen. It's not just necromancy. Sometimes shit is just fucked, and then go through some normal stuff like skeletons.
Drop my controller.
Ghouls, zombos, etc. Some higher level weirder shit. Probably stopping with like vampires and liches and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Also, yes, to answer your question in chat, Axe. Yes, the Demon King is probably like, I don't even know if I'm gonna give the Demon King stats.
No, Demon King just exists. They're like Darth Vader.
I'm just gonna be like, they exist. This is roughly what everybody says their capability is. I'll probably name drop some like cool, weird artifacts they own. Like, they've got a cloak of crimson, and they've got the all-seeing goggles, because of course the Demon goggles. Fuck you. They own one of those cursed Muramasa blades, and also the Hex Shooter. It's a gun shaped like a hexagon with 6 barrels. Shit like that. And then it's just going to be like, what the fuck is the Demon King? The answer is whatever you want the Demon King to be, and then it'll be a multiple choice list. This may be phrased as an in-universe suggestion of like, nobody really knows where the fuck the Demon King comes from. Here's what our scholars of best guesses are. A tactic I liked a lot. I talked about this last week. That's literally how the Porq section starts. That's like halfway through the first paragraph. It's like, boom, bullet list, multiple choice passed. And I have a section at the bottom called Secrets of Saphir. I haven't expanded yet, but that's gonna be like me adding extra details, stats, and either a combination of more options for stuff that's very vague and plot hooky, or like, I will phrase it as literally my suggestion for what these things are.
That's gotta be
to people out there for like extra double special GM secret stuff. Because I admit there is something that is sometimes lost when you do like everything is open ended. That means your GM has to come up with everything. So I realized I needed a section to be like, oh, I need a section where I can expand on potential plot hooks and like give GMs advice for how they can use some of these variables. And even, talk about what my preferred choices, which are non-mandatory, are. Because I'm not a 90s game designer. I realize that I can't control what happens at your table, so you get to do whatever. But if you want to ask me for my advice and input, I can give it, too. But all right, we've been going for nearly 5 hours.
I think it'd be a good time to
Lucky's
stop.
back to this hell zone.
Yeah, I am.
Of the jumping and the chains. Luckily, nobody's shooting at you, at least this time.
No, I already be dead.
But I think after that little our usual little Genesis interlude, we've hit the limit of that.
Mhm.
Was there anything else you wanted to hit upon this day, Lucky?
Nope.
Well, it is still this day, because we got about 15 minutes before, for me anyway, it becomes the next day.
Now I am solid.
All right. Well, as I stretch out my back, sitting in this chair a long-ass time, it means it's probably time to do the wrap-up. Thanks so much for tuning in for this Big Boy What's Up show. We had a lot of stuff to talk about this week. I knew we would. I mean, I have noticed that the stream has been, at least in the preview, has been doing some weird cuts, but it's mostly been fine. You've had a couple of weird jump cuts in there, Lucky.
Oh, I have.
Notice.
Mm.
Yeah, like it would kind of like pause to load, and it would smash cut to you somewhere else.
Oh no. How dare?
But it's fine. I mean, I don't think Suna was like in patron chat the entire time, but they said a couple of things when they popped in. They were late.
That's a reminder.
They also said things in main chat as well, which is the real nonsense thing we're trying to avoid. No, yeah, that's true. Loth was very late. When did you show up, Loth? I think I tabbed away and I suddenly realized you were in chat. That's okay. You're living on upside down time. Ooh. Yeah, after that phase. But we're going to wrap up now. We're going to not nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think that's fair, Suna. You started at YouTube it and then you went somewhere else. We can't always be mobile. I like to be a little flexible for our paying patrons. It is just the primary thing is your experience is not going to be full if you just hang out in the patron chat and the recording channel, and we will not necessarily be able to get to your comments if you do that, patrons. But also, I do respect that sometimes people do want to just hang out. It's just we will choose not to acknowledge you if you do that, because it's you're splitting you're doing the reverse, crossing the streams. You're splitting the streams. Sometimes that's hard for us.
Yeah. Like people talking about, yeah, no, I watched a video, but I listened here for audio. I'm like, then you're completely desynced, and I don't understand why you're doing this.
Yes. You're splitting my stream with my brain, and you're doing that to yourself. Why did you do that? Yeah, if, sometimes I feel like you guys were going a little too fast for Lucky Stream Overlay to catch up, so I don't know about that. But, like, yeah, no, I think I see everything in the me. You just... Sorry, I've been talking for 5 hours. I'm getting dry. I feel like I've been seeing all the stuff you guys have been saying. It's just you say a lot, so it's hard to interact with every comment, especially when I tab away to look at my Google document that's my primary source. But all right, we're wrapping up. I was saying that earlier. We're getting out of here. Okay. If you like the episode, give it a like. There's only 10 viewers right now because I started the wind down like 5 minutes ago, and there's 9 likes. So whichever the last holdout is, fix it. Fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it. Also watch Futurama. That show's great. 2. Leave any comments you have down below in the comment section. We love to see them, even on live stream VODs. They're great. Also, join our Discord. That link is, as always, on the video description and our channel page. I think I goofed my grammar up a little there. Listen, we've been doing this for 5 hours. It's almost midnight. 3. Even if you're already, no, wait, that's the other way around. The third thing is, if you're new here and haven't already, subscribe. Please subscribe. We've been banding a little around 30. We'd love to get well over that. Be well on our way to higher numbers. Let's go for 31, everybody. Minimum 31. Come on.
Yay.
Let's keep going. And then the thing I say after that is, even if you're already subscribed, make sure to ring that bell for notifications so you always know when we post a new video or when we stream. Because that is important. I do occasionally still like to do guerrilla streams. Other random nonsense. I don't know if I would do fail portrayal next. I'm getting a little jonesy for some more of that Gartic phone. I had a lot of fun doing that. I don't necessarily want to interrupt our Uncharted nonsense, so I may just randomly do that one day of the week when I feel like it, because I can. But yeah, that's important to have your notifications turned on. I should double check what our stats are. It's been a couple of months since I looked, but I suspect they're probably not the best, so ring that bell.
I am forgetting where my treasures are. Okay.
But in addition to that, you can also join our channel membership, get access to membership badges and special emotes. This is usually where, if anybody who is a channel member is awake, they will post them. But if they aren't, I don't blame them because they may be dead.
Huh.
It's been 5 hours. But yeah, you can check that out. Good for you. Get fun stuff. And of course, you can support us on Patreon. You can get access to this episode in audio format, downloadable for as little as $1 a month or approximately $10 a year. At higher levels, you can get access to video releases early, live recordings of other shows like Let's Talk FGO. Technically, you can get access to this show live, but it's a stream, so it's live anyway. That's why we have the confusion. But you can also get access to shoutouts and other fun stuff, and it's cool. And it helps support us. And means my parents don't bother me about getting a quote-unquote real job that I really don't want. Because jobs suck. But lots of people are hiring now. Anyway. That's about it. We will see you guys next week for more What's Up. If you haven't already, please go back and check out today's episode of Let's Talk FGO. If you liked us making this What's Up go on for 5 hours, you should absolutely watch that Let's Talk FGO. That's basically what we did anyway.
Yep.
That show is full of us making things go on way longer than they need to. It's great. We had fun. We had fun here, kids. And, stay tuned for other shit that goes on. Streams, other stuff. I'll be back to play more Uncharted 3 on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
We have APs we're going to work on. I think we still got one in the can. We're still like one behind because Lucky and I literally didn't remember until Sunday. You were like, oh shit, did I upload last week? And I was like, oh no, I don't think you did. I don't think I said anything either. So I think we're still one behind because we haven't gotten them all out. So, but keep eyes for that stuff. And we'll see you. I'm going to end the audio now. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye.
That up.